and here's what's happening in LA this week. Mayor Karen Bass leads Shine LA, a new initiative to clean the city for world visitors coming our way. Rain or shine, this will be an ongoing program to prepare city neighborhoods for the world stage.
So today is Shine LA, which is a collaboration with the mayor and the Board of Public Works. And we are going to be going across the city of Los Angeles to beautify and clean up our city. But this morning we are starting in Hollywood, right in the heart of District 13.
This is a great day in LA. Now it's supposed to be Shine LA. It would be helpful if the sun came out and shined a little bit on us. But it doesn't matter because we're going to get the job done, rain or shine.
Today we brought a whole lot of volunteers in the Hollywood area, part of Mayor Bass's LA Shine. We had a bit of rain, but the volunteers went out, cleaned a whole lot of trash and debris from the streets around the Hollywood area.
I'm an LA native and I just wanted to give back to the community, and we're here, rain or shine, helping out.
I think giving back is super important. The community of LA is a strong and resilient community and something I'm proud to be a part of and a recent part of, and seeing everybody out here even in the rain was super inspiring.
It's just necessary to always be helping out the community where you see it fit, picking up the trash on the sides, saying hello to your friendly neighbor. Everyone had beautiful energy. It was just very inviting, so it was nice.
Civic engagement is about being constant and persistent. And so this is an example of what we could be doing every single weekend or every single day in the city. And so hopefully we inspire a lot of folks to be involved in the political process, be involved with their city.
The great thing about Shine LA is community residents coming together, community organizations, our businesses who are all excited and willing and ready to get LA together to welcome the world.
The Los Angeles Police Department has issued a warning about a spate of jewelry thefts with distinct methods. The thieves are using distraction techniques to steal personal jewelry. Take a look.
The Los Angeles Police Department's warning the public about a series of thefts and robberies that share some distinct and concerning commonalities.
So today's press conference was really to bring awareness to distraction, theft from person. This is a type of theft where we have individuals approaching mostly our elderly community who might be out walking a dog or just taking a leisurely walk, trying to show them jewelry and removing their valuable jewelry off of them, leaving behind fake jewelry. We have approximately in excess of 140 reports just in the Los Angeles Police Department that we become aware of, and approximately 86 here in the San Fernando Valley between the 7 divisions that make up what we call Operations Valley Bureau.
Pay attention to your surroundings. Look out for individuals or vehicles that may be following you. Avoid engaging with strangers who approach you in a vehicle or on foot.
So the press conference was, one, to bring awareness and to give some safety tips for our community. We know that men and women are working together. They may approach them in a vehicle and try to have them come over and lean in the car to give them directions, or approach them on the sidewalk and engage them in conversation or in some cases prayer, and get very close to them to where they can touch them. Our elderly population a lot of times might be targeted because they are from a generation of trust and they're in their neighborhood and they feel secure. We're looking for any victims we need to know, because that will help us identify these suspects, but also to keep our community safe.
After city trees were chopped down in an act of vandalism, community groups mobilized. Concerns for residents, business, and the environment propel them to act and quickly secure replacement trees.
Over the weekend, downtown LA suffered from an unconscionable act of vandalism when someone cut down several trees in the public right-of-way. For many of our downtown LA residents, the public right-of-way is their front yard. It is their backyard, so the loss of these trees is personal.
I moved here about 20 years ago under the Live, Work, Play in downtown LA. So I'm very invested here. And like Councilwoman said, this is our backyard. And to have someone come in and try to undo the progress that we have done is just infuriating.
Our downtown LA stakeholders notified us about what was happening in our district, and our city family got quick to work. The Urban Forestry Division quickly cleaned the sites, and the Bureau of Street Services started looking for replacement options, and LAPD caught the perpetrator. But today, I'm pleased to announce that the Bureau of Street Services has committed to replacing the cut down trees. Thanks to the generosity of various community organizations and community members that have reached out, we're replacing the trees 2 to 1.
We really want to thank the residents of downtown LA for being our eyes and ears and letting us know what happened. And we encourage you to continue to do that. Report any kind of tree violations through our MyLA 311 service request.
Well, downtown is alive and well. We want you to come downtown. It's very opening, very welcoming, very inclusive. And we're going to continue to advocate, and we're going to have our trees restored so it won't feel like a heat desert. You know, we will have the benefits of having mature trees, and so I'm excited about that. And thanks the Councilwoman for that.
In honor of Earth Day, Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez worked with the Office of Community Beautification and the LA City Department of Transportation to enable a cleaner, greener, and safer Pacoima.
Today we're here at Pacoima City Hall celebrating Earth Day because it's incredibly important that we collaborate with our community to help rebuild our tree canopy. We're giving away 100 free trees in partnership with the LA Beautification team.
So today we are here with the City Council office. We're here to give free trees away for those people with homes. They will be able to plant those trees in their yard so they can provide shade for them in the future. We're in a really hot area here. It's the valley. So it gets pretty hot, and obviously these trees will help shade your home and save yourself some electricity.
I did get an amazing pink tree, and from the people that were here helping me out today, they told me that it was a highly recommended tree. So I'm just hoping it blossoms and looks beautiful during the summer.
Hey guys, come get a tree.
Today we're also featuring our new Dash bus, which is going to be put into operation here in Pacoima. What's important about a Dash system is that it's a hyper-local solution for transportation needs that the community desperately needs, because so often our public transit doesn't also meet the locations that are most often frequented by our community members. The stops were informed by the community, and this is a fully electric system. It's affordable, it's clean, and it's hyper-local, and I'm proud that this is going to be the second Dash bus system I've introduced to the district since I've been in office.
We're so excited to be here and offer this amazing resources to the community. We're here with Metro, the Life program, as well as LAWA, Dash. So the Dash has the services right now, especially with the Life program. They give you 90 days unlimited on the bus and 20 free rides every month for life. So the Dash is very good to get it right now, especially because we don't want people driving as many cars right now, especially with everything polluting the air. So it's very good to take the Dash.
It's incredibly important for our community to be part of how we green and maintain our communities. This is not something that the City of Los Angeles will ever be able to accomplish alone, and that's why together we need to exercise how we're going to make our communities greener, cleaner, and safer for all Angelenos.
Appreciating the planet can start at a local park. Council President Marquise Harris Dawson was at Harvard Park to celebrate Earth Day and plant the idea of greater community engagement year-round.
We are here at beautiful Harvard Park to celebrate the Seeds of Unity Festival, which marks Earth Day here in Los Angeles and around the world. This is the second year in a row that Scope has stepped up to sponsor this event. It's a big deal to us. We want organizations to come, populate the park, invite the neighborhood in, do some education, some resources, and a whole lot of fun. And that's what's happening here today at Harvard Park.
The point of coming together in this community is to celebrate our work and our advocacy for environmental justice here in South LA. The reason we do that is because we are disproportionately affected by the environmental injustices that plague this community. The earth is our home, and to the young people, I would just say anything that you can do to clean your home, to advocate for your home, it takes nothing to do so. You can start by cleaning up in your neighborhood. You can start by organizing in your neighborhood. Come down to Scope. Communicate with your City Council President, Marquise Harris Johnson. Let him know what's important to you and how you want to show up here for your community and for your earth.
These events are so important to our public safety. Getting people in the park, doing everyday things, having visibility, connecting with their neighbors, that is really, to me, the root of safety, and that's the public part of public safety. In addition to what we're doing for the environment, in addition to what we're doing for young people, in addition to what we're doing for health and physical activity, and all the resources that are being given out.
The City of Los Angeles Emergency Management Department has opened applications for its 2025 Camp Ready LA program. Now in its third year, the program is for late high school, early college students who are interested in city service and first response or who've been impacted by a disaster. Camp participants will learn practical skills for many types of emergencies over the 4-day program, taking place from July 22nd to July 25th at LA City's Emergency Operations Center. Participants will build connections with other campers and emergency management experts while developing their own community leadership skills. Young Angelinos age 18 to 24 can apply for the 2025 Camp Ready LA program beginning May 1st. For more information, visit emergency.lacity.gov/ReadyLA. The Los Angeles Police Department Commercial Crimes Division announced the arrest of 2 people and the recovery of millions of dollars worth of goods by the Cargo Theft Unit. At storage unit facilities in the San Fernando Valley, detectives recovered over $1.2 million in stolen goods, which included tequila, speakers, clothing, and pet food. A stolen shipment of Bitcoin mining computers, valued at $2.7 million, was recovered at Los Angeles International Airport just as the computers were about to be loaded onto a flight to Hong Kong. The 2 arrests followed an extensive investigation in collaboration with Los Angeles Port Police, Union Pacific Police, and the Los Angeles World Airport Police. For more information, visit lapdonline.org. Los Angeles World Airports, LAWA, has recognized the winners of the 2024 Friendly Flyer Award Program at Van Nuys Airport. The Friendly Flyer Award Program was established in 2012 and is part of Van Nuys Airport's overall outreach and sustainability efforts. Award winners must have no violations of LAWA's noise abatement and curfew regulation and be in observance of the Quieter Nights program, avoiding flights between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. Among the 26 award winners for 2024 are 22 repeat winners and 4 first-time winners, including ATI Jet, MC Group, OKVS, and Ventura Air Services. According to LAWA, the Friendly Flyer Award winners reduced their nighttime jet operations by 21% year over year, benefiting the surrounding communities. For more information, visit lawa.org/news-releases.
Picture this, the historic part of downtown on a Saturday. The streets are crowded with long lines of people and animals too. Dogs, cats, birds, and iguana. It can only be the blessing of the animals.
We are at El Pueblo de Los Angeles on Olvera Street celebrating the blessing of the animals. It's every Saturday right before Easter. It's such a beautiful day for all the families to come together. This is my first time doing this at El Pueblo. I've never seen so many animals, dogs, cats, doves, turtles. It's not only imperative that we take care of our constituents that are human beings, but also our four-legged loved ones and our reptiles too.
This tradition goes back to the early founding of Los Angeles. That's when a lot of the farmers here in and around Los Angeles in the 18th and 19th century would have their cattle blessed by the church, here by the Placita Church. So in the 1930s, the Olvera Street merchants resurrected this tradition, but instead of cattle and cows, now we have our beloved dogs and cats and all the animals that we cherish every day. So this is a free and open event available to everybody of all faiths and backgrounds. But we have the Archbishop of the Catholic Archdiocese that blesses the animals here. And so we have all kinds of animals. We don't really discriminate against any animal. So long as you love that animal and you bring it with you, it deserves a blessing just like everybody else. And usually the animals are always well behaved. You know, I think they know that this is an important holy day for them. So they all are kind of in their Sunday best, well dressed, and they're here to really receive a blessing to hopefully have a good year for them. What's also really touching is that people also bring photos of their deceased animals, and they also bring ashes of their animals. So again, this is as all-inclusive and all-encompassing as possible in celebration of our animal friends.
Today we have represented the zoo. Obviously, lots of animals at the zoo who need blessings. We also have the Department of Animal Services. Animal Services is in charge of assuring safety and helping animals find homes. And we're offering free microchipping today. We saw during the fires that animals can get separated from their families, and without a microchip, we don't know how to get them back because they can't tell us. So it's absolutely critical. People microchip their animals and register the chip so that we know how to reunite you with your family member.
Our Pope Francis says that we remain in hope. Even though there are challenges in our society, hope and unity and the respect for the creation make us to walk forward. We respect this beautiful tradition, and we take the opportunity to be in contact with all the families and feel that also that the family have respect for animals.
It's what God says. Jesus loves his little children. And it means, to me, that means my birds. And they get blessed every year. I feel that they have accomplished one of the biggest events of the year, and it's amazing. So if you haven't done it this year, I recommend you come next year and bring all your animals.
Move your feet to a beat that probably comes from the Congo. You might not know that's where it hails from, but you can hear more at Congo Sonic, which is part of the African American Composers Series.
Today we are opening the exhibition Congo Sonic, Bantu Beats Across the Americas. It's our 17th annual African American Composers Series. And this is such an important time to do that. As Black composers get shut down throughout the nation, we are excited to keep featuring African American composers here. This year, we decided to focus on how important the Democratic Republic of Congo and Greater Congo and the Bantu expansion have been to the music that we listen to, we dance to, we feel, and we live with every day in the Americas.
Just try to tell American like African music is no, we don't sing just because we love to sing. All African music is like a story. So when I'm singing something, is some story. I'm just a little bit excited, and I just call all American people who love culture, love know another culture. They can come, and it's gonna be okay for everybody.
I've been collecting African and Latin music for about 20, 25 years. I donated some of the album covers and information for today's exhibit, honoring the legacy of African American composers that have been such a huge influence and part of all of the music on these records here, and part of the music that I love.
With regards to DJing, I think I like doing it because I like to experience the music with the people. Music has always been a strong influence and important aspect of my life. It keeps me motivated, it keeps me happy, and I like to share that experience with people, and I also like to take people on a journey with the music that I play. You know, I want to be part of this conversation to address the issues that's going on in the Congo and how their music has influenced different types of music throughout the world.
What the country of Congo is giving to America is a lot of roots.
Its roots are here, the diaspora of African music, African culture, African art, all of it which is intertwined has become a big part of Latin America, of the United States, and often it's been marginalized. Often it's been erased of that history, and having shows like this and having to be able to connect it to the current music or music in the past century allows folks in our community and abroad to be able to see and make those connections to center the influences that the Congo and Africa and indigenous people from around the world have had in making music today.
While it's small in size, this Westlake Park has substantial outreach. Now that spring is here, the recently renovated Hope and Peace Park hosted a bustling community celebration.
Today we're here in Hope and Peace Park in the Westlake neighborhood having our spring celebration with some of our partners such as Levitt LA and the Love vs. Hate campaign to come give some resources and some good times to our community for the spring and Easter.
So today we are helping Council District 1 with their spring egg hunt event. They went ahead and invited all our local organizations and partnerships to bring this beautiful event to our newly renovated Hope and Peace Park with our new playground. We had an egg hunt, tacos that were graciously sponsored by Healing Urban Barrios. We have LA Commons here doing an arts and crafts project and other community members and organizations.
Pues a ellos les gustó, a mi niño el más pequeñito se divirtió, fue a agarrar huevitos, pues es la primera vez que yo vengo en este evento. Vivo aquí cerca, pero no se había hecho evento como este. Y me gustaría que se hiciera más seguido estos eventos.
We're very fortunate today to have this beautiful weather where families were able to come and enjoy the sunshine, hang out on the grass, picnic with us, and just enjoy our springtime activities.
So Hope and Peace Park is the front yard and backyard for many of our community members. This is one of the densest areas of the county and the city of LA. It's important that we have these opportunities for our families, especially the ones that rely so much on our green space, our publicly owned green space for activities for their families.
In this week's feature story, Carolyn Hull is the general manager of the city's Economic and Workforce Development Department. She tells our Ann Police about job supports, business training, and the matching services the department supplies across the city.
Joining us today, we welcome Carolyn Hull. She is the General Manager of the Economic and Workforce Development Department, or the EWDD. We're so glad to have you with us, Carolyn.
It's great to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Yes, glad to have you. Give us an overview of what the EWDD does.
The Economic and Workforce Development Department develops, delivers, and promotes programs and initiatives that support small businesses, that support youth development. We also have a real estate division that actually activates underutilized land so that we can provide revenue to the general fund. And we have a nationally recognized workforce development division that provides job training. We provide access to capital. We support incubators, because really our goal is to provide the residents with an opportunity to have a sustainable and living wage.
Talk a little bit more about the WorkSource Center. What exactly is that?
The WorkSource Centers, it's like a matching service for job seekers and employers. If you're a job seeker, you can go into one of our 17 WorkSource Centers and you can get assistance with building your resume, get assistance with doing mock interviews, job placement, understanding what training you're going to need, and it's all free. And if you're an employer and you're seeking employees, you can come to the WorkSource Center and talk about the skills that you're looking for. And if that skill set is not easily attainable, we can work with the job seekers and actually subsidize their training.
Let's talk a little bit about the JEDI Zone. First of all, terrific name. So clever. JEDI stands for Jobs and Economic Development Incentive Zone.
correct?
That's right.
That's correct. I had to check my work. What happens what is a Jedi zone? What happens there?
What we found is that so many of our main streets are so vital to what makes LA for all of us. And so many of those main streets and communities need support for their small businesses. So what we did is we looked at communities and areas that were underserved, were challenged with high vacancy rates for their stores, and quite frankly, just needed a refurbishment and revitalization. So instead of looking at the city as a whole, what we did is try to concentrate resources into those areas so that it'd be most impactful.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the youth and adult job fairs.
We are gearing up for our summer youth employment right now. And during the summer months, those are the big months for when we try to get our youth employed in internships. I would encourage our youth to go to our social media page and to keep posted on the events that we are hosting. This is job fair season, so please stay connected with us on social media.
When someone plans on going to a job fair, especially a young adult who may not have a lot of guidance in their life, should they go prepared to do an interview on the spot?
They should. They should come prepared to be interviewed on the spot. We try to make it as easygoing as possible.
Sure.
So they shouldn't worry about going and buying a suit.
Right.
Just come as you are.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I love it. Okay. Any other partnerships and collaborations with EWDD that you guys have over there that you'd like to speak more about?
Well, EWDD is working really closely with the mayor's office to develop strategies around the next 5 years of our workforce system and looking at those industries that are going to be the job generators for the next 20, 25 years. Stay tuned.
You guys are on Instagram, you're on Twitter, you're on LinkedIn. All the information that anybody could need about the services you folks offer over there is there.
Absolutely.
LA City's Department of Recreation and Parks invites you to a nature hike with their urban ecologist through Ken Malloy Harbor Regional Park. Urban ecologist Ryan Kinzel will be guiding participants through the unique habitat of this Harbor City Park. The park's Machado Lake is part of SoCal's natural water habitat and home to over 300 species of migratory birds. Enjoy the sights and sounds of native animals and plants at Ken Malloy Harbor Regional Park. Wear comfortable shoes and bring water for this nature hike with Urban Ecologist on Saturday, May 10th at 8 a.m. Learn more under the Events tab at laparks.org. Saturday, May 10th is Board Game Day at the Downtown Central Library. Bring your favorite board game and connect with community members at this monthly meetup, which welcomes new and experienced players. Don't worry if you don't have a game. Join a gaming group as it forms, or borrow a game from the library's welcome table in the rotunda. Whether you bluff, strategize, or simply want to roll the dice, join LA's public library at the Central Library for Board Game Day on Saturday, May 10th at 12 p.m. Learn more at lapl.org/events. Mother's Day is coming, and Green Meadows Recreation Center presents its Mother's Day brunch on Saturday, May 10th. LA City's Department of Recreation and Parks and Council member Curran Price are making sure that moms get the honors they deserve at this annual community luncheon. The event will have music, food, entertainment, and an opportunity to celebrate and thank moms and mother figures. The Green Meadows Mother's Day brunch takes place on Saturday, May 10th, beginning at 10 a.m. For more information, see the calendar at cd9.lacity.gov. And that's a look at some things to do.
And that's all for the
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 7 of the Budget Committee's deliberations on the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2025-2026. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yaroslavsky.
Here.
Blumenfield.
Present.
Hutt. Here. McCosker.
Here.
Hernandez. Absent. 4 members present and a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Welcome back from what I hope was a restful weekend for some of us. We have 12 departments to hear from today. We also have a placeholder on the agenda to ask a department we've already heard from to come back to the table to answer any follow-up questions we have. This is not to discuss their memos, as they have not yet submitted them, but simply if you realize there was a policy area you wanted to touch on but did not, and that is relevant to making budget decisions. So if you want to call someone back, we're going to have a chance to do that today. Colleagues, are there any departments you wish to call back to hear from again at the end of the day? Let's think about this for a little bit, and then we can come back to it after our first department. Cool? Okay. We're going to turn now to memos. We all should have the draft memo list from Friday. Are there any edits to the memo list? Do people need a little bit of time to look at the memo list? Okay, so again, we'll come back to this one after the first department. Is that enough time, colleagues? Yeah? Okay, great. Also on Friday, I asked members to take a look at the memo list and prioritize which memos you'd like to get out first and foremost, so the departments and the CAO know which we want released ASAP. This obviously won't include priorities from the departments we hear today. We also assume if a memo has the potential to increase the general fund, so bring in additional revenues, or is a review of potential offsets proposed by departments, these will be prioritized. So for today, we'll have to approve the draft memo list before we go into recess for 2 days. So I'll ask members to note priorities from today's departments when we approve today's memo list. We'll just go through and sort of the ones that increase general fund or that are the potential offsets, we don't need to flag. But if there are things that aren't either of those that you want to highlight as being particularly important, let's make sure we do that. And we'll do that after the first department. Does that make sense?
Yep.
All right. We think it's going to make the most sense to read out the department and the memo number. My staff will capture everyone's list and circulate it with the CAO and CLA and relevant departments. So we're going to do this after our first department to give everyone some additional time. Okay? Also, there's a list of proposed memos that could be transitioned into special studies. They require some additional work to try and alleviate the large number of memos. We're going to have CAO distribute that prospective list for review and make sure everyone's cool with some of those moves from memo to special study. Okay? Clear as mud? All right. We're going to turn now to our first department, Los Angeles World Airports, or LAWA. Welcome to the table. Welcome. Go ahead and please introduce yourself and your team. And I understand you have a brief presentation.
Yes. Good morning, Chair Yaroslavsky and members of the Budget, Finance, and Innovation Committee. My name is John Ackerman, and I am honored to serve Los Angeles as the CEO of Los Angeles World Airports. I'm joined at the table today by Marla Blevins, our Chief Airport Administrative Officer, and we're here to discuss our fiscal year 2026 proposed budget and opportunities to support the city during these difficult times. As I shared at the Trade, Travel, and Tourism Committee on April 22nd, LAWA itself is financially very, very strong. We are structured well for volatility. In late March, LAWA successfully priced $1.6 billion of revenue bonds, the largest sale ever for LAX. Despite challenging market conditions, we maintain a high credit rating, one of the highest for airports in the US. But while Los Angeles World Airports itself is strong, our industry and our local and global partners are facing significant challenges, and these headwinds are building. LAWA is not part of the general fund, and our finances are separate from the City of Los Angeles by federal law. The billions of dollars it takes each year to operate and maintain our airport must be earned from things like parking, commercial real estate, rental cars, dining, shopping, and of course fees paid by our critical airline partners. We receive no money from the general fund, and in the past 10 years have contributed approximately $1 billion in reimbursements for city services that include LAFD, LAPD, and more. As we execute our $30 billion investment program, we expect that number will continue to grow. Our planned budget is fiscally prudent and focuses on ensuring the safety and security of our airports, maintaining efficient operations, supporting the opening of our train, and investing wisely to welcome the world to LAX and Van Nuys airports and deliver Los Angeles the gold medal airports it deserves. Highlights from our 2026 budget include operating expenses are projected to be $1.29 billion, a 9% increase due to higher staffing related and contractual costs. Our enplanements, the passengers coming to our airports, are projected to be down by 13% relative to 2019, as our numbers have yet to rebound to pre-COVID levels. And challenging times for both domestic and international tourism have forced us to project lower passenger numbers for 2025 than we had last year in 2024. We will continue with our $30 billion investment plan to transform LAX, with approximately $15 billion of future projects planned, employing thousands of Angelenos. And I want to thank our labor partners that are helping us deliver these projects that will transform our airports. Recently, City Council approved the most recent of 4 multiple award task order contracts, or MATOCs, which now total more than $6 billion and will provide the agility and velocity needed to complete transformational projects like complete transformational projects like reimagining the Central Terminal area, rebuilding Terminal 5, enhancing the guest experience, and investing in our aging infrastructure, all of which are in process right now. We also plan to open our train early next year. LAWA's prudent decision-making and our resilient financial model have put us on sound financial footing, but we still face economic and financial risks, and expectations for our future are uncertain. We are the 3rd highest cost airport in the United States for airlines, which impacts our competitiveness. In fact, we're already struggling as the 97th worst recovered airport out of the top 100 in the United States. All of this puts additional pressure on our partners as they rely on passenger volumes to fuel their business. It might be okay to be the highest cost provider if you're delivering best-in-class revenue, but if the revenue dries up, costs can impair a business quickly. And when we say impair a business, we're really talking about people. People like our local partners who own many of these businesses, many of them Angelenos who have been with us for decades, and of course the employees who rely on these businesses to take care of their families. Tourism numbers also paint a concerning picture right now. California tourism fell in February and March, particularly from Canada and Mexico, with Canadian air tourism down over 15% and Mexican tourism down 24%. Even worse, flight bookings from Canada to the US fell by over 70% in early 2025, prompting airlines to cut more than 300,000 seats from LAX through October. What does this mean for the year to come? The LA Tourism and Convention Bureau is anticipating year-over-year reductions in total international visitors to LA by between 25% and 30%. While these projections are sobering, it is when times are toughest that we must work together to see how we can help one another and find opportunities in our challenges. Right now, LAWA can be helpful to our city partners during this difficult budget time, and we're already having conversations with key city leaders. I am privileged to lead a hardworking team of 3,000 men and women. However, we were still down in some areas of our staffing by almost 20% compared to pre-pandemic numbers, a function of our sclerotic city personnel system that prevents us from hiring efficiently, but in this case will allow us to be helpful in absorbing talented city team members who can contribute to our success. Marla and I are working with the CAO and the Personnel General Manager to identify opportunities for LAWA to absorb city teammates who would otherwise be laid off, to help fill our open positions and give us the talent we need to reach our goals. We don't have an exact number or classification of positions we can absorb yet, as we need to work through other factors such as potential exposure to bumping of our existing employees, but we do know that we can and we will be helpful here. We have also identified 48 positions at LAWA that are staffed by police, unlike other airports and agencies like LAPD that use civilians for these roles. These positions include assigning fleet vehicles, checking batteries and equipment, operating our lost and found, and other duties that are handled by civilians elsewhere and should be done by civilians at LAWA. It is critical that we return these officers to duties that will better use their years of police knowledge, skills, and training to help us keep our guests and employees as safe and secure as possible. These changes will generate the police resources needed to secure our new train and rental car center, and will also allow us to grow our crisis intervention team, which has had remarkable success providing compassionate services to unhoused individuals and others in need of assistance. If we can complete these changes quickly, it will also allow us to backfill as many of these positions as possible with civilians that will otherwise be laid off, potentially including some of the hundreds of LAPD civilians whose skills could be aligned with our positions. Our LAXPD, all first responders, have something inside that calls them to serve others, to even risk their life for others. Our common sense plan returns our police to the public where they were called to serve and prevents hardworking city employees from being laid off. We carefully studied our operational needs to ensure we could meet the challenges ahead, and we began the process with our union 6 weeks ago, and we hope we can conclude the process soon enough to have an impact on the broader city of Los Angeles. LAWA can also reduce impacts on other city departments by absorbing employees and taking on work to free up city workers for other critical projects. We look forward to sharing ideas to reduce cost and create efficiencies in hiring, procurement, and planning at LAWA while easing our burden on the city. For instance, on the personnel and hiring side, LAWA loses qualified staff members due to the amount of time it takes to hire. Hiring can take anywhere from 4 to 6 months depending on the position. On the permitting side, we must routinely receive approvals from 10 city agencies whose permitting policies, timelines, and available resources do not meet the needs of the delivery method of our construction practices. We're looking at ways in which we can streamline the process, reduce the burden on the city workforce, reduce the monetary impacts, and delegate permitting and certification authority to LAWA, a win for everybody involved, including this city. These are just examples of the ideas we'll be offering that will help us create a more modern, efficient, and sensible system that will also reduce cost and drain on the city's workforce. Team LAWA is committed to being a part of the solution to the city's budget challenges. Many LAWA employees are asking, how can I help Los Angeles? My answer to them is to stay focused on our mission, stay focused on safety, stay focused on excellence in everything we do. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that. I'm going to start with Councilmember McCosker to lead us off with questions.
Thanks very much. I appreciate the presentation and the opportunity recently when you came into Triple T to hear many of these same issues. I want to go back to a couple of things that you just highlighted, though. On hiring and the difficulty in hiring up, is it related at all to the PCH process, or is this you just going through the normal difficulties of being able to hire into the airport through the personnel department?
I don't know what the PCH process is, so I'm going to defer to Mike.
You're not part of the critical hiring plan. You don't have to go to the...
No.
The answer is no. I didn't think so. So you're not in the critical hiring process, and so you have the ability to hire just normally to fill your positions through personnel. Can you just unpack for a minute why it takes so long?
I mean, just generally speaking, the nature of hiring or onboarding employees with civil service lists, waiting for a list to be put together, the certification process, I know for us at LAWA, we have additional background checks that we have to do because we're in an airport environment. And then there are some instances where we have to seek additional approvals downtown if we're hiring someone outside of the city, if we want to do an advanced step hire that requires additional approvals from downtown as well. Sometimes there are positions that we don't currently have, and we have to get permission from the personnel department to have those positions allocated. And all of this takes time to
Is it particularly difficult because you have unique classes? I mean, I would think that common classifications like maintenance supervisor and caretaker and custodial would be citywide lists. Is it the case that you have unique classes that are hard to hire into or hard to get lists put together and tests
Sometimes,
organized?
yes. I mean, if there is an airport-specific classification and, downtown is going to prioritize positions that are citywide, like a maintenance supervisor, as opposed to maybe a classification that only serves 10 people at the airport. And so that is, a challenge. I mean, we recently onboarded a couple of executives, and that process took like 6 or 7 months, just to get the approval and then bringing them on to the team.
And that will be also a unique challenge when we take up your generous offer to make sure that folks can move from general city services or general fund into LAWA. We will need to make sure, we will need to understand those unique classes versus the common classes, where it'll be easier for the common classes for us to be able to move folks over. And I take your point that you want to also make sure you're protecting your own employees, longtime employees, to make sure they don't get bumped. And we need to work through that issue. Are we working with personnel yet on these issues? First, to put together the list of how many vacancies, secondly, in what classifications, and where we could prioritize being able to move folks from one position in the common class to your position in the common class?
We absolutely are working. And it's at the highest level. I mean, it's myself, Ms. Blevins, Mr. Szabo, Ms. Billups. I mean, it is the senior leaders of all the relevant departments have been on multiple phone calls during this process, and we have more scheduled.
Well, it sounds like we kind of have a little nuance on that answer. Did you want to speak to it? No. I wanted to move over to LAPD. You raised the issue of the LAPD personnel that are providing services to LAWA, for which LAWA reimburses, which is the important part of this calculation. But you described sworn officers conducting work that could be done by civilians. And I just want to get a deeper take on that. Is that work that could be done by civilians, but civilians within LAPD? Are we talking about your desire to have that be done by civilians who are LAWA employees?
If I misspoke, I apologize. We do have LAPD officers that we pay for and that do perform services for us through MOUs that we have with LAPD. What I'm talking about right now is within our within our own LAX Police Department, we've identified through a study 48 positions that are currently being done by sworn officers that are done in many other places, most other places by civilians. And what we hope to do is have civilians do that work so we could return those police officers to the policing work that they showed up for.
Return LAWA police officers back to their work and then free up those civilian positions for civilians.
That is correct, and the nexus to LAPD council member is that in this budget crisis, if we can complete this process soon enough, and we would have those positions where we could potentially absorb some of the LAPD civilians that are slated to be laid off in the current budget proposals. So we're hopeful that we could take some of those because they should have a lot of the same skill sets, and it's not my area of expertise. But I've been informed that we should be able to absorb some of those people and prevent them from being put on the streets with no job.
Great. I appreciate that point, and I'm glad I asked. So, because we are not talking about reducing the amount of LAPD work that is being done at the airport. This would be the wrong year to consider that.
Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, we're actually going to be doing a little bit more work with LAPD. Chief McDonald and our teams have worked together. We've identified other work that we can do that is going to help our mission and help LAPD.
Excellent. I want to go to one of the comments you made, if I may, Madam Chair. I want to go to one of the comments you made about our airport, our LAX, being on the 97th most recovered airport post-pandemic. Can you unpack what that means? It doesn't sound good. And so it had the desired effect that you intended for both truthfulness and for concern. But can you unpack what that means?
So
what are
that
the
means-
criteria? By what measurements are we not recovered?
Thank you for the question. What I was referring to is if you looked at the 100 busiest airports by traffic, and that's by passengers, it's kind of how airports measure themselves by the number of passengers that came through here. If you look at the baseline of 2019 and then see how those airports have done since 2019, this year we're about 12% below. We're probably going to drop another point or two due to the projections we just made. So, our business is 12 to 14% smaller than it was in 2019. Our competitors, many of them are 15 to 20 points bigger than 2019. So we have a more than 30-point gap in the most important thing for airports, the number of passengers that are coming through. And those passengers are important because they're the ones who buy hamburgers and rent cars and buy all of the services that our workers are providing. So if the passengers go down, it harms all of those businesses that rely on the footfall and the volumes. So it's a critical measure. And there are only 3 airports out of the top 100 in the country pre-pandemic that are doing worse than us. We're number 97 out of 100.
So the type of revenue that passengers create are passenger facility charges, I would imagine, and then purchases at our facilities. And I suppose also taking it logically, as passengers increase, numbers of flights increase, and then your restricted revenue, I'll call it, that comes directly from the airlines for their operations increases. And before I get too deep into something I don't understand, can you tell me what is the sort of the ratio of restricted funds, stuff that's controlled by grant assurances and by federal law that you have to spend on certain things like physical improvements, and how does that compare to the amount of discretionary revenue, if you will? What is your breakdown of restricted versus discretionary revenue? Sort of general fund versus special fund if you were on this side of the table.
Sure. So we actually have no unrestricted revenue. 100% of our revenue is required by federal law to be spent on the airport for airport purposes. There are no exceptions to that. When we accept grant money from the federal government, and in some years it could be as little as $10 or $20 million, and if we have a major project, it could be over $100 million. But when we accept that money, like any federal grant money for anybody who accepts grant money, there are grant assurances attached to that, and those grant assurances run with that grant, and there are legal restrictions on that. So I think that we're talking about 2 different things, if I understand your question correctly.
I think I was inarticulate in the way I asked it. I mean, I'm aware, similar to the port and similar to the DWP, that there are restrictions on making sure that the enterprise funds are spent on the enterprise, the proprietary funds are spent on that proprietary activity, but are there some funds that are more restricted than others? For example, do you have the ability to make decisions about what you spend dollars on within the airport for different types of physical improvements, different parts of the experience?
So I understand the question. So we actually have wide discretion to decide, where to spend our money. This year, our total budget will be about $2.4 billion, and so we're a $2.5 billion business with 3,000 employees, and then on top of that, another $1 to $2 billion in capital. So like any other business, the executives look at how to allocate that capital. So we have wide discretion on how to allocate that capital, to meet the airport's needs and the city's goals. But 100% of that must remain on the airport. So we have zero discretion in that respect.
Gotcha. Okay. I may have others, but I will step aside for a moment.
Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us today. I have a few questions, but to follow up on the conversation with Councilmember McCosker, so you're saying that, you transfer LAWA police officers out to the field from these civilian posts, correct? If what you're trying to moves forward successfully.
We're working with the union that represents those employees to go through a process to do that. But the end result, if we're successful, is that 48 police officers would go back to doing, higher value police work on the streets, of LA, of our community. And then we could potentially backfill them. We would backfill them with city civilians, union city civilians. We're hopeful that we could get a lot of them from LAPD if they're forced to lay off their civilians, because we think the skill sets would be complementary. So if we can work quickly enough on this, we could potentially save the jobs. But irrespective of that, we have to make that move, because when the train opens, we need more police and security officers to properly secure that train on behalf of Angelino's councilwoman.
Wonderful. Thank you for explaining that to me. And the reason I ask is because we've already seen in our LAPD letter that we received that if we were to remove these civilian positions within LAPD, then it would be LAPD officers in those civilian positions, which would cost us 2 to 3 times the amount. And so I don't want to put the city in a position where you are all currently at, which is paying for higher amounts for that work. And so if I could just urge you all to look at other positions or look other places in the city, I think me and my colleagues are going to do our best to try to preserve those positions, because we can't afford it. And so I just wanted to uplift that I hear you, and I'm glad that y'all are moving in the same direction, but if you could just be a little more cautious and intentional, because we don't want to be in that situation moving forward. Just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you very much. And we did a multi-month study to identify these positions. We worked with the police and the command staff, because they know best, what is, higher value police work and what work could be backfilled. And then we also looked at, police departments, airport police departments across the country to make sure we're aligned with the best practices in safety and security.
Thank you for all that work. Thank you. I have 2 more questions. GSD, or that was first most of a statement, sorry. GSD, BSS, BSL, and ITA are all showing 0 revenue projections for the upcoming fiscal year. I'd like to take a closer look at that and better understand the assumptions made behind these figures. What work did these entities do for the Department of Airports this fiscal year? Do you see that continuing in the coming fiscal year?
I'm going to have to defer to my colleague. I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. Yes, I don't think LAWA has GSD doing work for us, and I don't ITA either. We do have MOUs and agreements in place with the Bureau of Contract Administration, and we have an MOU in place to reimburse them for those services, as well as fire and LAPD.
Great, thank you. So in the past budgets, there hasn't been other MOUs with these other departments?
No, you said ITA, GSD, and who else?
GSD, BSS, BSL, and ITA.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Can I get a budget memo on that, please?
Sure.
Thank you so much. In contrast, personnel had a sharp multi-million-dollar increase in reimbursements from the Department of Airports. Do you know what caused this increase, and how do you anticipate that continuing into the next coming fiscal year?
I don't know specifically what that was about. We can report back on that, though.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I'd like that information as a budget memo. Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Thank you, and thanks for being here. I want to drill down a little bit more on something that Tim was talking about in terms of some of the startling statistics you gave us, the 97th worst, 3rd highest cost. Also, I know we have a increased 138% cost on the cost per employment, and we're having this slow. Well, I have it written here. The airline costs per employment have increased 138% since fiscal year 2019. Is that not true?
That seems high. Let me check.
What's that?
I can check.
She's going to check the figures.
Okay. And so we're trying to understand, why our costs have gone up, if that's related to why our overall numbers employments have gone down, or is there a cycle there where we increase the cost and then less planes come and it kind of feeds on itself? What are the real drivers? Not just obviously the international stuff. We all know Trump's tearing us up in terms of international tourism, but we're also seeing domestic tourism down. So and this is very much budget related, not just for LAWA, but this is the driver of our economy here. And all of our numbers. So what are the reasons for that, and are there things within our own airport that we can do to help turn that trend around?
So there was a lot in there. So I'm gonna first just really briefly on the cost per employment, and we'll get you accurate figures for the rate of increase over periods of time. We can put that in a report to you. But because the cost per employment, the denominator is employment. So if your denominator goes down by 14%, the number gets bigger, right? So that the lack of employments has really hurt us because we have less employments to spread our overall cost across.
Does that sort of create a cycle of then more people don't come because it costs more, and then we have fewer and it costs more?
That is the concern. I mean, as I said, it's okay to, pre-pandemic, the two higher cost airports are New York airports. That shouldn't surprise anybody in this country, and we're the third highest cost. Pre-pandemic, that was okay because we were generating much higher revenues, so you could absorb the higher cost. Now, for a variety of reasons, our market is not as attractive, so the revenues are lower and the economics simply don't work. And you asked for some of the reasons, and it's a variety of reasons. International is down. We relied on Asia quite a bit. We were one of the main gateways to Asia, and with Asia trade and traffic down, we're more exposed to that than most airports. But even on the domestic side, as you mentioned, there have been structural shifts in the market. During the pandemic, the U.S. airlines, the big four airlines, fundamentally reshaped their networks, and they retreated more to their kind of fortress hubs. And we're not a hub, we're a spoke. So, so that macro dynamic played against us. Within California, there is a sentiment from people not in California that it's a difficult business climate. We've made it hard for people to succeed here, so capital is making choices. That when the airlines, and we go to airlines and try to convince them to serve our city, we're showing them the future. They're investing several $100 million asset and many years of operating expenses, marketing to develop that market. So they're very interested in kind of the 3, 5, and 10-year horizon. And when they see us actually shrink, our population base shrinking right now, that is the opposite of what they want to hear. So there are a lot of factors, a lot of headwinds, kind of against us right now. And there's literally a dozen different things that are kind of conspiring against us. You mentioned one thing, what can we do? Because we don't just sit back and wait for things to change. That's not how we operate. One thing that, because we pre-pandemic we were more popular, I guess I will say, we've never had a sales team for LAX. Most of the world's airports that we compete with, including the one I just came from, had an actual sales team that's job it is to travel the world and convince airlines to come serve our market. We kind of took, and New York was a similar sentiment, we're New York or LA, who's not going to serve us? Well, the answer is right now, 14% less service, less passengers. So we've put together a sales team, and we're growing that sales team. I will say within the city system, it is very, very, very difficult. At my old place, the sales team would have been established in 90 days. We're a year into it, and we're struggling because within the city system, it's difficult to hire the expertise needed to put together an airline sales team because the city system is not designed to generate that type of talent. So there's a variety of factors, council member, that are, I would say, conspiring against us.
Great. Well, we want to try to help with the ones that we can control. And by the way, is this sales team selling the airport, or are they just selling the region?
They both, but no passenger airline wants to fly to an airport. They want to access a market. So we're really out there selling the region and the market. And that's California, that's Southern California. In my previous place, the team that did that was part of my responsibility. So I've done that for a very long time. And you really are selling the regional economy. You're selling the future, is what you're trying to convince them of.
And will they work with convention and tourism and all the departments? I mean, it seems like you don't want to be. We have other folks doing that same kind of thing. We should all be coordinating, obviously.
We absolutely should all be coordinating. I mean, nobody has as many resources as they would want. We all want more resources, so we absolutely have to coordinate those resources and use them as efficiently as possible.
Well, I just want to open it up to, are the things that we can do here in the city to make it easier for you to succeed and for the airport to succeed, please? And it's not going to be a budget memo, but maybe it's just a special memo, or just I don't even need a memo. Just know that we want to help. So if there are tweaks that we can make, or tweaks in this budget, let us know. I for one, and I know everyone here recognizes the importance of the airport as a driver of our economy here.
Thank you. We actually have a comprehensive set of recommendations that we're going to be bringing forward in the next several weeks. We heard, I was here, I think, two weeks ago today when the mayor delivered her State of the City, and, it was a call to action where, we have to do things differently. If not now, when? And LAWA has been working very hard for the last couple of months, actually predating that. But when we heard her call, we redoubled our efforts, and in a few weeks, we're going to put forth a series of recommendations, some of which we'll need your support for. So we look forward to sharing those with you.
Great. And last thing, you talked about the general fund positions to absorb, which is great, and we appreciate any effort on that. We want to see all of our folks, if anybody does get laid off, to be able to go to another portion of LA. But is there also contract work that the city could be doing to help bolster the city, whether it's BOE or construction forces or city services that may be able to be essentially hired by LAWA to help uphold some of those departments that are suffering right now?
It's a great question, and I'm at the edge of my lane on this, but my teammates are working with BOE and some of those agencies on ways that we could potentially absorb those workers if they are laid off and displace. We have, in some cases, LAWA.
I'm not talking about the displaced workers aspect. I'm talking about literally contracting with the city to do some of the LAWA work.
Oh, we do a lot of that already. That was, the $1 billion that we've reimbursed the city for. We do quite a bit of that already, and we're always looking for ways that we could do more. And some of our proposals that we'll be bringing in the next few weeks will be ways that would be, revenue neutral or positive, and city employee positive. And so we hope to get support for those. We have some ideas there that would reduce our burden on the city and allow us to be more successful on behalf of the city.
Great, thank you.
Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for being here. But I really was listening to you talk about the studies about the downward trend in our city. So in your studies, does construction and congestion have anything to do with that? And do you believe that once we're, up and at 'em, we'll trend back up again?
I honestly don't, council member. I don't think it has anything to do with our construction. I mean, there are airports around the country that have major construction projects and major congestion that are thriving. So I think it has anything to do with our construction, unfortunately.
I was hoping you'd say, yep. Then
I more than anybody, I would hope that we had an easy answer for this. But as I mentioned earlier, there's a dozen different factors that are really conspiring against us that we need to attack all at once.
Like my colleagues, we're here to help. I want you to be assured of that. I just have another question about completion. How soon do you think the people mover will be done?
It's scheduled, the passenger service availability date that we negotiated last summer is December 8th. We still believe we can get it delivered by December 8th, but as I've said previously, we don't intend to put it in service with actual customers until early in the following year, early in 2026. We'll put it in service. No airport or no major agency would try to turn something on 2 weeks before Christmas, so we're going to get it done, put it to bed for a few weeks, and then we'll get after it after the holidays, and we'll put it together, put it in use sometime after the first of the year.
Thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you. Chairwoman, I would like to make those two budget memo requests actually just a special study, if possible.
Wonderful.
Thank you. And then to include, if y'all could include any recommendations on how we can better our reimbursement process. I hear that you're having a hard time hiring people, but yet we're putting more into the personnel department for receipts, right? So just want to understand more of what that looks like and if there's any ways that we can facilitate that process so we can get reimbursed faster or just make sure that we can get our money so we can move our city forward too. But that's it. Thank you, Chairwoman.
I want to say that the personnel department has been really great to work with. Ms. Billups and her team, we're working very collaboratively with them, so I didn't want to take any of the comments I made to be...
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
We're seeing it throughout the city in all our departments. It's been a struggle. And I just want to make a comment. Last night I was at LAX, and I was dropping someone off for their flight, and it was probably one of the easiest times. And I don't, if you love somebody, if you're gonna take them to LAX, I think everybody in LA knows that. But I was like, let's go check it out. And I just want to say that from going just a couple years ago to now, there is a big difference. The flow of people was good. I dropped them off at Bradley, in the Bradley terminal. So I just want to uplift that it does look a lot better and it was a lot more fluid. So y'all are moving forward. So thank you.
That's very kind of you to say. Our team is working really, really hard, and I guess I would say if you're impressed now, give us a couple of years, and what you see. We released a video a couple of weeks ago. The future is incredibly exciting for our airport, and notwithstanding some of the kind of negative comments in my remarks, we will be ready for the Olympics. We're ready for the Paralympics. We're going to be ready for the World Cup. Like, we will be ready, and we will show up, and we will be excellent on behalf of this city.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Councilmember Blumenfield.
Yeah. One more question. This is more just getting your advice, which is, we're dealing with a convention center right now and some critical decisions on it, and it's a major P3. You've just undertaken the biggest P3 we've seen in a very, very long, in our history, probably, and did experience some cost overruns and some delays and a number of things. I mean, it's an incredible project. Is there any thoughts or advice as we start to contemplate whether to go this route before the Olympics, whether that's realistic, and can we move forward on that? You have a very unique bird's eye view into how those P3s work. So just to get your advice on something that is massively will affect our finances.
Thank you for that question. And first of all, I think that, rebuilding the convention center to put a world-class convention center that this city deserves is absolutely the right move. We actually, our LAWA team was in front of the Triple T committee just recently testifying on that same issue. And so we actually have extensive, advice that we can offer any city agency that wants our help. We've offered that previously. But in general, what we said is, I think, we are involved in a P3 that is not going the way we would want it to. It's going to be more than 2 years late, and it's going to be over budget. But what we said, and I'm an economics major, not an engineer, but what we said in general was that a P3 is an excellent structure, but getting the structure right up front, and it's the contracting mechanism that is everything, is absolutely critical. So we don't want the city to interpret our difficulties with our P3 as all P3s are bad. A P3 can be the right delivery mechanism for a project, but you have to get the right partner and you have to have the right contracting vehicle. And again, we offered some pretty extensive comments on it. We'd be happy to come brief anybody who would like on our specific lessons learned.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That was very helpful for you to be in Triple T at that last meeting, and I do look forward to the memo or the suggestions that y'all are making on things we can do immediately and things we can do to restructure and things we can do in the charter. We talked about that extensively. I really, really appreciate it. I just want to give you an opportunity to spend a couple of minutes to go into dangerous territory, because it's something that's going to be coming up in committee and council soon, and that's the living wage at the airport. I want you to spend a couple of minutes just describing what are the observations you might make or the expectations you might have should that pass, and where your revenues will go, up or down, where your experience at the airport will go, up or down. Good luck.
Thank you for the opportunity, Councilmember McCosker. Look, what I've said previously is that you have to look at, if you look at it from a LAWA perspective, it will not impact, our P&L at all in the short term. Over the long term, it absolutely will. But as I said in our remarks, while we are very strong right now, our business partners are suffering. Our local business partners, our global business partners, they are suffering. And what I shared previously is that 100% of the business partners who've expressed an opinion on the effect of that ordinance to me have said it will hurt their business and they will do less business in Los Angeles over the long term if that passes because of the additional pressure we'll put on their costs. That is what our partners are telling me. We are very concerned because we already have partners that are in difficulty. This council approved a relief package last year for some of our concessionaires that basically kept them afloat, and that was even before this ordinance. And we will be bringing a similar package for additional concessionaires in the not too distant future this summer because of pressure they are already under. So again, I think, I know that they have spoken for themselves and provided data, but every single one has expressed to me that a further increase in the minimum wage will hurt their ability to do business at our airport. And if it does, we'll be forced to try to replace them. And in this environment, replacing a long-time business partner who is experienced in our operations, knows how to do things. If they can't succeed, I think it's going to be challenging to replace them with someone who is miraculously going to do better coming in new. So it could put us in significant jeopardy. And for us, long term, that would likely lead to less airline flights, less revenues, and it becomes kind of a downward spiral. That is what that we are concerned about. Again, even with the comments, all the comments I made, that previously that were seen as gloomy, those don't take into account the living wage. Those are the headwinds we currently face today, and the living wage our partners are telling us would put further headwinds in front of them. But again, LAWA itself does not have a position on the living wage. I'm telling you what our partners are telling us, and I believe them. I don't think they are bluffing.
Councilmember Blumenfield. Oh, Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you. I just remembered another thing that's I think really important to me is you are all one of the only regulatory authorities over autonomous vehicles. Can you share a little bit about what plans you might have to regulate them? Any conversations about a utilization fee to help generate revenue, perhaps to support some of the businesses in the airport? I would love to hear more about that, because as a city, we don't have the regulatory authority that you all have, been granted by the state.
So thank you for that question. We are in conversations with, in this case, Waymo is the only one that's ready right now. We're in conversations with them. They come fairly close to the airport. Right now, we don't think that it's possible to safely integrate them into our operations. I'm delighted that you had a great experience in the infamous horseshoe, but that's not the experience of all of our guests. So we're not going to put additional risk and strain into the horseshoe, but in our automated people mover project, we actually have dedicated areas at train stations for that type of activity. So our plan is when we open up the automated people mover, we'll integrate them into the operation with the other options like Uber and Lyft and taxis and limousines and all that kind of stuff. We have a dedicated area that will be built for them. So that is the plan.
Great. Can we get a special study? Thank you for sharing that update. Can we get a special study on what it looks like for LAWA to implement a utilization fee for autonomous vehicles?
We're not prepared to set a fee yet, but it would be similar to, we have access fees for Uber and Lyft, privilege fees, because they're accessing our market and they're benefiting from the billions of dollars in investment that this city has made. So we're not prepared to share a fee yet, but we're happy to comply with whatever with the study, but we may not be able to put a number in that.
Of course.
Yet. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
All right. You all asked all my questions. Thank you very much for being here. I know you don't have to be here, haven't been here in the past. We really appreciate you coming in. It was a really helpful presentation, so thank you very much. It hasn't been traditional to have the proprietaries come in during budget, so we appreciate you being here.
We appreciate the opportunity to share. We're very proud of the men and women at LAWA and what they all do for the city, and looking forward to helping, so thank you.
Appreciate it very much. Thank you so much for the presentation. All right, colleagues. We are now going to move back to memos. As a reminder, as I noted at the top of today's meeting, we have a placeholder on the agenda for committee members to ask a department we've already heard from to come back to the table to answer any follow-up questions we all might have, not to discuss their memos, which they haven't yet prepared, but simply if you realize there was a policy area you wanted to touch on but did not, and that is relevant to making budget decisions. So, colleagues, are there any departments you wish to call back to hear from again briefly at the end of today on a specific issue that's budget related? Let me know. Yes, Councilwoman. CAO will be here. Okay, CAO. I have a couple questions on the Measure M local return funding list, so we'll ask the CAO and maybe LADOT back later, and we would do that at the end. Okay, anybody else? All right, we're going to turn now to memos. We all should have the draft memo list from Friday. Any edits to Friday's memo? Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On 867, I'd like to take...
Which department is that, please?
One second, please.
867.
Rec and Parks.
Rec and Parks, 867.
Sorry. Rec and Parks, 867. I want to take out the $6.2 million number.
Take out the $6.72 million number?
6.2.
$6.2 million number.
Correct.
Okay. Anyone else have edits? Councilmember McCosker.
Thank you very much. I actually have edits to 3 memos, not all of which were on Friday, so I beg your indulgence. For street lighting, which was Friday, 810, number 810, it says report on the feasibility of borrowing against the potential street lighting assessment prior to its implementation. And the change is, right now it says include by what date, and I didn't mean by what date. I want it to say include the earliest step in the assessment process by which the city would be able to securitize the funding. I'm not asking for a date, I'm asking for a step in the process. And then on number 690, we had a report on the feasibility of restoring $1.5 million in the Bureau of Sanitation. It correctly says that we'd like to see a stable funding source, but I want to have the last sentence say identified any potential immediate funding offsets, including the GCP. I say that because I think that would be just a one-time fix, as long as we're looking for stable sources. And then finally, Madam Chair, on 288, this is actually under police, so it's a little bit old, but I want to add something. It says report on the number of hiring classes that might be reduced to create enough savings to restore the eliminated civilian positions that cannot be backfilled. The change I want to make is at the next sentence. It says additionally, report on the number of overtime hours that would need to be reduced. I want to say comma, banked, and then comma, or treated as compensated time only, CTO time only, to create the same amount of savings. So it's just adding or treated as CTO only. Just those 3 changes, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And one on street services.
I had one more on street services. I apologize. It would just add at number 756, just the opening 4 words would be instruct the CAO to, and then report on who, and it would be remain the same, just instructing the CAO to do the work. Thanks.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Great. I've got one on 858, which is the Department of Water and Power. It's near the end. It basically should read instead, the Department of Water and Power, and then add, in collaboration with BOE and GSD, to report back with an MOU to streamline and fund renewable energy efficiency upgrades and host renewable assets on city land and property in order to achieve long-term savings for ratepayers citywide and eliminate emissions. That's just language change there.
Any more?
Nope.
Colleagues, anyone else? Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you. I would like for, on DWP 855, to add the word new. So report on the cost for the Department of Water and Power to add 2 new water trucks. And then for Bureau of Street Services on Memo 750, which we already voted on, but I want to include BSS in that report.
Great.
And I have one more, sorry.
Go ahead.
And then Memo 914, which is a report on restoring field revenue generating positions, grant-funded positions, positions that ensure compliance with local and state laws, and positions that would expose the city to legal liabilities if not funded in the planning department. This includes positions in systems, GIS, and graphics that are special funded, field administration and support positions that are special funded, the technical units, mobility plan positions, and positions needed to complete projects and community plans that have reached a critical stage in their development and would be more costly in time and cost to be paused or canceled. This includes positions needed to continue and finish the policy to reduce barriers for ground-mounted solar citywide, Council File 23-0141. And it's a combination of 921 and 914.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does that make sense? CLA, CIO. Okay.
We ran it by them.
Great.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay. Seeing no more changes, I move adoption of this list as modified by committee members. Do we need to vote on that? No. Great. Okay. Colleagues, also on Friday, I asked you to take a look at the memo list and think about prioritizing which memos you'd like to get out first and foremost, because there's an order of operation when they come out, so that the departments and the CAO know which we want released ASAP. As I mentioned on Friday, that's especially important because we have more than 200 memos so far, and we have all day today to get through as well, so there'll be more than 200. If a memo has the potential to increase the general fund or is a review of potential offsets proposed by departments, these are already going to be prioritized. You don't need to call them out now unless you feel a need to make explicit. So we're going to go through and just say, these are the ones I really need sooner. And then also, if there are ones that you're comfortable making a special study, that will take a little longer to come back. Also for today, later, we're going to have a chance to, we're going to have to approve the draft memo list for today before we go into recess for 2 days. So I'm going to ask you later to note priorities from today's departments when we approve today's memo list. Okay, so we'll do this again at the end of today. Does that make sense? So we're going to do it twice. The priority from the past ones that we've already asked for, and then at the end of this meeting, priority for the ones that we're asking for today. I think, colleagues, it makes the most sense to read out the department and the memo number, and then my team and others can capture everyone's lists and circulate it with the CAO and the CLA and relevant departments. I will go ahead and start and speak slowly. So under CAO, memo number 1 and 21. GCP, memo 60. Office of Finance, 213. Fire, 326, 331, and 334. ITA, 380. Personnel, 335. CIFD, 584. Sanitation, 697. LADOT, 616 and 651. BSL, 795. LADBS, 897. Animal Services, 96. Exhibit H, 162. And Homeless Budget, 409, 449, and 464. Y'all need me to repeat that? And if you say the one that someone else already mentioned, that's okay. It's okay if there's a lot going on here. So And then also we have a proposed list of memos that could be transitioned to special studies to try and alleviate the large number of memos, like I said. So we'll have CAO distribute the list of what they're proposing be transitioned to a special study for us to review. And I'm going to just read that out now. And we'll also make sure everyone has hard copies of this so you can look at it. Oh, we don't have that. Not yet. Not yet.
We have to, let's do priorities first.
Okay, let's do priorities first. So colleagues, I'm just going to call on you one at a time to go over your priorities for what you want released and completed sooner versus later. Like what's particularly important in helping us inform this budget. Okay, Councilmember Kosker, you ready to go first?
Sure thing.
Great.
So I have 12 matters. Memo 281, police. Memo 687, sanitation. 493, homelessness. 319, fire. 59, CIO. 888, RAP. 795, street lighting. 430, homelessness. 288, police. 641, DOT and finance. 64, CIO. 331, fire. And 810, street lighting.
Wonderful. Who wants to go next? Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you. 107, Capital Finance Administration. 11, CAO. 49, CAO. 792, CIFD. 965, disability. 151, Exhibit H. 208, finance. 225, finance. 328, fire. 59, GCP. 233, general services. 388, 387, not 388. 387, information, ITA. 369, personnel. 924, planning. 291, police. 295, police. 274, police. 293, police. 667, Board of Public Works. 672, Board of Public Works. And my last few, 876, RAP. 795, street lighting. 801, street lighting. 691, sanitation. 780, street services. And 649, transportation. I could have done better.
Did you?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Hutt, you ready?
I'm ready.
Go ahead,
Thank you,
please.
Madam Chair. 63, CAO. 154, CAO. 216, Finance. 253, Police. 385, ITA. 584, CAO. 612, Transportation. 614, Transportation. 615, CAO. 616, Transportation. 640, Transportation. 641, Transportation. 674, CAO. 687, Sanitation. 815, Bureau of Street Lighting. 862, RAP. 836, Contract Administration. 864, RAP. 914, Planning. 365, Disability. And then a combination in one memo, 182, CAO, 244, Harbor, and 961, Cannabis, in a combined memo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Blumenfield?
Okay. 34, 36 combined on CAO. CTIEP number 120. Also combining 127, 133 for CTIEP. That can be one. 148 Exhibit H. 335 fire, although I think someone may have said that. 7 GCP opioid. 237 GSD. 438 homeless. ITA 376, 378. LASA 478. Believe the police 251 was called already, but if not. And then Board of Public Works 674, 78, 79, and 67. BOE 731, 733, 744. BSS 761, that's the STAP. DOT, the 631 through 4, they're kind of related. Then planning 936, 938, 939, and then lastly BSL 820 and 770 can be a special. So that's it.
Okay. Great. It's fewer than 200.
Can I clarify that the DOT was 631, 32, 43, and 44? I think I might have said 33, 34 when it's 43, 44.
Okay. We have that? Yeah, we have that. Okay. Okay, and we're going to come back to the special study piece later in the meeting. So if there are things that, there'll be some recommendations from CAO on what might become a special study, and if there are things that you also can volunteer, that would be helpful. Okay, we're going to move on now to City Clerk. Welcome. Welcome. Good morning. Please go ahead and introduce yourself and have your team do the same.
Thank you. I'm Petty Santos. I'm the interim city
Can
clerk.
you bring that much closer to your
Sorry.
mouth?
I'm Petty Santos, the interim city clerk.
My name's Sofia Anguiano, and I oversee Neighborhood Council elections and funding.
I'm Ed Moreno, the Administrative Division Chief for City Clerk.
Christopher Garcia, Assistant Division Manager for LA City Elections and Business Improvement Districts.
Michael Holland, City Archivist and Records Management Officer.
All right, welcome. We received your letter. Is there anything from the letter in particular you want to highlight? You want to sort of give brief remarks, and then we can jump into questions.
I do have a few brief remarks. I just wanted to say that once we put the letter together, as we were putting the letter together, as you know, we were focusing on filled positions to avoid any layoffs in our department. We only have 12 actual filled positions that are slated for elimination. Since the letter's been written, we've come up with additional ways to save those eliminated positions. So we'd like to just take layoffs off the table for our department if possible, and maybe alleviate some work on your end as well.
Why don't you go ahead and make that a memo?
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's because of vacancies and things that have happened since the letter was written. Then what I'll just sort of identify is that helps eliminate any need for any layoffs. What we can't do is increase service levels right now. While we're committed to say that we will go ahead and lose our vacant positions in favor of not losing any filled positions, it's going to be very hard to say that we can get better at doing things like paying bills quicker, executing contracts faster, getting our personnel cases done any quicker. Some things that are directly hit that we dug as deep as we could that we aren't able to find funding for that are vacant positions that would still really affect those things as far as serving the council and the 900 employees that we actually do support would be The accounting staff that we are losing, which is there's 2 accounting clerks, there's an accountant, there's also a management analyst. Those 4 positions are directly related to executing contracts and paying invoices and those things that drive all of you crazy, we know. Because we're not great at it. It's slow right now. We've had a heck of a turnover, and trying to recover from that has been extremely challenging. So that's where we are with that. We're committed to mapping out our processes and trying to find efficiencies. We needed to be doing that before this budget crisis, and we are committed to doing more with less and not having that be a negative connotation. It's just something we want to do to be more efficient. But we don't see any immediate relief to the problems that we've had in executing contracts and the timeliness of payments of invoices by not backfilling our vacant positions in those areas. I think that's, and we're ready to answer questions.
Wonderful. I'm going to turn it over to Councilwoman Hutt to lead us in these questions.
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, and I have a few questions. So you talked about service impacts, especially losing accounting staff vacancies. What other service impacts do you believe that will have?
By not filling our vacancies, some areas where we know we have immediate concerns, it's the same story we've been telling every year, is in our records management and records retention archives unit. It's a very small department, but it's related to a lot of work that's done throughout the city. Right now, for instance, after the fires, building and safety and planning have been impacting our department in a great way of getting good information from us of properties in the Palisades, et cetera. When I say we're a small team, we have a manager, 2 clerical staff, and a warehouse toolroom worker. They need a relief factor. We have one of the areas that we're trying to fill, and we have found funding for it, it's the only vacant position that we've worked on finding funding for would be the administrative help in the records management center. It's an admin clerk, but I mean, it's just very critical. We hit critical mass there. We've asked in the past to get more positions for that unit, and we've gotten them, but then we weren't able to fill them, and then they get swiped when this happens. And so we really know that we're going to be impacted in records management if we don't fill those vacancies. Then we worked on getting an additional analyst to help with the executing contracts, and we did succeed originally of getting an analyst to help with contracts, but we're going to go ahead and use that as a vacant position that we're going to fill someone in because we also lost an analyst in our contracts unit. So again, I just don't see a good relief on getting faster or even close to reasonable time frame on paying bills and executing contracts. It's been rough, and without process mapping it, getting a system, just figuring out how we can be more efficient, that's going to take time. We don't have the staff to do it, and the burnout rate is high, so our turnover rate in accounting has been very high.
Thank you for that. So I have more questions. How do you feel that the clerk's office will be able to fulfill all the obligations required to run council and our council committees?
You know, that is an area where we felt like was ripe for looking at mapping out the processes and seeing what we can do. We've had 10 legislative assistants before. We're sort of, we slated to have 11, but there's a vacancy, and so we're willing to lose one of those vacancies in favor of saving our filled positions. But we do think that we're going to be able to manage that with the staff that we have and doing some reorganizing of work processes. We don't see a huge impact in that. We can't. That's one of our 3 core functions, and we don't plan on losing any impact there.
But you did lose one vacancy then.
We are choosing to lose a vacancy of a legislative assistant in order to keep our filled positions. We're using the funding for that.
So are there any ideas that you have that will help you fulfill contracts, or because you said your contract department will be a little slow without the support? So
right.
Any ideas?
One idea that we had is we worked with Councilmember Price, for instance. He has some contracts that he's trying to get going. There's about 40 of them for one of the projects that he's trying to get moving. We went ahead and hired a couple part-time staff that we know. So we pulled different general managers citywide. We found some people who excel in contracting, and we have 2 people that we've just helped him put on staff to specifically focus on those contracts. So that was one innovative idea. Other than that, we continue to try to cross-train everyone. We will be moving people around in order to save these filled positions. So, you'll no longer be doing this. You're going to move over to this unit and do that. So those are some ways that we're trying to just use staff differently to get more done.
Thank you. So I have a different question. In the $10 million budgeted for the 2026 June primary election, is that enough to cover our shared cost of the election to the county, at least on one ballot measure, is sufficient?
It could be. We always budget for at least 10 measures. We don't usually have 10 measures. The county, though, in the past couple of years, it's been sort of hit and miss on being on target for the what we've budgeted for. Their initial invoice did come in, or I'm sorry, not the invoice, but the estimate came in at $12 million. So we're setting aside 10. In the past, we've been a couple million, $1.5 million. We could have been off on either over or under on their estimate. So we think 10 will do it.
And then if we do more than the number of ballot measures, will we get a discounted rate at all from the county for a bundle?
No, the more you have, the more it costs to print the ballot. I don't know if Chris wants to speak more to that, but there's not really a bundled rate.
I mean, have we asked them, understanding where we are in the budget, for a discount? Never asked. And what were you going to say, Chris? Sorry, go ahead.
Chris, did you want to talk at all about how they do the invoices for the ballots, or for what the county charges us?
Actually, it would have to report back on the exact process for the ballots, for charging for the ballots, but we haven't explored a discount with them, but with our county partners, we can explore that.
You said you can or cannot?
We can.
Okay,
but it can't
I won't
guarantee
ask for a budget memo, but what I will ask for is a study on what the cost is, and if we increase, can we ask for a bundle rating, understanding where we are and what our budget is at that 10 million mark? And then I'd also like to ask for a budget memo on your proposed offset outlines. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Blumenfield?
Sure. I'm very concerned about the not being able to do contracts on time, and I've been yelling and screaming about this for years, and it's a major detriment to the city and to small businesses who contract small nonprofits, women-owned. It's the biggest hurdle we have to having a more diverse and pool of contractors, and for getting better deals on things. It's just our own inefficiency. So, very concerned, but I guess I'll do it in the form of a special study, recommendations to reduce the administrative burden of issuing contracts and processing payment requests. If there were anything right now that you thought we could do in this budget, well, you mentioned the positions, so I guess I'll ask for a budget impact on those positions, and then a special study on sort of the bigger process issue, because I think this is a big issue for the city. Separately, neighborhood council budgets, wanted to ask you about that. How much of the clerk's work in terms of staff time is related to like the neighborhood purpose grants versus the nuts and bolts of neighborhood council operations, such as rent or office supplies or printing or mailing?
Sure. A good average, I would say, is about 35% of our analyst time who are working on the neighborhood council funding project about 35 to 38% of that time is spent on neighborhood purposes grants. It's one of the items that we do that actually takes their staff time as opposed to something that's more rote, like just paying their bills or looking at credit card transactions or things like that. So it's about 35% staff time of the staff that work there.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hernandez and then Councilmember McCosker.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you so much for being here with us today. How many departments does the clerk offer administrative support and services to?
And it varies on what type of support. Some of them it's HR, some of it's admin, some of it's payroll. It's 6.
So we have small 5 departments, youth department, youth development department, SHRED, OPA, El Pueblo, and YDD.
Wonderful. And all of our contracting and all of the voting and elections things as well, right? What impact would eliminating the 9 filled positions have on the support the clerk office provides council offices for contracts and vendor payments? I know we've touched on it a little bit, but I need you to be very specific because we're all going through it, but I will be honest, we didn't fix it in the last budget, and we should have.
Right.
We didn't fix it in the budget before, and so I'm hoping that this budget we do make an investment because all of our 15 offices and plus feel it, just trying to get a contract on, and it's not because y'all aren't doing the work, it's just we haven't funded it appropriately. Because we know we can process these things at a very efficient level. We see it in other departments, but because they have the staff to do it. So can you talk a little bit about that, please?
Right, I feel like as we're hiring our accounting staff, we make very good use of the Target Local Hire program. So the folks that are coming in are, they're learning from scratch. They're learning how to make payments in FMS, which can be quite technical. The CAO has been great on working with us on training them, but it is a bit of a lead up once you hire someone new. They also get trained here and then they move on to other departments. The goal obviously is to promote if they can. So turnover in accounting for us has been a huge issue. It's one of the areas where we just have constant turnover. Without having these positions available, we lack a lot of relief factor. So there's, if we tell you someone's on vacation and so that can't get done, that is the worst customer service answer to give someone. They're on vacation, so you have to wait an additional week. We try not to do that, but it's very hard with limited staffing and someone who's already got a stack of work to do to say you've got to pick up their work as well. So we just don't have that relief factor. They do a lot of overtime. We do a lot of payments that for whatever reason are rushed elsewhere that come to us that we have to help get out. And so you might find out on a Wednesday you have 80 payments that need to happen by Friday. So we have overtime that we're racking up, and it's increasing their level of morale and just kind of burnout. So those are areas where I think that, just having some additional staff will help. And we're constantly working on trying to make it more efficient, though, figuring out, what are people's strengths? How can we move, this type of job to this type of accounting staff to make it work? I don't want to give up on the fact that we can do more with less. We're just hitting critical mass on there's just so much work and there's just so many people to do it. So they feel like they can't take a day off, they can't take a vacation. If they do, they're worried that the people that they support are not going to get supported fast enough. I know this is not a new story. With our analysts, we have 3 analysts dedicated to doing the 15 council offices and any type of contracts that we need to create for you all, and the fund transfers and things like that. And we manage over about 50 special funds as well.
50?
50. Some of them are not very active, and some are. It just depends on the fund. So we were looking for another analyst there. We had a project coordinator that we were doing an add delete to make that an analyst, and that would give us 4 analysts, and we think that would really help spread the workload as well. But in adding that position, we're moving a filled person into that vacancy and losing the position that filled person was in. So we're going to be down to 3 again. That's why I'm saying we're continuously trying to work on ways to make it better, but there's not going to be any immediate promises because of the staffing levels.
No, I understand. I mean, it's like a car without any gas. We keep putting more into it, but not enough gas. So I hear that, and we do talk about it regularly. And
I know, just talked to Helena this morning.
We haven't addressed it, and so because I know this is something that's not my expertise, but I hear it regularly. I've heard it the last 3 budget cycles that I've been a part of. I would like to put a budget memo effectuating the recommendations provided by the city clerk's office in their letter, please. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Councilmember McCosker.
Thank you very much. And thank you. I heard at the outset that you have spent some more time, which I really appreciate, well, I'm sure we all appreciate, and have other offsets or alternatives for being able to replace all the filled positions. And so that really, and I appreciate the chair asked for a memo on that, so I'm looking forward to that. But I just wanted to highlight a couple of areas, and maybe you'll say that's what you're looking at. When I see the cut in your accounting function and see how much work is happening there, which has been a thrust of the questions, one of the things that we note is that is a record of having paid a total of about 1,500 invoices, $39 million for Inside Safe. Can you talk about sort of the volume of that work and how you're supporting Inside Safe? And if you know, because the clerk knows everything about the city, where else are sort of Inside Safe bills getting paid? Because $39 million is a lot of money and it's a lot of work, but there's other checks being cut as well.
Right. We have I don't know if the CAO wants to chime in, but we have a partnership with the CAO, the GSD. The Inside Safe contracts are originated somewhere else. Then they have a process where they go to the CAO, they get to us. The CAO gets them in a format that they're in a payable format, and then we go through the process to do the payment processing. In that loop, there's a lot of rush invoices. That's the example that I can give you where sometimes we get, and I wouldn't say it's happened necessarily so recently. I'd have to have someone co-sign on that. But there was a time in our recent history where we'll get a notice on Wednesday that here's a stack, there's 80 to 100 plus invoices, then we'd like to have these out by Friday so that we can get the checks out. That's an example of our life with the Inside Safe invoices, but we do just do the payables side of it.
But it's a lot of work, which I'm sure is greatly appreciated, but 1,500 invoices, might account for all of it, but $39 million does not account for all of the money that flows through Inside Safe. So are there other
The
points
1,500 invoices, I'm sorry, are all the invoices that we do, not just Inside Safe. I don't know if that was clear.
And I think what I was getting at is inarticulately asking, there must be other invoices and other payments on Inside Safe that are originating, processing, and going out from somewhere else. And maybe that's a CAO question. And it sounds like a recipe for inefficiency, that you're doing a great job with it, but you're not doing all the job. It's also happening somewhere else. And breaking up processes indicate the possibility of inefficiencies within the system for moving dollars through Inside Safe.
I think we could report back. I pretty much know our piece of the pie on it.
Maybe it's just the CAO, and I will say this, and I may revise this later, just giving us an answer now and possibly giving us an accounting of where all of it originates and how it moves through the system, because I just described, if it's broken up and paid out of different places, that is a recipe for either mistakes or redundancies or other problems.
Ben Sahel with the CAO. The CAO does play a role as far as reviewing invoices that come through Inside Safe, but as far as payments are concerned, they all come from the same account, and that account is administered by the city clerk, because that account, in many cases, as you know, mayor and council's discretionary accounts and other accounts to that nature are managed by the city clerk. And so we do play a role, like I said, in reviewing the invoices, but when it comes to actual payments and approval for final check distribution, that eventually flows back to the city clerk, so that those checks can be cut from those accounts that are managed by the clerk.
So maybe it is the wrong question, or I'm making a bad assumption. Why is that amount only $39 million through the city clerk?
I'm not sure where that amount is coming from.
Okay. Okay, good. I'm not going to ask for any kind of memo or study, because I think this issue will naturally be addressed in our request for a division, or pulling together the Inside Safe into some other sort of organizational structure. So I'm going to just leave it there for now. I wanted to ask really quickly about Business Improvement District management. and what's happening with business improvement management in this proposed budget and how you're addressing it in the memo that we'll be seeing from you later.
There's not much of an effect on our business improvement district management. We had a accounting position there that we were planning on moving over to help us in the administrative unit for everything else that we've talked about for accounting. Other than that, I don't believe there are any other positions slated for elimination in the bid unit.
Great. Then I have no requests for studies or memos since you had asked for one at the outset. Thank you.
Great. Colleagues? Councilmember Blumenfield?
Yeah, one quick one. Wanted to learn a little bit more about how you prioritize the contracts that you have, because I know in the past, you know, there's an issue. I mean, oftentimes you'd be like, you'd have a pecking order, like you do the mayor's inside safe first on homeless, and then you do the other. And I mean, that's what I understood before. You have so many competing interests. How do you set those priorities in terms of, is it first come first serve, or do you have other ways to prioritize?
No, it is first come, first serve, and just, again, we don't do the inside safe contracts themselves. We just do the payment on it. So that's not competing for anything. Of the 15 council districts, we have our analysts divided by those council districts, and they take them in as they take them in. They start working on all of them pretty quickly, and then it's very evident as you go on. You can see where we kind of lag on, you know, you get to a point in the contract and then it just kind of stalls because you need more information. But it's pretty much first in, try to be first out, depending on if you can get all the information right away to get that contract done.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate all the work.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to move now to animal services. While you're coming to the table, I want to thank you for being here. I want to acknowledge and thank all of the staff and volunteers who do the day-to-day care work that our animals depend upon to keep everything running. You deserve our gratitude, and we support this department. There's been sort of one of the many things that we all have agreed on is that we need to support animal services. So I want to thank also everyone who came out to speak in support of animal services during public comment. My team and I know colleagues, all of you, have been listening to and reading the comments, and I intend to follow up on much of what has been suggested to make sure that this department is strong and has the resources it needs. I'm really pleased that we restored the $5 million in the UB already. That direction was already given. And we'll ask the department to talk us through how these funds will be used within the department. It's still our job, though, to make sure there's efficiency within the department that's at full cost recovery, and that leadership and volunteers are able to do what's best for the animals that need us. So with that, welcome. Please go ahead and introduce yourself and your team.
Good morning, committee chair and members. I'm Annette Ramirez, the interim general manager for the Department of Animal Services, and I'm joined today by Curtis Watts, our assistant general manager, and Sharon Lee, our senior management analyst.
Wonderful. We've all received your letter. Is there anything in particular you want to highlight, or do you want to just jump into questions with which council member Blumenfield is going to lead us on?
I would like to make a few brief comments.
Go right ahead.
Okay, so I'd like to thank the Budget and Finance Committee for your instructions to the CLA to reappropriate the $5 million provided in the unappropriated balance in the mayor's proposed budget. This will allow the department to retain 62 of its filled positions and keep all of the shelters open and operating. I would also like to thank the Department of Animal Services staff, volunteers, and the animal advocacy community for their time and for using their voices to advocate for the city residents and the animals. The department is requesting the restoration of an additional positions, which are 5 filled positions, which were vacant at the time the proposed budget was calculated. These positions include 1 senior animal control officer, which was filled through an in-house promotion, 1 senior administrative clerk, which was filled through the TLH program, and 3 administrative clerks, 1 filled through the TLH program and 2 through a 1014 reasonable accommodation. The department also requests the restoration of 1 vacant position, which is the accounting clerk for our payroll section, to ensure payroll is properly handled. The cost for these positions totals $684,710, which includes the wages account, salary savings rate, and the related costs. If there is a requirement of an offset, the department can offer Blue Book item number 18, which is $790,125 from the contractual services account for canine enrichment coordinators. The department can increase volunteer support for out-of-kennel enrichment for dogs. However, would like to bring to your attention that the very nature of our volunteer service is inconsistent, which can result in dogs again being kept in kennels for long periods of time without out-of-kennel enrichment, resulting in high-stress behaviors, which can increase the number of bite incidents. The department has been very publicly scrutinized for the lack of enrichment, and we understand the importance of providing for the mental well-being of the dogs in our care and the potential impact on liability payouts. If the proposed offset is required, it would have a balance of an additional $42,658, which we would request to be restored to the contractual services account, which is utilized for repair of laundry machines, servicing of our x-ray machines, and cost of medical testing, which we cannot go without, as well as our cell phone service costs. In conclusion, the programming positions we're requesting are to maintain a minimum standard of care, maintain already filled positions, and help with the pet overpopulation we're experiencing. I thank the committee for your time and consideration, and we are available to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. We're going to start with Councilmember Blumenfield.
Thank you so much, and very much appreciate the presentation and your statement about the $5 million moving from the UB, keeping the shelters open. Does that also, what does impact the spay and neuter program?
So currently, the spay-neuter program in the Arts Committee approved alternative number 1, which was to increase the spay-neuter vouchers for free spay-neuter for public and for shelter adoptions, which would increase the cat voucher from $70 to $120 and the dog voucher from $125 to $195. The current amount allotted in the Spay-Neuter Trust Fund does not allow for that increase to take place, and we would need an additional $785,000 to provide that increase to the vouchers.
Okay, so I'd like to get a budget memo on options for that. The memo, the budget proposes a $100,000 cut from the animal food grain allocation, but of course, fiscal year 23-24, was allocated $400,000. So what impact is that going to have on your operations?
So the allotment that we received for feed and grain for the animals has not been able to sustain us for the year. What we actually end up doing is utilizing funds from the Animal Welfare Trust Fund to cover the cost required for the feed for the animals.
Okay, so I guess we should get a budget impact report on the funding it would take to actually allocate the money for the food line item that's needed. Small thing is that there was a $30,000 reduction in phone services. Is that going to impact your ability to do, the hotspots in the shelters, and is that a big issue for you? Is there ways to make that work?
It is an obstacle for us because we utilize, our staff are mobile. They're walking through the shelters. They're not necessarily sitting at a desk where they have access to a stationary phone. However, we do believe that we can find funding within our current allotment to cover that cost.
Great, that's important. Bigger question, big picture, sort of stepping back. There's been talk about turning over animal services to have nonprofits run some or all of our shelters. Do you have any thoughts on that idea, or how that could be helpful or hurtful, and what are you thinking?
Yeah, we actually have a private partnership in 2 of our facilities, the Northeast Shelter in Mission Hills, as well as a shelter in Jefferson Park, where we have contractors that are operating those facilities, providing adoption services of LA Animal Services dogs and cats. And those partnerships have worked out very well. However, when we ran the request for proposals for both of those locations, we only received 1 proposal for each location. So we're not sure if there's necessarily any additional partners out there that would be able to operate additional shelters. We would need to do a request for proposals to see what type of proposals we were to receive. Oh, and they also do not do any field enforcement, so they don't have animal control officers to provide service in the community.
Right. Obviously, if we had shelters run by nonprofits, that might mean, that would have an impact on our citywide operations, not directly related, like animal control, law enforcement functions, as you mentioned. So down the road, as a special study, we could get identifying services that can be provided by contractor versus services, looking more into this issue of what the market is out there, because I do think that there is real possibilities for partnerships with we have a lot of great nonprofits that are doing this work, frankly, that would be better suited in some ways and would save us, could be more cost effective for the city as well. So that's not going to happen overnight before this budget. So that's a long-term special study, but I'd like to highlight it. Provide service provided by contractors that maybe get managed by the city, options to contract out management of different animal shelters and what that could be. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Great, thanks. I have a couple of questions. So your fees have been at below full cost recovery for a while, and you consistently, the department consistently lists staffing shortages as an issue. Are you able to complete a fee study this coming year with your current staffing levels? And if not, what would you need to do this?
Yeah, we unfortunately don't have the current staffing to be able to do fee studies. So that's not something that we would find we would be capable of doing this year.
Okay. So there are a number of departments for which this seems to be an issue. I'd like a special study from the CLA on recommendations for developing a team to manage fee reviews for all departments, including a bench of contracts as needed to ensure the city's consistently in full cost recovery on fees. This is something I'd expect would be housed in the Office of Finance, but would look to their opinion and yours, CLA, on where it would sit. Second question, I know that our city controller is working on a departmental audit of animal services, but I think we also should be looking at a facilities audit. I'd like to request another special study, please, on to look at the state of our animal shelter facilities against an independent standard, something like what the Association of Shelter Veterinarians has put together, to better understand what the cost would be for us or a friends of, so partnership, to make needed upgrades or capital improvements to our shelters. If that already exists, I'd love to see it. If not, I'd like a special study. Councilmember McCosker, you have a question? Go ahead.
Not a follow-up, but
No, yeah, those are my questions.
Great, thanks very much. First of all, thank you very, very much for being here, and thank you for that clarity on the shelters. I just want to be really super clear. You were clear, but I want to be really clear. In the UB note, it talked about the $5 million UB note described 2 shelters and omitted the harbor shelter, and I think that was just a clerical omission. I want to be super clear to the world, including my harbor area community, that restoration of the UB and the money that would have been used for the final payments to those laid off employees is sufficient to replace all of those positions and keep Harbor open, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And I appreciate your comments and your offer on the contractual services account that can go to, you know, the other positions that you described. I want to ask some more questions about other offsets that could go further into vacant positions and to the direct care, line care of the animals. Can we get some clarification on the key management positions, specifically the Director of Shelter Operations and the Director of Field Operation positions? How do those roles interact with one another, coordinate day-to-day oversight of field and shelter? I want to, you know, get your sense of whether that really is two positions or whether that could be one position.
So we currently have, it's district supervisors, and the district supervisors are basically, we have one that oversees all of the facilities in the entire department and work with general services as well as other contractors when doing any type of renovations. For example, we are rebuilding play yards at all of our facilities, doing turf and fence lines. And then we have a district supervisor that oversees 2 shelters, which they oversee all of the kennel and clerical staff, or the supervisors, so they supervise the supervisors. One oversees our South LA and our harbor facilities, and the other oversees the remaining 4 facilities, which is West LA, North Central, East Valley, and West Valley. So those are the 3 district supervisors that we have. We have a Director of Field Operations who's assigned to administration, who oversees our safety, who oversees Cal OSHA, and has various administrative duties. We have a Director of Field Operations who oversees our citywide CAT program, which is to provide spay-neuter vouchers for approximately 20,000 cats a year as a result of an environmental impact report which was done. And then we have a Director of Field Operations who oversees our field operations. So they're the oversight over the lieutenants who oversee the animal control officers at all 6 of our facilities.
How long have we had those 2 AGM positions?
I may need to get back to you. I may need to get back to you on that.
Maybe I'll add that into my question then. So then I want to get to the these assistant general manager roles. I think you just described some of the functions of 2 layers coming down from the GM to the AGMs and then to the 3 folks below them and over the shelter and field operations. What I want to get at is whether there are any redundancies or overlapping duties among these positions. And so I think, and I appreciate your response, very complete, but I want to get a budget memo. Request a memo that identifies any potential cost savings or operational efficiencies that could be realized by streamlining these layers, better integrating animal services management roles or combining roles, and a recommendation on whether these positions could be merged or rescoped to provide, to improve service delivery would be helpful, and any cost savings. I think I would also like in that report the dates by which the AGM positions were, the 1 AGM position was added and when the next level of management was increased to 3. This is all with an emphasis to make sure that we can cover the work, but also to create even more savings so that we can look to the vacant positions that are being cut. Thank you.
The date for the 2nd AGM was provided in fiscal year 2006-2007.
2007?
2006-2007. Prior to that, the department had 1 AGM.
Thank you. That's very helpful. That's a long history of it, so I think that will be helpful back in the budget memo. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hernandez?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I just want to start off by thanking Annette. Thank you for being here with us today. Thank you for bringing your team, but also thank you for stepping up. We know this department has gone through several cycles of leadership, but you constantly step up, even though it's very difficult to do this work. Because you're dealing with a lot. So I just want to say that. You're killing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And colleagues, I also want to thank you all for prioritizing this budget cycle, the LA Animal Services Department, because it's been overlooked quite a bit, and that has had real life impacts on our city, our families, and the little creatures that we are responsible for. And so my colleagues have asked some phenomenal questions. I will ask one, which is, how will the proposed elimination of the public relations team affect community engagement, media relations, and adoption promotion, all of which have direct impact on shelter outcomes and live release rates?
Yeah, if we were to eliminate our public relations team, we would have no ability to provide public education campaigns regarding how residents can get spay-neuter vouchers, the importance of sterilizing, microchipping, licensing, or our social media for promoting our animals for adoption or foster. It would also impact our ability to promote our animals at our regular Pet of the Week segments on local news stations, which is seen, by not just LA City residents, but by jurisdictions around us that bring people into LA City to adopt and foster from us. So it would, I think, have a huge negative impact on our live outcomes. I think it would actually have a direct impact on increasing euthanasia rates.
Thank you. And have you identified any offsets for that? Or are there any available in the department budget?
Well, with the $5 million from the UB that's being reallocated to the department, it would save those two positions as well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Madam Chairwoman, my colleagues have asked all of the global questions. I have one specific.
Go right ahead.
So you brought up the public-private partnerships that you have. The Jefferson Park Animal Services Center is in my district. What's the status of the RFP process for operations there?
What is the current status on the RFP?
For that RFP, there was one respondent, and the department is in the process of, we're in the process of preparing a boilerplate contract for the respondent for Northeast Valley. And once we complete that, we're going to be ready to negotiate the contract with the one respondent.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
All right. Any other questions, comments, thoughts? Mr. McCosker.
I have one more, and I realize that it is, has the potential to be controversial. I want to ask about the suspension or the moratorium on the breeders' permits. The breeders' permits for those law-abiding folks who pulled those permits and abided by them generated about $500,000 of revenue annually. For good policy considerations, because we have animals we want to have adopted and because we don't want to see rampant breeding, we've put a moratorium on breeders' permits. But my sense is that folks that are out doing the bad acts and creating these mills and harming animals, we're not going to pull a permit anyway. So I would just like to have, realizing that there are a lot of, and I'll give you a chance to speak to this, but realizing that there's a lot here, pro and con, a lot of con to breeders. I just want to get a budget memo on the implication of returning to a breeder's permit to see what revenue would generate.
May I follow up? Can we also include in that increasing the fee as well, or the permit amount that people would have to pay for it?
I would be very pleased to see an increase, what we think these law-abiding folks could bear, and then also putting ourselves in a position similar to cannabis and similar to other industries where we have enforcement actions against folks that are violating the rules. Thank you.
All right. Any more questions, comments, memos? Okay. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate all the work. Okay. We're going to move on now to the LA Zoo. And then we'll break for lunch for half an hour. No more than that? All right, welcome.
Thank you.
And go ahead and introduce yourself and your team, and we'll hop right in.
Absolutely. I'm Denise Ferret. I'm the general manager of the zoo department, and with me is May Kwan, the assistant general manager. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the proposed budget for the zoo department. We understand that the city is facing unprecedented fiscal crisis and that comes with difficult decisions. The proposed budget for the zoo department represents a 19% reduction across all programs and the zoo's workforce, most critically impacting animal care and construction and maintenance operations. The proposed staffing reductions include an impact on 53 positions. 22 of those are vacant that are being deleted, and 31 of those are filled, resulting in layoffs. The challenge for us is when the resources are reduced, we just can't reduce the workload. We obviously have to continue to care for the 1,700 animals at the Los Angeles Zoo and also be able to receive 1.5 million people that choose to come and visit us on an annual basis. That means it needs to be clean and safe and a welcoming experience and provide us an opportunity to achieve attendance and revenue projections. The decreased workforce will result in additional overtime as a 7-day-a-week operation because we will have to continue to do the work that needs to be done despite having less resources to do so. So as we submitted in our letter, we are asking respectfully for the consideration to save the elimination of 10 positions for layoff and to restore 1 vacancy in exchange for offering up vacant positions that are funded and proposed to be continued in the budget. We also understand in the shared responsibility, we proposed to increase our admission fees by $5. We haven't had a fee increase since 2019 prior to the pandemic, and so the fee increase, while $5 might sound like a lot at one time, it still allows us to be competitive because it's been 6 years since we had a fee increase. And I just will close by asking respectfully that when the budget is adopted, that it is done so without including the PCH process. Departments are going to have significantly reduced resources that the budget is going to provide, and we should have the flexibility to manage within those resources moving forward. So with that, I am happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. I'm going to, before I ask Councilwoman Hernandez to lead us off in questions, I just want to acknowledge, colleagues, that there is active litigation between the city and the Greater Los Angeles Zoo Association, or GLAZA. So we're not going to discuss anything related to this in open session. Been advised by City Attorney. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And thank you so much for joining us today, Denise and your team. The zoo plays a vital role in our city by supporting wildlife conservation, which I got to see firsthand myself with our condor conservation, education and recreation for residents and visitors alike. The department manages animal care, facility operations, and community engagement initiatives, all that you've talked about, while at the same time contributing to broader environmental goals. I have 4 questions and 1 budget memo request. I'll just start off with the budget memo request. I'd like to request that the CAO and the zoo report on implementing the department's proposed offsets and any additional cost savings that can be found to cover additional filled positions proposed to be cut. But my question to you is, can you explain how the proposed staffing reductions will impact the zoo's ability to meet federal regulatory requirements and accreditation standards, especially given the need to maintain daily animal care, facility maintenance, and full 7-day operations?
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez, for that question. It will be a challenge because every single person contributes to achieving those standards, whether it's our USDA exhibitor's license, which speaks to facility maintenance and the spaces that our animals are housed in, or whether it's ensuring that the facility is safe and maintained properly. It's our ability to manage our finances, and so we will just be doing what is minimally necessary in order to achieve those standards based on the proposed budget. We will do it diligently, prioritizing the care of the animals above everything. So it's going to be a challenge, but it's a challenge that I think we're going to meet, but not without, impacts to staffing, as I mentioned, working overtime and things of that nature.
Thank you. And now I have 2 questions for the CAO. With significant cuts to maintenance, staffing, and part-time salaries, have we assessed the risks of increased deferred maintenance, potential safety hazards, and liability exposure at the zoo?
Daniela Cuevas with the CAO. As far as the deferred maintenance plan, is that your question?
My question is, with significant cuts to maintenance, staffing, and part-time salaries, have we assessed the risks of increased deferred maintenance, potential safety hazard, and liability exposure at the zoo?
I believe those are the impacts of not having any deferred maintenance plan or allocations for that.
Ben Sahel with the CEO. I don't think we have any specific areas of deferred maintenance that we could point to. I think in general, as with in the entire city, if you will, with cuts to GSD, here, this department, is going to feel that impact, and it's going to be in those areas that potentially are being used by the public as well. So I think while we don't have any specifics, we definitely will be experiencing, the zoo will be experiencing, areas of difficulties as far as being able to maintain not just areas for the animals, but areas where the public goes to as well. So.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Ben. So it sounds like increased exposure to liabilities. Correct. My last question is, the zoo department has indicated it has fully funded vacant positions that could be used to help restore staffing levels. Was this factored into the development of the proposed budget? For example, one of the positions proposed for elimination is an animal keeper, which corresponds with a fully funded vacancy in the same classification. Given that, could you speak to why those existing resources weren't considered as a way to retain filled positions and minimize staffing reductions? So long story short, there was a person that we had as an animal keeper in a filled position, and there was a vacant position, and it was cut. And so I just kind of want to understand more if we considered those existing positions before we made some of these cuts.
Yes, they were considered. I guess it depends the timing on the vacancy, or if it was vacant after we had already closed the proposed budget. But we will be taking a look at if it's the department's request to restore the offsets. We will be taking a look at that.
Great, thank you. And Denise, is that position considered in your offsets?
Yes.
Yes, okay, great,
Yes.
thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Okay. I'm going to go to Councilwoman Hutt and then Councilmember Blumenfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, thanks for being here.
Hi.
I want to say I had a wonderful experience with Zoo Lights. I
Thank
thought
you.
it was wonderful and it was a packed house, so I was glad to see people in the city coming and enjoying our zoo. I'm interested in the capital program, and I see the 2.5 million in MICLA funds. How do you intend to use that?
So we will use that for capital repairs, things like uneven pavement, like roof repairs, things that are infrastructure that are related to the safety and the maintenance of the facility overall.
So you have a full plan, long-term capital improvements?
We have a long-term plan, yes, and we've been getting some funding for the last few years. But because it's been so deferred, it makes a smaller impact than we would like.
I see.
Can I ask a follow-up to that? Or
sure, go ahead.
How is this 2.5 million different from what's under the zoo capital infrastructure piece?
Good afternoon, May Kwan, Assistant General Manager. So the 2.5 addresses capital repairs, so deferred maintenance, as Denise addressed, building systems and infrastructure, and then the capital infrastructure addresses larger term capital projects like closed exhibits, outdated facilities, et cetera.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Councilwoman Hutt.
Thank you. Also, what about the maintenance needs? How are these cuts going to impact the maintenance needs, which speaks to the full experience of our visitor.
Absolutely. So the zoo was built in 1966 all at the same time, and while we've had some capital improvements in the previous few decades, it's still a lot of the original construction. So literally, we find ourselves with ruptured pipes, plumbing issues, leaks, roofs that are probably not in the best condition because we have not been able to keep pace with maintaining those facilities so that we aren't faced with things sort of falling down around us all at one time. We have a lot of wood structures. So the issue is that we don't have the resources to keep pace. And the last few years, we've had reductions. As you recall, last fiscal year in the budget, we eliminated vacant positions. The same this year. We used to have much higher hiring hall staffing of resources, but that has also been eliminated. So we have a very small construction team, and so it makes it difficult for them to sort of tackle the issues, or there's an emergency and everyone is sort of focused on one thing at a time as opposed to a proactive program. So that is our challenge.
Thank you. Excuse me. Oh, did Councilwoman Hernandez ask for a fee increase? Did you ask for that in your budget memo? No, ma'am. Oh, did I hear somebody talk about fee increase?
That was for animal services.
No,
Well,
you mentioned.
in my opening, I
GM
said that a $5 fee increase for admissions is included in the proposed budget.
Oh, got it. That's where it was. Okay, thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. Hi, Ms. Farrett, thank you for being here. I know we're not allowed to talk about the GLAZA lawsuit, but and it's very difficult to talk about the finances of the zoo without, mentioning GLAZA in some way. So I'm going to try to have a conversation about it, but if we get too close to the lawsuit, either you or the city attorneys can stop us at that point. Because in the past, as you've been through this many times, we've always, when the zoo comes up, you always say, not you, but who's ever in that position in the past has always said, "Oh, we're completely off the general fund. We're not, subsidized, and we're cost neutral." This year, obviously, it's a little different, because we're not getting necessarily the money from GLAZA that we would get, but we're also now not also the membership dollars, presumably now the city is going to get. Is that correct? Like, is our general, the amount of money that we collect, is that now going to go up substantially because GLAZA is not taking a big chunk of it?
So we're negotiating the terms of the new agreements that will come from new relationships, and we believe that the zoo will benefit greater from a revenue standpoint. But we haven't finished all of those terms, and there will be a transition. So certainly in the long run, we expect more revenue to come to the zoo from the new relationships that we'll be entering into contractually, including the membership program, and that will come to the zoo.
But with a big chunk of our general fund, the money that would come in the door was diverted to membership. That's how the whole GLAZA that made all their money, is they took the membership dollars. If that's not happening now, then presumably there should be a much larger increase in the amount of money that actually comes in the door. Are we seeing that? Is that expected? Is that calculated in this budget? How is that determined?
Yes, it is expected and it is calculated in the budget, and it's part of the funding for the zoo department's budget in the Zoo Enterprise Trust Fund schedule.
Okay. But still, unlike other years where we say we're general fund neutral, this one is not, correct?
That is correct, and it hasn't been that way since the pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, the general fund neutral was, and that was just the direct cost, not the related cost.
Right.
But we are.
I would always point that out in these budget hearings. Everyone would say, "Oh, it's neutral," and I'd say, "Actually, it's not." But that was part of the what people would bring in on the zoo.
So in this proposed budget, out of approximately $32 million, the general fund is 1.28. So it's like 4% of the total budget. So we like to be optimistic and think that maybe in the not-too-distant future that we can get that number down to zero as we sort of transition.
Work the membership. And where are we on the RFP process?
So we're in the process of negotiating the terms with the two selected proposers that will provide the services, and we hope to be bringing that report forward to the council probably in the next few weeks.
Great. Let me step away from that. I don't want to get too close to the GLAZA stuff. But let me ask you about the elephants, and specifically, Billy and Tina. I have a motion, as you know. This is an issue that has been controversial for many, many years. A lot of people in Los Angeles are very vested in the future of our elephants, and I know that there's been talk about the elephants going to Tulsa. I put a motion forward to make sure that that decision, which is something a lot of people are vested in, comes to the city council. That there is a report that the zoo would make talking about the costs and the benefits and also the detriments, so that we could weigh the different choices that are out there, including Tulsa and including AZA accredited sanctuaries. And that ultimately that would be vetted and would be a public process that we could go through. I'm not dictating the outcome of that, but I am, as the motion and this council, dictating that we, before those elephants are moved anywhere, that come to the council for the oversight. So can you promise me here that those elephants will not be moved until the council has that chance to review that report and vote on it?
What I can promise you is that I am always going to make decisions that are for the best interest of the animals at the zoo, including the elephants.
Okay, that's not good enough. Appreciate it, but this is a decision that the council must be part of, and the council is essentially directing you, and so to go around to do it before the council has a chance to weigh in is to basically undermine that trust that we have as a council, because you have a decision-making authority that is basically delegated by the council, by the city, but on big issues like this, or 245 other issues, it would come to the council, not to get that report. So what I really want to make sure is that we get the information before anything happens. Can you at least promise that?
I think my response is going to be the same, Councilmember Blumenfield, that I am going to continue to make the decisions that are in the best interest for the animals at the zoo, and that includes the elephants.
Okay. Has that decision been made?
We announced the decision publicly about a week ago or so.
Is there a contract signed?
So, City Attorney, you're hovering, and I'm getting texts from my team. So do you want to speak to the challenge here with this line of questioning? Instead of making me do it? Thank you.
So respectfully, I would just advise to maybe stay away from this line of questioning for now. Obviously, we will be here to advise council of all of its rights, as well as the attorneys for zoos will have all of its, will have the advice as well.
Well, it's a question. Is there a contract or is there not? That's a factual question. Has a contract been signed on moving them? Okay, I'll take that as a no. So now I'll move it into the or yes. I mean, I think that's why is that not appropriate for this discussion? And let me tell you this: there's also, if you want to make it budget related, let me make it specifically budget related. As I understand it, there is a cost to moving the elephants. Correct? About $80,000.
Correct.
Okay. There's also different options have different costs. And I wanted to get an analysis of those costs, and I'll do it in the form of a budget memo, because moving the elephants to sanctuary, as one option might be, folks have volunteered to pay for that, could be a zero cost to the city, which could also be a job that could be saved for $80,000. Sure. So I'd like to get a budget memo on the cost of moving the elephant in the various different options that are available.
And there's a follow-up from Councilwoman Hernandez.
Yes, colleagues, I appreciate you bringing this up, Councilmember Blumenfield. I also want us to be very clear in what authorities we have. And well, first, let's talk about expertise. We have Denise, who's the general manager of the LA Zoo, and she has a team of phenomenal caretaker, animal experts, both in quality of life here, but what it looks like to retire them, essentially. And they've been working on this. They've been working on this because it's been something that they, as a department and as leadership of the department, feel needs to happen, which is granted to them that authority by the charter. And so under the charter, she can make that decision, and her team can, if they feel that whatever decision needs to be made around the quality of life for the animals. So I do want to uplift that. You're uplifting a process, and I want to uplift the power that is granted under the charter and the authority. And I, for one, would prefer to listen to the team of experts that we have within City Family that we have hired, telling us, you know, this is the option that, this is the decision that we have to make for the betterment of the city, for the betterment of the animals, and for the betterment of our budget.
And I agree that we need to listen, and I believe that we have an oversight responsibility. And I am not trying to dictate the answer to this question, but trying to get them to articulate their reasoning with cost-benefit analysis. That is, I believe, fundamental to our role as a council is oversight. So again, my motion and what I'm asking here today is not to say you must do this or you must do that, but I'm saying we have a right to daylight this decision in terms of the costs and benefits, costs and detriments, both financial and otherwise. And so, as Ms. Hernandez says, you have the expertise. We want to hear that, and we want to vet that and bring that to the council so you can share with us the reasoning, which choice you wish to make and why, and what those costs are, so we can evaluate those costs. So again, at this point, I'll do it as a budget memo to get the cost, because this week we're talking about $80,000 minimum, so we can get a budget cost.
Chairwoman, can I follow up?
Yes.
Can I please add into that budget memo also, if any accreditations will be lost, and what will be the impacts of the loss of that accreditation?
Absolutely, great
Thank you.
question.
Okay. Questions, colleagues? I have one question.
Yeah, I'm still going, but...
Oh, sorry, go ahead,
but
Councilmember.
I'll get away from the elephant in the room. How will the $215,000 reduction in animal feed impact the care at the zoo?
With elephants moving, part of that will be absorbed because they constitute a large portion of the budget. And then we'll just have to make different choices about the food that we procure, but the animals will still have a good nutrition even with that reduction in the feed and grain account.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a quick question, and it mentions GLAZA, but I've been told by my team that it's okay to mention GLAZA in this context. So, of the requested restoration of positions 1, Zoo Curator of Education, 2, Resolution Authority in the Conservation Division, is funded via reimbursement from GLAZA. How many positions at the zoo are funded via a reimbursement from GLAZA?
A total of 3.
And are any other vacant or filled positions proposed for elimination funded by GLAZA?
No, just the one that we're requesting restoration of.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Colleagues, other questions?
One other question.
Sure, go ahead.
Different area, but the zoo is one of the biggest opportunities for decarbonization and potential revenue generating projects. It was named as a standalone project because it predated the decarb work that we were doing elsewhere. We were going to spend about $10 million and leveraging DWP around $60 million. Would have been an EV fast charging hub with over 50 more chargers. As I understand, all that's on hold. What's the possibilities there? What can we do on as far as trying to revitalize some of the decarb work?
So the partnership project with DWP is still proceeding, and that is the solar installation in our far north parking lot. It's going to be generating 3.5 megawatts of power and include several EV vehicle chargers. So that project is still proceeding. It is the building decarbonization project that has been defunded as part of this proposed budget. So it means that that work is not going to be able to proceed. It was approximately $8 million.
It's about how much? You said?
$8 million.
8 million and a loss of 60 million in leveraged DWP dollars.
Well, no, the DWP project is still proceeding. It is not contingent on that, on the building decarb project. So we're still going to have the parking lot project installed that's going to generate about 3.5 megawatts of power.
Okay, I thought there was some of it that was leveraged, but okay,
No,
great.
no. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, thoughts? Wonderful. Thank you so much for all your work and for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for your time and for letting us go before lunch.
Absolutely. So now we are going to break for half an hour. It's 12:30. We're going to come back at 1, and we will take up cultural affairs, then El Pueblo, library, tourism, done, civil and human rights, lacers, fire and police pension, and then anything else we want to call up. So I think so far I've only heard a desire to have CAO come back for a couple of questions. Okay? We're going to take a break.
The number one cause of preventable death after injury is bleeding. Someone who is severely bleeding can bleed to death in as little as 5 minutes. Minutes count, and your LAFD thanks you for learning how to stop the bleed by following the ABCs. If someone has an injury with blood spurting out of the wound, clothing soaked in blood, bleeding that won't stop, or loss of any part of an arm or leg, you need to act quickly. The first step is A for alert. Have someone call 911. The next step is B for bleeding. Locate the bleeding injury and remove any clothing covering the area so you can see the injury. The final step is C for compress. Use any clean cloth. Apply the dressing directly to the wound and press down hard. Push down on top of the wound with both hands as hard as you can. If blood soaks through the dressing, do not remove it. Add another dressing on top and continue applying steady pressure. Do not release the pressure to check the wound. Keep steady pressure until help arrives.
It isn't flashy. It isn't loud. Safe to say, it's not for everyone. But since 1869, it's been our way. To be unrivaled means being the best of the best of the best. We hold ourselves to a higher standard, one most people will never even witness. We set the table for what it takes to be the most highly regarded law enforcement agency in the world. Surrounded by like-minded souls, we learn together, grow together, protect together. Being unrivaled is a transformative commitment, a marriage between a calling and a lifestyle, a decoration we live by day in and day out. It's doing the work expecting nothing in return. It's training relentlessly to save one more life. It's upholding justice, no matter the cost. There are no shortcuts. It demands your all. Only those who dare will come to appreciate the perseverance and sacrifice required. But those who do will wear the badge that protects the city of dreams. LAPD, unrivaled since 1869.
Regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles City Council.
Here's what's happening in LA this week.
This is LA Currents.
This is about all of us. It's about choosing to believe in our city again and proving it with action. And no matter what our city faces, LA never, ever gives up.
LA City's Department of Recreation and Parks invites you to a nature hike with their urban ecologist through Ken Malloy Harbor Regional Park. Urban ecologist Ryan Kinzel will be guiding participants through the unique habitat of this harbor city park. The park's Machado Lake is part of SoCal's natural water habitat and home to over 300 species of migratory birds. Enjoy the sights and sounds of native animals and plants at Ken Malloy Harbor Regional Park. Wear comfortable shoes and bring water for this nature hike with Urban Ecologist on Saturday, May 10th at 8 a.m. Learn more under the Events tab at laparks.org. Saturday, May 10th is Board Game Day at the Downtown Central Library. Bring your favorite board game and connect with community members at this monthly meetup, which welcomes new and experienced players. Don't worry if you don't have a game. Join a gaming group as it forms, or borrow a game from the library's welcome table in the rotunda. Whether you bluff, strategize, or simply want to roll the dice, join LA's Public Library at the Central Library for Board Game Day on Saturday, May 10th at 12 p.m. Learn more at lapl.org/events. Mother's Day is coming, and Green Meadows Recreation Center presents its Mother's Day brunch on Saturday, May 10th. LA City's Department of Recreation and Parks and Council member Curran Price are making sure that moms get the honors they deserve at this annual community luncheon. The event will have music, food, entertainment, and an opportunity to celebrate and thank moms and mother figures. The Green Meadows Mother's Day brunch takes place on Saturday, May 10th, beginning at 10 a.m. For more information, see the calendar at cd9.lacity.gov. And that's a look at some things to do.
Every day, over 100 Americans die from secondhand smoke. Secondhand smoke in children can cause asthma, ear infections, and increased risk of sudden infant death syndrome. Go to smokefreehomesla.com. Learn how you can protect your home from secondhand smoke.
The City of Los Angeles Emergency Management Department has opened applications for its 2025 Camp Ready LA program. Now in its third year, the program is for late high school, early college students who are interested in city service and first response or who've been impacted by a disaster. Camp participants will learn practical skills for many types of emergencies over the 4-day program, taking place from July 22nd to July 25th at LA City's Emergency Operations Center. Participants will build connections with other campers and emergency management experts while developing their own community leadership skills. Young Angelinos age 18 to 24 can apply for the 2025 Camp Ready LA program beginning May 1st. For more information, visit emergency.lacity.gov/ReadyLA. The Los Angeles Police Department Commercial Crimes Division announced the arrest of 2 people and the recovery of millions of dollars worth of goods by the Cargo Theft Unit. At storage unit facilities in the San Fernando Valley, detectives recovered over $1.2 million in stolen goods, which included tequila, speakers, clothing, and pet food. A stolen shipment of Bitcoin mining computers, valued at $2.7 million, was recovered at Los Angeles International Airport just as the computers were about to be loaded onto a flight to Hong Kong. The 2 arrests followed an extensive investigation in collaboration with Los Angeles Port Police, Union Pacific Police, and the Los Angeles World Airport Police. For more information, visit lapdonline.org. Los Angeles World Airport's LAWA has recognized the winners of the 2024 Friendly Flyer Award Program at Van Nuys Airport. The Friendly Flyer Award Program was established in 2012 and is part of Van Nuys Airport's overall outreach and sustainability efforts. Award winners must have no violations of LAWA's noise abatement and curfew regulation and be in observance of the Quieter Nights program, avoiding flights between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. Among the 26 award winners for 2024 are 22 repeat winners and 4 first-time winners, including ATI Jet, MC Group, OKVS, and Ventura Air Services. According to LAWA, the Friendly Flyer Award winners reduced their nighttime jet operations by 21% year over year, benefiting the surrounding communities. For more information, visit lawa.org/news-releases.
The number one cause of preventable death after injury is bleeding. Someone who is severely bleeding can bleed to death in as little as 5 minutes. Minutes count, and your LAFD thanks you for learning how to stop the bleed by following the ABCs. If someone has an injury with blood spurting out of the wound, clothing soaked in blood, bleeding that won't stop, or loss of any part of an arm or leg, you need to act quickly. The first step is A for alert. Have someone call 911. The next step is B for bleeding. Locate the bleeding injury and remove any clothing covering the area so you can see the injury. The final step is C for compress. Use any clean cloth. Apply the dressing directly to the wound and press down hard. Push down on top of the wound with both hands as hard as you can. If blood soaks through the dressing, do not remove it. Add another dressing on top and continue applying steady pressure. Do not release the pressure to check the wound. Keep steady pressure until help arrives.
It isn't flashy. It isn't loud. Safe to say, it's not for everyone. But since 1869, it's been our way. To be unrivaled means being the best of the best of the best. We hold ourselves to a higher standard, one most people will never even witness. We set the table for what it takes to be the most highly regarded law enforcement agency in the world. Surrounded by like-minded souls, we learn together, grow together, protect together. Being unrivaled is a transformative commitment, a marriage between a calling and a lifestyle, a decoration we live by day in and day out. It's doing the work expecting nothing in return. It's training relentlessly to save one more life. It's upholding justice, no matter the cost. There are no shortcuts. It demands your all. Only those who dare will come to appreciate the perseverance and sacrifice required. But those who do will wear the badge that protects the city of dreams. LAPD, unrivaled since 1869.
Regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles City Council.
Here's what's happening in LA this week.
This is LA Currents.
can we call roll, please?
Yaroslavsky.
Here.
Blumenfield.
Present.
Hutt. Here. McCosker. Hernandez. 5 members present and a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to Department of Cultural Affairs, followed by El Pueblo and then Library. Welcome. Please introduce yourself and your team.
Good afternoon. I'm Daniel Tarika. I'm the General Manager for the Department of Cultural Affairs, and I'll ask our team to do some quick introductions, starting with our Assistant General Manager.
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Concepcion, the Assistant General Manager for Cultural Affairs.
Good afternoon. I'm Alma Miranda, Director of Administrative Services for Cultural Affairs.
Good afternoon. I'm Felicia Filer, Director of the Public Art Division.
Lisa Davis, Director of Community Arts.
Hi, I'm Ricky Genovese. I am the Director of the Performing Arts Division.
Joe Smoke, I'm the Director of the Grants Investment Program.
Juan Garcia, Acting Director of Development and Marketing.
Okay, great, welcome. So we've read your letter. Is there anything in particular you want to highlight for
Absolutely,
our
thank you.
edification?
Sure, I'd love to be able to provide some brief remarks.
Sure.
In addition to our staff here, I want to express my appreciation for. I also want to say thanks to all of our DCA staff for all of their ongoing commitment to our communities that we serve, particularly in these very challenging and divisive climate that we are in. I'd also like to acknowledge the city's challenging financial situation and to thank our mayor and CAO for all of their hard work on the proposed budget. So the proposed budget contains 24 position eliminations, including 14 layoffs, which is more than a quarter of the department's staffing. Additionally, it cuts nearly all of the department's programming funds, as well as more than $500,000 of the city's cultural grants to families and youth, all of which will cause a ripple effect on the service providers and the communities served. In combination with the current year staffing cuts, we're facing a 34% reduction in staffing. These DCA staff and community artists and arts organizations are our city's second responders. They're the people that help support our communities in times of crisis. And combined, this will all result in substantial reductions on the services and support that we're able to provide, deepening the economic downtrend of the LA arts sector and increasing job losses for some of our city's longstanding partners. And on a personal note, I just want to share that the biggest challenge for me with the budget is the impacts on our hardworking staff. They're the heartbeat of our organization, and they work tirelessly, often working overtime by their own choice to make sure that our communities and our youth and our families are served. While our letter shares some of the potential impacts of reductions, I'd like to summarize some of the larger impacts. Staffing reductions at DCA's community arts centers and performing arts centers will lead to the potential closure and certain reduction of services at the Lincoln Heights Youth Arts Center and Hollyhock House. This budget takes the city out of compliance with the UNESCO World Heritage staffing commitments, risking our cities and the West Coast's only man-made UNESCO World Heritage designation as we prepare to welcome the world. In addition, the cuts to the other arts centers will result in increased administrative work across remaining staff, resulting in a reduction in classes, exhibitions, tour hours, and programming for the community. With respect to the cuts to the department's revenue-generating positions, while these position cuts would generate some savings, they'd also result in the loss of revenue. In the case of the Warner Graham Theater, the loss of the Art Center director will directly impact the department's ability to manage the renovation and potentially impact the plans for reopening in 2026. To elaborate on the cuts to the DCA grant funds for youth and families, as well as the elimination of a support position, we are at risk of losing 50 to 55 grantees that will lose funding support, and consequently, at least 350 jobs as well as programming will be eliminated. These grants serve as a catalyst to create jobs and obtain matches from private philanthropy, causing an exponential negative impact on job creation when it's so desperately needed. With respect to DCA's contracting and accounting capacity, the cuts to the administrative and management teams of arts managers and arts associates, as well as accounting staff, means fewer people to process the department's more than 500 contracts annually, with further delays in contract preparation and vendor payments. Further, the cuts to the Special Appropriations 3 account of $1.8 million not only reduces significant funding for programming at DCA's art centers, performing arts festivals, and programming at each of our theaters, our other signature arts-related festivals and programming, but it also reduces further opportunities for artists and festival producers. And finally, the department may be unable to meet the new Title II ADA website accessibility regulations and language translation requirements with the deletion of website and communication staff, nor will our marketing and development team be able to continue building out and expanding the successful cultural asset mapping program that has been developed to welcome visitors. I'd also like to thank Mayor Bass for adding 3 positions for Cultural Olympiad planning. The Cultural Olympiad and program is a required part of the Games Agreement, and the Exhibit H instruction reinforces the prioritization of planning for the 2028 Games, including community celebrations, fan and festival sites, arts and culture, and marketing. After much planning and work and community engagement, as well as coordination with LA28 and the County Department of Arts and Culture, the department is finalizing a draft of the city's cultural program framework. While we acknowledge that fundraising will be needed, we have also planned to leverage existing staff resources and programming funds to support the city's leadership. In other words, we plan to reorient it as we have been building and working with other cities and other arts and cultural organizations. We have planned to reorient existing DCA projects, programs, events, and resources to focus on the Cultural Olympiad. Unfortunately, this budget impacts our ability to have a program that matches the scale or exceeds the scale of previous games. And the unintended impact of the cuts in the department's budget would be a significant revision and reduction to the city's cultural program. With regard to the DCA budget in general, we understand that shared responsibility is necessary, and thus we have provided offsets based on revised department revenue, reflecting a recent cash balance reconciliation and department receipts, which are ongoing sources of revenue utilized in our budget each year. These proposed solutions would fully fund and offset the direct and indirect costs of all positions, grant funds, and programming funds proposed for reduction. And one last piece, a technical correction in recommendation A in the department's letter should read 14 positions instead of 13. Thank you so much, and we are here to answer any questions.
Thank you. I have a few questions and I'll open it up. Your letter proposes the restoration of positions thanks to current year savings and the department's available cash balance. Is this a one-time fix, or do you anticipate having revenue to sustain these positions beyond fiscal year 26?
Thank you. We anticipate that this will be ongoing. We have done an analysis over the last 5 years, and we've had about $5 million that has rolled over each year. So with that savings, we'll be able to continue funding both the direct and indirect costs for those positions.
Okay. I'm going to ask for a memo directing the CAO and DCA to draft a memo that considers the department's proposed restorations in their budget letter, items A through D, assuming this is a cost-neutral use of the department's existing cash balance. I would also like to see us take action on items E and F, unless CAO has reason to advise us against it, which they can weigh in on in the memo. Second question, the mayor's proposed budget includes 2 new position authorities to support the 28 Cultural Olympiad. Do you have a plan for how these positions are going to be used?
We do. So there are actually 3 positions that are included. One is an arts manager, one is an arts associate, and one is a special events coordinator. So each of those 3 positions will handle different responsibilities. The arts manager will work and administer the program framework. So they will be the ones that are both working internally with our team as well as externally with partners to be able to help build the program and further develop our work within each council district and with our communities and our partners. The second position, the arts associate, will work to support the work of that arts manager, helping to make sure that our procurement goes through the competitive processes, as well as further developing that work and that support. And the special events coordinator will be the person that will work directly with the folks that are implementing the events, such as with fan zones, looking at the World Cup coming up, and being able to help support that work in the field.
Okay, and how will these positions interact with the mayor's Office of Major Events, with that team?
Sure, so we've already been working with the Office of Major Events and are continuing to build those relationships and build and leverage the relationship with the mayor's office as well as other city departments to be able to help implement the larger vision for the games across the city.
Yep, follow up.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Just a follow-up to the major events. DCA has provided 3 positions for 2028 Cultural Olympiad planning, and DCA is requesting to swap one of the positions for layoff avoidance. Will the remaining 2 positions be sufficient to plan the Cultural Olympiad?
No, those 2 additional positions, while they will be helpful, will not be sufficient for what we need for planning. We had requested 16 positions in a supplemental budget request to be able to really help implement it at the scale that the city deserves.
Okay, then are there any unanticipated impacts to the cuts in the proposed budget on the Cultural Olympiad?
Yeah, well, there are a few different areas. One is that our plan was really to work to help leverage the work that we do already. So the work that we do at our art centers, the work that we do at our performing arts centers and our theaters, through our public art program, through our marketing and development and design and digital research division, and through our grants program. But with the cuts that have been proposed, those will be greatly detrimental to how we would be able to carry that out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Has the department considered contracting the operation of the city's cultural assets like Holly Hawk House, particularly for tours and events? Or contracting for the operations of some of our theaters and art centers?
Thank you. So to start, we do have several different partner centers throughout the city with whom we contract, and we have several centers and theaters that we operate as DCA facilities. And we have found that through the work that we are doing and that we are able to both help maintain affordable services and keep those doors open in a different way than the way our contractors do. I'll ask Chris.
Can you say that last sentence again?
That we've been able to maintain an opportunity for services to be open and available, to keep our theaters open and available to the communities in a different way than we've been able to with some of our partners. Please.
Yeah, Alma Miranda, I just wanted to add that the other main benefit for the department to directly manage these facilities is the complete oversight of the operations of the facilities. We are not at the mercy of, the operators doing something that they shouldn't, that is not within the mission of the department. Therefore, it is not something that we would feel would be prudent for us to do with regards to having outside operators manage them. It's important that we keep close management of how these facilities are run. And again, as Daniel indicated, in order to make sure that the services are going to be provided at a level, at an amount that are going to make it accessible for these participants, these community members, to be able to take advantage of the services.
So I want to push back a little bit on that. I came from the county, and for example, the Hollywood Bowl is operated by the LA Philharmonic, and they do a great job. Mm-hmm. And they've turned it around from when the county operated it itself in ways that are bringing in new revenue to the county to do arts programming across the county. And a lot of that comes from revenues derived from the agreement with the LA Phil to operate mm-hmm. the Bowl. They also took over operations of the Ford, which, there's models for it. And I guess I would like a special study to look at contracted operations of these city-owned facilities, what the cost-benefit, the pros and cons of that are. You noted some of the cons, but I think there could be some real pros too. And when we're looking at a tight budget with reduced staffing, there may be opportunities there with some strong oversight in the contracting with the service provider to effectuate the needs of the department while still making sure we're growing our capacity to maximize these assets and make sure as many people as possible can get there and see it and benefit from it. And then just one more question. Your letter highlights an administration recommendation to exempt cultural affairs from the existing Villaraigosa Executive Directive 3. Could you speak a bit to how ED3 delays your efforts?
Yes. So the ED3 process has greatly extended the contracting time for any contract to go through. So we go through approximately about 6 to 8 departments for review and process to be able to go from contract initiation to contract execution. What the request within the letter speaks to is having that follow the remaining part of the grants program, because those grants will have already been approved through the council process as well. And I'll ask Chris Concepcion to add any additional statements.
Sure, thank you. With regard to this particular matter, the 2010 amendment to ED3, it pertains to the categories of grant contracts and the method of administering those contracts. So all of these contractors are subject to a peer review panel process, and they're listed within the Special Appropriations 1 and 2 budgets, and they're submitted to council for approval every year. And so there really is no difference between the Special 1 and Special 2 grants in terms of processing for approvals. And it is within the scope of the amendment to the ED3 Villaraigosa series. So we're just trying to align with the actual requirements that is the exception that is already being made for the Special 1 appropriations.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues?
Sure.
Councilwoman Hutt?
Yes, I have questions. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. I have several questions. On the unique positions overseeing dozens of contracts, does the proposed budget impact the department's ability to process and oversee those contracts?
It does. It does. So we're losing several arts associates, an arts manager, as well as accounting staff. And all of those folks play different roles within the process to be able to both administer the contracts, delaying the time that it takes us to get from an RFP all the way from a call for services all the way to execution. And it also impacts the way that that we're able to make sure that services are being handled. And often, for the contract administration side, folks will be focused on that may take away from other processes that we want to be able to engage in for additional RFP and for contracting.
Thank you. And the DCA offers to fully offset various restorations using the trust fund cash balance. Is the total amount of the funds you offer backed by cash? And if so, is there a one-time or ongoing source of funds?
Thank you. It is backed by cash, and it is ongoing. As I shared earlier, the department has had an average cash balance of about $5 million over the last 5 years. So that money has rolled over each year into the department's budget. So this will be able to help us support, and then through additional efficiencies and savings that we're able to do, we'll be able to support those positions on an ongoing basis.
And to clarify, it's $5.2 million annually in reversions, so that's on top of what is budgeted for the next fiscal year. So within our trust fund, we use the cash balance. The CAO uses a very conservative estimate of reversion, so that money is used every year in the trust fund to fund the department. And so the reversion amount that Daniel's referencing is above and beyond what is budgeted in Schedule 24 each budget.
Thank you. My next question is about the vision. What are the budget impacts for the planned Vision Theaters opening in the next fiscal year? And if needed, are there any offsets?
Sure. So the Vision staffing is not proposed for elimination, so that staffing will continue. However, the Leimert Park Cultural Hub funding is slated for elimination. So that's money that the department...
Is what? I lost the last word.
Is slated for elimination. It's slated.
Slated. Okay, I didn't hear you.
It's included in the budget for deletion. So without that programming money, it means that the department doesn't have funds to be able to help activate the Leimert Park area on a greater scale. And we've done programming in various areas that have included dance, have included an anniversary of the civil unrest. It has included a partnership on sustainability to be able to help grow and draw connections, programmatic connections between the work that we do and planning and sustainability as well.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, did you already ask for an offset budget memo from the? Okay, that's fine. Those are all my questions, and thank you.
Councilwoman Hernandez?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you so much for being here with us today and bringing your team. Música y Poemas and similar cultural events leverage limited city dollars to produce large economic and social returns, especially in vulnerable communities. What financial evaluation did the CAO complete before recommending the elimination of these programs? This is for the CAO's office. Thank you.
Yes, it was the CAO who recommended that. Thank you.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, the question is, Música y Poemas and similar cultural events leverage limited city dollars to produce large economic and social returns, especially in vulnerable neighborhoods. What financial evaluation did the CAO complete before recommending the elimination of these programs?
It was an across-the-board cut for events and festivals. That was the evaluation.
So it's just no additional analysis to that impact?
Correct.
Great, thank you. I'd like to request a budget memo that includes input from both the Department of Cultural Affairs and the CAO, providing a division-level overview of current and potential revenue-generating opportunities, along with a broad analysis of each division's contribution to the local arts economy. The memo should also evaluate the potential impact of the proposed budget reductions on both revenue and economic activity. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Councilmember McCosker?
Thank you very much. I appreciate that last memo because in that category is the Watts Towers Jazz and Drum Festival, among others. And so I appreciate the opportunity to look at ways to replenish that funding. And so I'll be eagerly awaiting that memo. I want to stay a little provincial here for a second. I've got two great anchors in the 1-5, Watts Towers and Warner Grand. Going to the Watts Towers Arts Center, I just want to get your assessment of the impacts over and above. I mean, you can mention the programming money, but what are the impacts on the functioning of the Arts Center in Watts?
Yeah, we're deeply concerned about the loss of staffing at the Arts Center in Watts. There are two positions slated that are proposed for deletion, and those positions are a gallery attendant and an administrative clerk. And what those positions do is they help facilitate the tour program, they help facilitate and support the classes and the work that happens in the programming at the center, and are integral for us to be able to generate revenue as well as part of the tour program.
My sense is that when we look at some of our questions are going to go to how do we create new revenues across the department, and I think the chair asked an excellent question, had a great line of reasoning about how we can do that. There are some facilities and some parts of your portfolio where that makes sense. Warner Grand is probably one of those where we can generate more revenue. I will submit that the Watts Towers Arts Center is probably one where we have to proceed with care because it serves a more vulnerable community and serves that community very, very, very well. And so I want to look at possibly included in your memo, because I want to keep the number of memos down, is I want to look at that distinction. I want to see what are the differences between a Watts Towers Arts Center where we need to subsidize the availability of the arts and pay for people. I want to return those positions and make sure that that becomes an amenity that's available to the immediate surrounding community as well as visitors from afar. And so I think we need to look at sliding scales of admission fees or contracts with visitors. If you're coming from South Shores in the 1-5, you should pay more for your students to visit than if you're coming from Markham Middle School. And so let's look at sliding scales. Now I want to go down to the Warner Grand. The Warner Grand has a position that was in the PCH process. You follow the rules. You went through the PCH. You came out of the PCH with an opportunity to offer a position. You offered a position. The position was accepted, and then it was revoked.
Yes, all of what you say is true.
By a part of the committee, not the whole committee. I don't think the CLA was in on that decision. That's a problem. It's a real problem procedurally. Not something we're going to solve in the budget. But I'm just telling anybody who's listening that that's a problem. Those PCH revocations did not happen pursuant to the process that the City Council approved. Now, back to the issue. I get that funding that position for 25-26 fully might not make sense because this is a position this is a theater that will be opened mid to late 26. I would like to get your thoughts on leaving that position in the budget with partial year funding. Go.
Well, I think we absolutely want to keep it in the budget for partial year funding because there are two components of what that job is needed to do. The first is to oversee the construction and work with your team and work with the Bureau of Engineering to make sure that it is outfitted in the way that it is designed and to meet the needs of the community. And second, it's to start really kind of building and rebuilding those relationships within the community, preparing for the reopening of the theater. What we've found time and time again when we've opened new centers is that the more invested we are and continue to stay in the community, the better the outcome is. So develop with the different neighborhood groups, with the business owners and the stakeholders in the near community as well as making sure that with our partners and with our support organizations that we have that really important footprint there so that when we are told that construction is nearing completion, that we're ready to hit the gas and go.
Can you identify partial year funding for that position?
Yes, that funding was included within the recommendations in our budget letter too.
Thank you. And we are analyzing all the recommendations in their budget letter?
Yes.
Good. Thank you. That's all I have.
Councilmember Blumenfield, followed by Councilwoman Hernandez.
Okay, although, did you have a follow-up? Was that yours?
With a follow-up?
No, okay, because mine's not a follow-up. Great seeing you. Appreciate all the great work that you guys do. I actually have a question here about the Lancashire Arts Center. So the question is, can you please explain how much the full and partial restoration of programming at the Lancashire Arts Center would cost? And can you please confirm whether or not funding for Phase 3 of the Lancashire Arts Center rehabilitation project is slated to be cut in this proposed budget?
So with respect to the programming side, that programming was included in this year's budget as a one-time funding, and it was not restored in this proposed budget that we are looking at. So we would, if there's an opportunity to provide additional input on where we might be able to provide funding to be able to do that, we'd appreciate that. And as far as the facilities question, I will defer to Alma Miranda to answer that.
Yeah, I just want to add that we did receive $1.3 million for Phase 3 for the restoration work for the Lancashire in the CTIEP budget. And we're grateful for that, so we'll be able to continue improvements there. In terms of total cost of the project, I don't have it in front of me, but we could give you that afterwards.
Right, we are underfunded by $3 million?
Not right now.
Okay.
No, not right now. We still have a cost to complete that has to be done by the Bureau of Engineering, who's currently working on overseeing this project.
Speaking to the mic, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. There's still a cost to complete that has to be done by the Bureau of Engineering that's currently overseeing the completion of this project. Again, we've received $1.3 million to continue Phase 3 of the improvements, and we're very grateful for that. It's part of the CTIP.
Thank you, and I'll ask Nikki Genovese if there's any additional information to add.
At this time, we don't have any additional information because we are waiting for the task to come out, the TOS to be actually completed and then dropped. And until then, we won't know what further impact financially we would have.
Okay,
Thank you.
And then I may have touched on this already a little bit, but the department's asking for the restoration of the $1.8 million in programming funds in the Special Appropriations 3 account. Right. And that account deletes the funding for programming funds specifically to the neighborhoods at 3 DCA theaters. Does the proposed restoration of the 1.8 include all 3 cultural hubs for these theaters?
It includes funding for 2 of the cultural hubs. So for the Madrid Theater and...
For which?
For the Madrid Theater Cultural Hub, as well as the Leimert Park but it does not include the Lancashire. But as well, the restoration that we're requesting. Our request, just to clarify.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, the funding, the funding for the programming has eliminated the funding for the Madrid Theater Cultural Hub as well as the Lombard Park Cultural Hub, and it did not include the Lancashire Arts Center. What we are requesting is restoration of those funds through the proposed offset that we've recommended for the Lombard Park as well as the Madrid Cultural Hub, and we're requesting the opportunity to report back on additional funding to be able to support the Lancashire Arts Center funding as well.
Got it. Okay. And that's already been asked for. So leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Hernandez?
And it is a follow-up to something else. For the first budget memo I put in, is it possible to add that that the CAO also report back on the special appropriations included in the proposed budget for DCA? And this should include a list of new appropriations, such as the Entertainment Equity Fund, which appears to be a new line item. Is that okay to add it into the first budget memo? Yeah?
Yes.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Okay. Anybody else? Questions? Memo requests? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, El Pueblo.
So council members, good afternoon. This is Edgar Garcia, Interim General Manager for El Pueblo, the Los Angeles Historical Monument. I am joined by...
My name is Emily Wooten. I'm the Acting Senior Management Analyst for El Pueblo.
And I want to be the first to wish you a happy Cinco de Mayo. Cinco de Mayo was first celebrated at El Pueblo in 1863, and this event really became the rallying cry for Mexican-American and Spanish-speaking community members in the late 19th century. I'm not going to burden you with historical anecdotes because I could do that all day. But more than anything, I want to first thank our CAO, the Mayor's Office, for their ongoing support of El Pueblo during this difficult period for our budget. Special thanks to Councilmember Isabel Jurado and the Council District 4 team who have spent a significant amount of time with us at El Pueblo and at Olvera Street. There are many things to be thankful for this budget. You'll see in the proposed budget that we have, in fact, about a $45,000 increase to our budget. This is in part related to slight adjustments to our utility costs and salary supports for our part-time museum guides. Keep in mind that the slight increase in staffing and operations supports the Avila Adobe, the oldest house in Los Angeles, the Plaza Firehouse, the Siqueiros mural, the Chinese American Museum, and the Italian American Museum. But to directly address the only request we have for today, the proposed budget calls for the elimination of 2 management assistant positions, 1 filled and 1 vacant. First, the filled management assistant position is our sole property manager. So this staff person is responsible for coordinating all of El Pueblo's maintenance, including repairs, plumbing, graffiti removal, security systems, and over 1,000 work orders for our historic 22-acre district. And keep in mind, council members, that we have some of the oldest infrastructure in the city at El Pueblo, the oldest house and the oldest firehouse, and we are a space that does require special attention to have Secretary of the Interior standards compliancy with all of our buildings. We do have the ability to offset the salary costs of the filled position. This is not a one-time offset for the property management position, so we request respectfully to retain that position. Second, the proposed elimination of 1 management assistant vacancy will in fact lead to a staff layoff in our accounting division, as the salary savings from the vacancy are currently used for 1 accountant position. And should these 2 layoffs proceed, as my staff has mentioned, we will be a department that has more commissioners than actual full-time staff. So we respectfully ask that the committee to restore the filled management position via our proposed offsets and to retain our vacancy and the associated salary savings. So we are well aware that as a special fund, we are currently demonstrating reduced revenue from our Olvera Street rents, impacting our ability to reimburse the general fund. We're still impacted by the high-profile closure of some of our businesses during the pandemic, the delinquent status of about 13 Olvera Street businesses, the overall market changes for retail and restaurants in downtown, and unfortunately, the fear of ICE raids in our community. Keep in mind as well that at El Pueblo, cultural memory goes very long, and some of the forced repatriations of the 1930s and also some of our issues in the 1980s that I remember as a child visiting Olvera Street are very much alive in our community as cultural trauma. So in response, we have worked to optimize our procurement process and fast-track our RFPs to fill our Olvera Street commercial vacancies. This is to reduce time to open businesses on Olvera Street once selected. But what we're also very proud is that we continue to work on our El Pueblo master plan. This is the vision plan with the firm of Rios, which will finally provide a roadmap to future development in and around El Pueblo and ensure our viability as a cultural and commercial destination. So keep in mind that we have a 1981 general plan for when our department was a state parks department. And the planning visioning work will also work to enshrine El Pueblo as a space for indigeneity and for honoring our Native American heritage. So apart from being a roadmap to development, our hope is to enshrine a lot of these different communities into the work of the master plan. And finally, you keep hearing the coveted dates of 2026 and 28, but I will remind you that 2030 is the 100th anniversary of Olvera Street, and that 2031 will be the 250th anniversary of our city's founding at El Pueblo. So we're here to demonstrate that the city's cultural heart is healthy, resilient, and is hopefully a source of inspiration and civic building in these difficult times. So thank you, and we welcome any questions you may have of us.
Okay. I have a question. So the proposed budget adds funding, $0.04 million for museum guides. El Pueblo predicts that there will be an estimated 290,000 visitors by the end of this year, approximately 22,000 more visitors than in the prior year. An estimated 370,000 are projected to visit next year. How many guides will this funding provide?
This fully funds approximately 7 museum guides per day. We have a roster of about 14 museum guides available at any time.
And is this funding sufficient for current operating hours of museums and continued increase of museum visitors?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Currently, unfortunately, without these funds, we've had to reduce our museum hours currently. We don't like doing that. We're a tremendous resource for LAUSD and for school children to learn about the city's history and their own histories. But unfortunately, we have had to close on Tuesdays and Wednesdays precisely for this reason. With the support that you have provided of the 45K, we will be at full operations at the start of the new fiscal year.
Okay. Councilmember McCosker?
Let's talk about rent and rent adjustments. What was the last time we went through the rent adjustment process?
To raise rents at Olvera Street?
Yes.
So rents are automatically raised at Olvera Street annually, 3% and the CPI.
And are we successfully seeing those rent increases go to completion, go to people writing the checks for the new rent amount?
When we have had raises in the rents, we do collect the funds, but we currently are hurting to the extent of about $50,000 a month with some of our Olvera Street merchants not paying rent or not being able to pay rent, which then triggers an eviction process, which then triggers, usually unfortunately for Olvera Street, a litigation related to these evictions. So raising the rent has not been a major concern. It's very little. In some cases, we've seen rents that might be raised $30 more a year for the 3%. It's the overall rent collecting that has been a problem since the pandemic.
So collections is not the raising of the rent, but it's collecting the rent?
Yes.
And
Councilmember.
it's done with what process, what employee forces or outside assistance?
So we have an accounting team and a real estate officer that supports, obviously, trying to collect some of our rents. But there are major changes happening, just overall in downtown. Unfortunately, we can account for reduced visitorship since before the pandemic. Issues with the Olvera Street family's succession. Keep in mind that when Olvera Street was created in the 1930s, there was no social mobility for a lot of people of color, especially in the Mexican American and in the indigenous community. So now, 3-4 generations in, a lot of the families just simply do not have family members to pass along the businesses. So there is some lack of innovation with some of the spaces and kind of how they're operated. But I have to also balance that with the fact that our Olvera Street merchant community are living cultural resources. And so they are a community that we're there to protect and support. But the rent collecting itself has become an issue. We're working to change that. We're currently have an RFP out for about 5 new stands for 5 puestos. And that RFP is due by next week. So we're working really diligently with the Office of Procurement to kind of update our procurement process to get new businesses in, new families in, and hopefully be a space, as much as we're historic, to be an innovative space for new entrepreneurship with a lot of different communities.
Have you had any success in bringing in consulting type resources to bring along folks with business plans, with innovation of their business, going from cash sales to maybe internet sales, the things that every business needs to innovate on to stay atop of the times?
Yeah, currently we're working with our business source centers, and particularly our East LA Business Source Center, who is working with our merchant community to just really bring us into the new century. Because, like I said, as much as we're proud to be a historic cultural site, many of our operations have not been updated to kind of reflect reality.
I'm going to ask for a special study on a consolidation plan. It might not be the only one you hear about, but I want a special study and report back on the exploration of alternative models for management at El Pueblo. This could include the potential consolidation of El Pueblo and some or all of the problems under, some or all of their programs under the Department of Recreation and Parks, as well as the potential of having a nonprofit entity or a bid oversee and manage the facility. This is a special study. I'll give you a chance to respond if you'd like.
I will add, council member, that the very creation of El Pueblo is because of the activism of the merchant community and the historic preservation community in the 1980s. In the 1980s, when we were part of the state park plan, we were administered by contract through Rec and Parks. And at that time, even though it may seem like ancient history, there was a lot of complaints and frustration with Olvera Street and the preservation community about the management of El Pueblo. So that is why I owe, the staff and the department to the work of the local community to create a department that really reflects their needs and addresses their needs on a daily basis. Any call, anything that is needed by our merchants, we're there, within minutes to address anything that happens there. So we were once part of Rec and Parks, and I'm here to really argue the viability of El Pueblo as a department and one that reflects the cultural heart of our city.
I appreciate all of that answer, except for the part where you called it ancient history, because I actually lived through some of that. But thank you. It's a good answer.
From a budgetary point of view, I've been told anything past 5 years seems to be ancient history.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the rest of that.
In the past, when I've worked with our budget team members, they seem to allude to anything after 5 years as being ancient history.
Okay, very good. Well, that's your answer, and my concerns and questions are why I'd like to see the study. So thank you, and I know you'll participate fully in that in any capacity you're asked to.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Hutt, followed by Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. I certainly went to LA City Schools and was really happy when we could go to Olvera Street and understand our history. So I'm concerned about our vendors and our restaurants. How are they coping with the reduction of tourism right now? I heard the part about hard to pay rent, but what else?
Yeah, I mean, when you say the word vendors, for us at Olvera Street, vendors tend to be our street vendors that are out on the streets. And unfortunately, the current situation with enforcing street vendorship in and around El Pueblo means that every sale with a street vendor on Main Street or Los Angeles Street does hurt our merchants.
The indoor.
Yeah. So, our restaurants have traditionally done very well. I think what happens is just the ability for there to be repeat visitorship at Olvera Street can be an issue. And so we're working with our merchants as much as possible to meet with them. We meet on a monthly basis. We meet twice a month with our commissioners. And so we're in touch with them with any kind of specific need they may have. They do have a certain amount of autonomy in terms of their sales and their hiring practices, but we are there as much as possible to provide the resources as needed for them.
But are they sharing with you like, we have, 10% less people?
They're very
to-
clear with their frustrations with visitorship to Olivera Street. Because again, we had verifiable numbers that pre-pandemic we're about half the visitorship, just simply based on our visitorship to the Avila Adobe and our museums, which is where we collect numbers. Keep in mind that visitorship at El Pueblo is very difficult to kind of count simply because we are a free and open space. As any plaza in Latin America or Europe, it's hard to sort of account for who goes in and out. And I don't want to enclose the entire space because that's not in the spirit of inclusivity for El Pueblo. But there's absolutely less visitorship at the moment. We are working every year. The numbers are going up little by little, but we are not matching our pre-pandemic numbers.
Thank you for that. There's several line items for capital and maintenance needs at El Pueblo. Can you tell us what improvements are being done to the parking lot security and other maintenance needs?
I mean, that's an everyday issue with our 5 parking lots.
Yeah.
We have had some difficulty with automating some aspects of the parking lots. I drive an EV car. I don't have a way to do an EV charge at El Pueblo. So our infrastructure, as I said earlier in my opening presentation, our infrastructure is as old as it gets, and to kind of connect new technology to our current infrastructure is a challenge. But on a daily basis, we work to kind of improve the maintenance and overall operations of our parking lots.
And so, in forward thinking about how to generate more tourism in that space, does El Pueblo have more opportunities for yearly events? Or are you already maxed out on what's going on in that space? Like, I can imagine today is probably going to be a really busy day.
Yeah,
but beyond that, where else can we find opportunities?
Yeah, we had a tremendous event yesterday. City 14 was present for our Cinco de Mayo celebration on Sunday. There's celebrations today. We're also experimenting with a lot of electronic dance music at El Pueblo. So as a setting, you can't beat us in terms of filming and events, which we have an active staff that do that. So we are trying as much as possible to create a space that's accessible for just kind of rentals and uses there. Working with our historic buildings can be a challenge, particularly the landmark historic Pico House from 1870. We do use those for kind of one-time or 2-day filming, but these are buildings that still lack a lot of the infrastructure to make them safe and accessible. So it tends to be sort of these one-offs in terms of kind of how we use space. Now, we also have to be mindful that there are events that can be revenue generating for the department, but can hurt our Olivera Street merchants. So we have to kind of balance the need. In some cases, if they wish to charge for access to space at the plaza for an event, it means that a chain link fence goes right across the entrance to Olivera Street. So I had to be very mindful and really be at the kind of micro level in figuring out events that can be both revenue generating for a department, but also increase visitorship to Olivera Street.
And so do you have a team that kind of drives that work?
I have one person and one part-time person.
And are they in jeopardy of a cut?
Not with this budget, no. Like I mentioned before, the main concern I have is that I will be losing my sole property management person. It's a person that is constantly on the lookout for the buildings. I've had break-ins. I have had very scary things happen that this person has been able to catch before they become bigger issues. And obviously, one of my nightmares that keeps me up at night is for any kind of damage to happen to our buildings through fire or through other kinds of causes. So my property manager is someone that I need to work with on a daily basis.
And I will say that property manager helps with the revenue generation, keeping the buildings safe, well-maintained, allows us to be more friendly for filming, more friendly for events, and have a beautiful space for people to come into. Losing that would actually impact our revenue greatly. And also, on the other hand, losing the accountant also impacts our ability to bring in that revenue and process it quickly and be able to make contracts happen quickly.
Thank you for that. Did you already request a budget memo on the proposed offsets? members?
No,
I'd
I
like
don't
to
believe so.
propose a budget memo on El Pueblo's proposed offsets as outlined in your letter. Thank you, that's all from me.
Councilwoman Hernandez?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I would like to start off by asking Councilmember McCosker if it's possible to add EWDD in your special study.
One or the other, you mean?
Yes.
Consolidation with either into RAP or into EWDD?
Or even a mixture of that.
Okay.
I just think about how EWDD supports our small businesses, and I think it would be beneficial to figure out how we can consolidate more of that or support the work of El Pueblo through that. I have a question. How is El Pueblo working with EWDD and CIFD right now to ensure that small business tenants in El Pueblo are getting tailored support?
We have invited those very same departments to our merchant meetings for presentations to our merchants.
Beautiful, thank you. Any other support, like any warm handoffs y'all are doing, or any walkthroughs of like La Placita Olvera with EWDD?
We're welcome to having them anytime, and we have close connections with some of our former staff are now at EWDD, so it's nice to have Pueblo seeds all over different departments because they understand our special needs. And so we have a current staff person at EWDD right now.
Beautiful, thank you. Yeah, I'd love to see some more coordination there, particularly with the small business piece that they could support. And that's all my questions. Thank you, Chairwoman. They were the ones who were asked. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here today with us.
Okay. Anyone else? Questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to the library. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead and introduce yourself and your team, please.
Yes, good afternoon, council members. My name is John Zabo, city librarian, and with me are Susan Broman, assistant city librarian, Madeline Rackley, who leads our business office, our chief finance person, and Heather Smith, also from our business office.
Welcome. So we've all had a chance to look at your letter. Is there anything in particular you want to highlight or a brief presentation? Emphasis on brief.
Just some brief remarks.
Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you so much. Well, I want to begin by just saying that all of us in the library are very mindful of the special position that we're in and the great benefit of the charter appropriation. I will also say that I think that with that comes great responsibility, and I think that our team is excellent stewards of the dollars that the city entrusts us with. We try to be as nimble as we can. We're innovative, creative, forward-thinking, and always focused on equitably serving Angelenos. I want to also lead by saying that we're already working with the CAO's office as well as the personnel department to identify vacant positions in the library that might assist in mitigating potential layoffs in other city departments, looking at those classifications that the library shares with other city departments. So that work has begun. And also looking, if it's helpful, at the part-time and intermittent positions that the library has as well. But obviously, we're focused on those vacant full-time positions. Just a couple of concerns, and you've heard this from some other city departments, but we are concerned about the capacity of other city departments to provide services on our behalf, most notably GSD. The library reimburses the general fund for all of our related costs. Also, because there's not a source of capital project funding within the library, there's a tremendous amount of deferred maintenance. We do have a budget that we set aside each year in the operating budget for alterations and improvements, but given the physical infrastructure of the library across the city, it is not nearly enough. And so that, coupled with the capacity of general services and other departments, is a concern. And then also security services within LAPD and filling those non-sworn positions. is an ongoing concern. Do want to highlight that the great work of the library and addressing some of the biggest issues that the city faces, and the way in which we sort of interpret the mission of the library in a very broad way, but an important way. We continue to do really important work around immigration services with our New Americans Initiative, social services with social workers on staff, and many other services in that arena, serving the most vulnerable Angelenos, and then a tremendous amount of work in the digital equity space. And of course, I could go on, but I won't. And I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. We're going to start with Councilwoman Hutt to lead us off.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As you know, I worked at the library, right, downtown.
I do know that.
In the arts department, which was very interesting. Big books, a lot of folks to look at them. And one of the experiences I had in there was that people would be looking for specific things in these big books that made me uncomfortable as an employee. So I would like to know if other staff feel like we have adequate security at our branch libraries. And if not, how can we improve security to ensure the safety of our employees and our patrons?
I will say security is an ongoing concern, and we're always looking at all of the resources that we put in that arena. We spend a significant amount of money on it. Up until just a few years ago, our single tool in our toolbox in that arena was LAPD security services as well as contract security. We have added some other services in the library experience office with some of our mental health services, social workers, and so forth. One of the challenges that we have is the ability to get all of the positions for which we have outlined and identified in an MOU with LAPD filled. And when those non-sworn positions are not able to be filled, we lean more on contract security or lean more on the much more expensive option of, in some cases, LAPD overtime for sworn. So I think that is an area that certainly would be very helpful to us, and that would be more reliable. I will say that it is an ongoing challenge. You know, the issues that LA faces come into our doors every single day, and our staff deal with that and experience that. One of the things that we have done to assist our staff so that they can continue helping the people coming through our doors with all of the services that we provide is we've added a classification called Community Services Representative, which are individuals who have lived experience, are trained in de-escalation, and can sort of act as an initial effort to deal with some of the very tough issues that happen in our libraries that perhaps don't warrant law enforcement or might be de-escalated so that law enforcement or traditional contract security is not required. But
in that, can you just expound a little bit on the connection of staff, those service staff people, as it relates to the homeless situation that occurs inside our libraries, as well as folks that come in that are having mental health crisis and are looking for safety and shelter in that space?
Sure. So for folks coming in, you know, looking for services or have questions or need referrals to transitional housing or may need any variety of social services, I will say that for years and years, and continuing to this day and at this very moment, the hardworking staff of the library are fielding those inquiries and making those referrals. What we've done in recent years is added social workers to our team. Now, we don't have a social worker in every location, and we're not able to have a social worker in every place every time one is needed. We also have funded some contracts with mental health, social services agencies that are able to provide those services in libraries that we've identified where they can be most helpful. And then there are the staff that I mentioned, that community services representative, and we still, it's not a tremendous number of individuals, but the ones that we have hired and deployed, our staff find them very, very helpful. And so they are also making those referrals and helping people find the services that they need.
Are there things that we can do to improve our collective response as a city so that people feel better about utilizing wonderful things that are in the library?
Well, I think, it's a big picture, big city perspective, but just the challenge of filling positions. We've had challenges filling our social worker positions. They are certainly have been made a priority, and we're pleased with that. And believe we're on the cusp of bringing some more on board. And the issue certainly with security officer positions with LAPD. And as we are able to put more dollars into those sort of alternative approaches, we do. And I'm really pleased to say that it's been a process of buy-in with our staff. I think our staff were very enthusiastic, certainly at the beginning, but the proof is in the results. And I think our staff on the ground who deal with these issues on the front line every single day can see the benefit of these other solutions that we've implemented and put library resources toward. I mean, we're very lucky to have those resources to be able to do that. And there's a lot of conversation in a lot of organizations and local government about these alternative approaches, but we did it. And we implemented it, and we've shown that it works. So that's encouraging, and I think that leads to a safer environment as well.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Madam Chair. Those are all my questions.
Okay. Councilmember McCosker, followed by Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you very much. Can I ask you, looking at some of the consultants, what do E-rate consultants do for the library? There's a line item of $181,000.
The E-rate program is a program that serves schools and libraries that's part of the Federal Communications Commission and is a mind-numbingly complex grant process that we have fortunately received millions of dollars from. And it is all around connectivity, internet connectivity, equipment, public-facing internet technology, laptops that check out, some IT infrastructure. So the consultant works with our IT team in order to apply for those grants and to make certain that we are taking full advantage of all of the E-rate grants, but also some of the grant programs that were made available to the pandemic. Obviously, with federal funding where it is, we're keeping an eye on that E-rate funding. The Institute for Museum and Library Services grants to libraries are not there presently, but we're monitoring E-rate, and we've taken great advantage of it.
So that's a consultancy which makes sure that we're maximizing that federal funding.
Correct.
And is it something that must be done out of house, or is it an activity we could do in-house?
I'll ask Susan Broman to speak to that.
So within the library, we don't have sufficient staff to manage that process. Like, as John said, it's a very complicated process that also involves helping us manage audits that happen with those dollars. At one point, some of that task was done by ITA. Mm-hmm. They were unable to continue doing that a few years ago, and so we moved to this other model.
So it was an ITA function, it's technical and a lot of work, and so for its technical difficulty and because of the amount of work it's sent out to consultants?
And the familiarity with the federal rules and regulations around E-rates, yes.
So that would be part of the technical difficulty and technical expertise that an outside firm would have?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No other questions?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I just want to take a moment to share some love with this department. Thank you so much for being with us here today. And I want to recognize your incredible work, especially with the New Americans Initiative, where you're helping immigrants navigate the citizenship pathway and the pathway how to renew their DACA and get DACA. You're increasing legal support, which is phenomenal, and that's at no cost, and in all the languages that communities speak. But your work doesn't stop there. You're often the first point of contact for unhoused Angelenos, offering warmth, restrooms, charging stations, and connections to vital services. Library staff are trained in de-escalation, trauma-informed care, and outreach. And in many neighborhoods, they're the frontline partners in our response to homelessness. And so just want to say thank you. Thank you for doing that every day, and really appreciate y'all for being here today. Thank you.
Councilmember Blumenfield.
Thank you. Check, check. Hello? Mic on? Not yet? Hello? Check, check. Check. There we go. First, I want to echo what Councilmember Hernandez said, and thank you for all the great work that you do. You mentioned, trying to help the city. Obviously, you're in a better position than most of the city because of Measure L. And you mentioned absorbing some potential employees, which would be great. Also wanted to ask you if there are other ways that library funds could be used that could help the city overall appropriately, obviously within the context of Measure L. Things like accelerating sidewalk repairs at city libraries, addressing deferred maintenance where you do have funding for it, collaboration with DCA on cultural programming and arts education. What are some of the areas that you can help the city through these difficult times legitimately with the funds that you have?
We do have funds in the current budget for sidewalk repair, and have done so in previous fiscal years as well. So that's an important, certainly component of our budget. One of the things that we've, in addition to the obviously looking at those vacant positions and making those available for transfers, is talking about deferred maintenance, and if there are ways in which the related costs that we're paying in can pay for. We already have some in our budget paying for dedicated employees within general services, for example, to provide building maintenance services and so forth to the library department, but to look at doing more of that.
You're saying using library funds to have a dedicated GSD person.
We have some of that already, but looking at doing more of that.
Are there things like that? I mean, would it be worth me asking for a budget memo on those types of things? Are there things like that where you think you might be able to produce another position or two in that sense for this year's budget?
Well, it would be looking at those related cost dollars that we're providing to GSD and looking at and seeing if we could have dedicated staff within that line item. But it's looking at how those related cost dollars, I think, would be utilized.
Okay, well, I just wanted to open that up for any ideas that you had there. Second issue, LA Public Library is probably the largest online lending program in the country, including libraries that are much bigger, like New York, and LA County even. So it's pretty incredible what you've done. First, I wanted to uplift that, and then ask, are there things that you're doing to ensure that the people using our resources are actually Angelinos, and that, not that others can't, but that is there a way to make sure that that Los Angeles residents are sort of at the front of the line and not at the back of the queue for online books and all the other amazing things that you lend out? And you guys really you've taken that program to whole new heights, where it's amazing what you can borrow from our libraries.
Yes, well, we look at those numbers very closely and carefully, and obviously City of LA residents are our priority. Also, the licensing agreements we have with those content providers also, just don't allow us to circulate the material way beyond, the City of LA. So we do look at that. I think the numbers are really big, and the reason that we are the largest in the nation are, one, that we were very early adopters, and so the penetration into the community of the number of people that are aware of this service that we provide started early and continues to grow and grow and grow. And during the pandemic, many more people discovered that. Also, we frankly spend a significant amount on it. We spend a significant amount of our collections budget, the budget that we buy all types of content with. And we also, in the spending of those dollars, I think, lean a little more heavily toward meeting that huge demand that you're talking about, and those folks that are on waiting lists. And even with leaning into the demand, and even with the spend that we have, and even though that we're the #1 circulator of e-content of any library in North America, we still have people in LA who are waiting, and that's a product of really good promotion and people being aware that we have it. And, you know, it's a struggle, I think, in all libraries of how much we're able to satiate that demand and not, you know, disenfranchise those who are making use of other formats. That said, you know, we are have moved very aggressively into that space, and the numbers bear it out. But City of LA residents are certainly our priority.
Great, thanks. Lastly, just to give you a chance to talk about it, but you know, we've heard a lot about our commitment or lack of commitment to youth services, and the library is an area where we really shine when it comes to serving our young people. And I wanted to raise that. We give you the opportunity to talk a little bit about that. And you know, do you have an estimate of how many library users are children or young adults, and how we are serving our youth through our libraries?
I can't imagine anything that's more core to who we are at the LA Public Library and what we do than serving, you know, the youngest in our community. We even have a program called Read Baby Read, where we're focused on making certain that we're putting books in the hands of the absolute youngest in our community. In looking at all of our card holders, we have over 600,000 active library cards that are held by children and teens. We have tens of thousands of young people attending programs in all 73 of our libraries. You know, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math programming, traditional story times. You know, the list goes on. We have hundreds of class visits, so our librarians go out into the schools. We also have just a tremendous partnership with LAUSD, where every single child at LAUSD automatically gets a card and gets access to services from the LA Public Library. And that was actually in place prior to the pandemic. So when the pandemic hit, the ability of young people to access all the digital resources that we have was absolutely huge. You know, and the list of services and programs around early childhood literacy and teen programs, and supplementing what the city is investing in all of that with grant dollars, foundation grant dollars, state grant dollars, as we have been able to in the past, federal dollars, is huge. So our children and teen programming and activities is just very, very robust. And, you know, we have children's and teen librarians and staff dedicated to that throughout the library system.
Great. Well, thank you. I, like so many, have great memories of being with my kids in our libraries. So thank you.
Me too. All right, I have a couple questions. The proposed budget adds one-time funding in the contractual services account in the amount of $9 million to fund alterations and improvement projects at branch libraries, and also adds $5 million for central library alterations and improvements. How will funding for alterations and improvements be distributed among branch libraries? How do you make those determinations?
So as we're always looking to have that collective number, both the central plus branch library services, increase year to year. The number that is in the 25-26 budget is the largest that we've had thus far, and still isn't enough. We work with general services to look at where priorities are around basic building infrastructure like roofing, HVAC systems, carpeting, those sorts of things that need to be replaced on an ongoing basis. And then there are some projects where we identify basic renovations and things like that of a particular space in the library. And what happens is sometimes there are emergencies that come up and take those dollars and then displaces those projects elsewhere. But we work closely with general services to determine what the greatest level of priority is for those limited dollars.
Okay. What type, you mentioned some of the different alterations that are going to be made. What about the central library? What are the proposed improvements there?
Do you know? The central library, A&I?
First of all, it's a big one. Okay, thank you. Yes. So one of our biggest ones is we have a plan that's taken a couple of years to gather funding to completely renovate the first floor at Central Library to enhance the customer experience as they're walking in. It's a complicated building. There are 3 entrances, kind of all coming into a hub, and we want to really make sure that people have a better sense of direction, as well as just making that building that will be 100 years old next year, a more modern and usable space. We have some updates to our elevators and escalators. Those costs are annual things that occur quite often. And then one of our biggest expenses this year is actually going to be the replacement of some cooling towers at the building. Again, that's an ongoing thing that needs to be replaced. But we always prioritize anything that has to do with HVAC in our buildings, as we are a cooling center during the summer at every single one of our locations. So that's one of our highest priorities whenever we're talking about ANIs.
Oh, just one more. Oh, are you working with GWP on a rebate for the cooling center, the cooling tower?
I will have to get back to you on that one.
Okay, they have a rebate. Under the library contractual services account, the department expended approximately $4 million more than was budgeted, with an estimated $16 million expended on branch library alterations and improvements. Can you describe this contractual service and what caused the department to exceed the 24-25 adopted budget amount?
For which fiscal year?
This
Counselor?
past one, 24-25.
We'll have to get back with you on that. I'm not aware of an overspend in ANI.
Okay, be good. Thank you. Just kind of a report back on that.
Absolutely.
Anyone else? Councilmember Kosker.
Just a follow-up on that, I do want to thank you for the San Pedro renovations. If that's where you went over, I want to say thank you, money well spent. But that wasn't really what I was going to ask you about. I want to talk about library security. The proposed budget includes an increase of $1.2 million towards facility security, and I know in your comments at the head of this conversation, you talked about the challenges. How do you intend to deploy that money, and sort of what are your thoughts over the next fiscal year to improve the sense of security at the libraries?
We work closely with, we have a sergeant from LAPD who's the 100% assigned to the library, director of library security, who looks at incidents and works with our branch library services team, central library services team, to look at where those limited resources can be best deployed. That moves sometimes, and also where we deploy contract security as well. The increase that you mentioned is the increase in the cost of essentially the existing scope of services. There is some expansion where we have to deploy security staff for some emergency situations, but largely it's the same scope that we have at present.
Okay, I think we need to work with you to make sure that you're getting value for that dollar, and I also think that security services are better than contract services for
Correct.
your purposes because they tend to know the space. And so that'll be our commitment on this side to do the job to make sure we're recruiting and retaining within security services, to make sure that our customers, like the library, have good service. But then I'm also going to urge you to think about how that money for renovation of facilities and modifications to facilities can be used also to improve the environment for safety. I mean, that's going to be all of the things that you want to do with, roofs and systems and HVAC, but also think about lighting, think about entrances and exits, and particularly for our workers, for our employees, your employees, whether it's in my district, whether it's in Watts or Wilmington, or the Harbor Gateway facility, particularly as they leave their space, they need to have well-lit, safe, protected areas, and we need to work with you on street services too and DOT to make sure there's parking, immediately safe parking available for folks if the lots are full. So all of those things. So it's really just a request and a commitment that we'll work together.
Thank you. I totally agree. And the one of the projects we've done recently is really integrating all of our security camera systems on the exteriors of buildings and all, and integrating it all together system-wide, and also emphasizing that whether it's contract security or LAPD, that the footprint of their responsibility is the entire library site, and absolutely including the parking lots. So we can be mindful of that, and also in looking at facilities planning process is looking at obviously safety and safety of staff, which includes lighting and everything, landscaping, building design, access to staff areas, which also has been a component of the security overhaul system in terms of badge access into staff areas and making those safer.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Colleagues, questions? Memos? Comments? Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to move on to the tourism department. Folks, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more departments.
All right, we're getting it done.
I have no questions.
No questions for him?
Oh, done.
I have one.
It's square root of 27.
What?
What's the square root of 27? 5.19.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Please introduce yourself and your team, and you can highlight anything from your letter that you want us to know.
Thank you very much. Don Liu, City Tourism Department, and I'm joined by,
Kim Nakashima, Director of Policy and Research.
and
Tigran Avatisian, Director of Admin and Finance.
thank you, committee, and out of respect for your time and the enormous challenge before you, my remarks will be once again short and sweet. I'm still short, maybe not so sweet anymore. As you know, we are a special fund department and require nothing from the general fund. Our highlights are we're at an 11% reduction from last year's budget. We have no new program requests. We are satisfied with the mayor's budget as proposed. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Councilmember Blumenfield, do you want to lead us on this?
Sure. I don't have a lot of questions. Great to see you. Appreciate all the good work you do. It was interesting when we were talking with LAWA folks. They talked about potentially getting a sales team for LAWA and really all of LA, and asked them if they would be coordinating with you, and they said yes. And I just wanted to throw that back at you too, to make sure that you're aware of what they're doing, because it's the same mission.
Yeah,
selling LA.
We watched and heard, and did want to thank our partners at LA Tourism, who not only spent a lot of time working with LAWA and especially on route development, but they actually have a contract with LAWA for marketing.
Great. And then, just want to get your thoughts overall. I mean, with what Trump is doing and how that's going to impact our tourism dollars, how you see our TOT revenue moving forward. You guys are closer to that than anybody, and I know we're losing revenue from China and Canada, and right now it's looking grim in terms of our TOT revenues. But I wanted to get your bird's eye perspective on that, and what we could be doing to improve upon that.
Yeah, it's very concerning. We don't have hard data quite yet because our numbers lag a couple of months. So we're just starting to see impacts from January, for instance, and February. Yeah, absolutely. Our, as my friend John Ackerman has said a number of times, arrivals from Canada are down, he said 70%.
Say that again. Say the number one more time, please.
70%.
Thank you.
Flight arrivals from Canada. We're seeing similar impacts around the world. The tariffs are having a huge impact, and we're not quite sure exactly how big it will be, but we're certainly very concerned.
That's it for me. Thanks.
Colleagues?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, thanks for being here. Will the convention center expansion impact the department's budget or operations during construction?
It should not. We're anticipating operating the convention center very close to how we're operating today. So there may be a loss of some business, but we're hoping that we can make that up with some short-term business when we do have cancellations.
And then what are the maintenance projects the department plans to implement in the next fiscal year?
I'm sorry?
The maintenance projects?
I'm going to ask Tigran to summarize some of the CIP projects that we have approved.
Yeah, we have 5 capital improvement projects for the convention center.
Can you move the mic a little closer?
Of course, we have 5.
You could just move the mic instead.
Sure.
Yeah, there you go.
Thanks. We have 5 capital improvement projects for a total of $18 million in this proposed budget for the convention center.
So can these projects wait for a year or wait to be incorporated into expansion like the waterproofing upgrades? Or should they just?
Some of them can, but the waterproofing project cannot wait.
Okay.
And it's for the existing building, and we've started on that. This is phase 3, I believe, for that project.
Okay. And then what activations does the department plan on putting together for the World Cup?
Actually, we are not involved in the World Cup at this time. There was early consideration about hosting what they call the Congress of Nations, but I think they've selected another location. But as you know, the 8 games, 8 matches out of the 104 will be held at SoFi Stadium. And really until we know what countries and teams will be in LA, will we know what kind of activations may occur throughout the city. We have not been contacted by anyone because the teams don't really know where they're playing yet.
I see. I thank you. And then do you have ideas that you want to share with us that will increase tourism here in LA? We heard from airports earlier. We heard that our numbers are down. What can tourism do? And I'm going to give you an example. A couple of years ago, we did a great video on Los Angeles and why you should be here. And then shortly thereafter, Gucci came to Los Angeles and did their whole brand excitement thing. They did a learning experience at Crenshaw High. They did a big after party in Leimert Park, and it was really energizing. So what other things can we do like that video that's going to encourage folks to come here?
Sure. I'm going to have to give a lot of credit to our contractors at LA Tourism and Convention Board. They have a very robust budget where they spend tens of millions of dollars on advertising that video that you mentioned. They have a current campaign, which we shared to the council earlier, where they market around the world for international visitors. They also spend quite a bit of money on the East Coast to attract visitors to Los Angeles, and it works. We see a lot of internet traffic and clicks on whenever we have our advertising campaigns, so we know that campaign does work. And we're currently in the midst of a campaign right now, and it's not quite national, but it's in key locations in Europe, in Asia, and in Australia and New Zealand.
Great. It's good to know then it's pushing right now.
That's and I should say, not to dismiss the World Cup in any way, that's going to be a great advertising for Los Angeles when we do have the matches here, and they are televised, and the visitors are here along with the Olympics. Those act as really great advertising leads for future business.
Thank you. That's all from me, Madam Chair.
Councilmember McCosker.
Thanks very much. In addition to the World Cup, There are obviously opportunities that we can't miss with the Olympics, even with all of our challenges. How is your department coordinating with all of the Olympics activities happening inside the building and at LA 28?
Yeah, we're very proud of the fact that we're hosting 5 Olympic events at the Convention Center. In addition, we're hosting 5 Paralympic events. We've been involved in quite a lot of EOP's event operation planning meetings. So getting really into the details about which events will be held where and when. And then starting to get into a deeper dive on security and transportation issues as well. That's pretty much the limit that my department has on Olympic planning. We stand ready, and our partners I should say that our partners at LA Tourism are doing quite a bit on hotel room blocks, working with LA 28 and their housing contractors, and also with FIFA and the World Cup organizers as well.
Great, thank you.
I just have one question. So one-time contractual services funding of $0.3 million was provided in fiscal year 24-25 for the creation of a tourism master plan. Your budget letter this year states that the proposed budget provides critical funding that will enable the department to make progress towards realizing 5 goals, including an update of the tourism master plan. So I'm wondering, how is the contractual services funding from this past year utilized? And what's the timeline for completion and release of the updated tourism master plan?
So we hired the same firm, Resonance Company, to as our consultant on our tourism master plan. It's been 5 years since our original plan was done, so we brought them back this year to do a 5-year update. We're currently wrapping up the research. They've done a number of focus groups and stakeholder interviews. Surveys are going out to residents this month and also to other industry stakeholders. We should have a final draft in the coming months, and we'll be able to share that with the council and the public shortly thereafter.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, any more questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, we are moving to Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. Welcome. Thank you. Go ahead, please, and introduce yourself and your team.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Carmen Chang. I'm the General Manager at the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, and I'll let my colleagues introduce themselves.
Armando Reese, Director of Administrative Services.
Tom Stone, Director of Government and Policy Relations.
Vanessa Serrano for Director of Field Operations.
Great. We received and read your letter. Thank you so much. You want to go ahead and go over some of the highlights, or do you want to just jump into questions?
Yes, please. I'd love to provide some very brief remarks.
Great.
So first of all, I'd like to thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the Mayor's Office and the CAO for their steady and thoughtful leadership during the city's financial challenges. And really thanks to the Budget and Finance Committee for the time. So really quickly, I just wanted to talk about the Neighborhood Council system. Created in 1999, right, because of charter reform, really making sure that we're hearing the voices from the ground up, from the field, to ensure that policies that are passed at City Hall work for the people. And the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment is the department that is somewhat unique compared to the other 43 departments in that we support this Neighborhood Council system. I think especially coming with the community organizing background, which I think the mayor, the council president, and many council members have a really great understanding of. We're excited that we've celebrated our 25th year anniversary last year. We know that this neighborhood council system we call NCs, it's a system that works. It is the nation's largest grassroots civic engagement model. We work really hard to ensure that there is representation, that we support young people, we support women and those that historically feel left out of the process, that they don't feel they're part of the government. We want to make sure that their voices are heard. As a reminder that board members across the NC system, they are unpaid. They are volunteers elected by their community. And while we have folks that have been with us since the very beginning, there are also newer voices, I think because right now, also during COVID, but now with the federal chaos that's happening at that level, there's a lot of hyper-local interest and excitement to join local civic engagement and to make a difference in neighborhoods and communities. And as folks may know, current council members, the city attorney, the controller, former neighborhood council members, and regardless of folks that may run for state senate, for example, or other elected offices, people are on these boards to make a difference, even just to understand issue areas. One of the things that we're very invested in is to make sure that there is a robust volunteer program, that this department can support this for upcoming games, whether they're related to the World Cup, the Olympics and Paralympics games, and et cetera. But we do need staff to help coordinate folks that want to support the games across the city. So, I first did want to shout out our Dunn staff for their hard work. In terms of the priorities for our department, of course, there's the 5, in the proposed budget, elimination of the 5 filled positions. And so, we want to stress that all positions within our department, or a staff of 35, we do deliver core services as mandated by the charter to ensure that we support the NC system. Out of 35, the proposed cuts would be to our field team. 1 is a director. We have 4 directors. It would be cutting one position. And we have 14, what we call the field staff neighborhood empowerment advocates, or NEAs. The proposal then would be cutting 4 of the 14. And so in terms of impacts to that, it would very much reduce our program service capacity by 20%, and our staff by 14%. It would significantly disrupt day-to-day operations. When we think about developing a leadership pipeline, the leadership development, and service continuity for all 99 neighborhood councils, it would be hard because we are trying to be as proactive as possible to support these leaders. We would unfortunately have to be a little less so if we have reduced staff. We have staff members since the beginning of the disaster service worker program have been on the ground at the DSW center, and that's because they come from our department. We know how to talk to Angelinos that call us, that talk to us. We talk to stakeholders, we talk to neighborhood council members. And so I want to stress that these 5 folks, as well as the rest of our department, we have frontline staff. In addition to talking to stakeholders and board members, we support board members through board trainings, onboarding, outreach, governance, advocacy, and compliance. Our NC board members rely on our staff for consistent hands-on support to navigate city processes, to build civic engagement, and advocate for local needs. We did recently have 2 NEAs transition out, and our NEAs, currently at this level 14 and plus directors, have had to take on more. And so, right now we service about nearly 200 neighborhood council board members. If this proposed budget reduces our staff, we would be close to about 242 neighborhood council board members. And it would be a bit more devastating because we are frontline. We do protect neighborhood council board members from, potential liabilities. We do, our staff, again, because we are in the public, we do receive harassment, and we try our hardest to prevent and protect our neighborhood council board members. A lot of times, there's not a security services or there's not attorneys present, and our NEAs are there to support our board members. And so, if we have less of our staff, it could lead to increased exposure to, more liabilities. Delayed responses and disruption, as well as staff burnout and loss of trust with community stakeholders. In terms of our offsets, in the letter, we looked through every nook and cranny and totaled it to $69,500. We know that's not enough to cover the 5 field positions, but we're doing what we can to at least align, to give up the tools that we use, using whatever we can through ITA and whatever the city can provide. But, the staff are our priority. I will make a note that the cuts to items like our programmatic work, like our youth and women's conferences, we'll have to either use, continue planning these events via Zoom or online, or we may be requesting for outside funding, which we have had to do this past fiscal year. And so the last thing I'll say is, even though it's not in our departmental budget, the neighborhood council funding, we do acknowledge there's the reduction from $32,000 to $25,000. It would be a direct loss to bringing Angelinos and neighbors together, because it would, boards rely on this funding for operational costs, outreach, and neighborhood purpose grants to the community. They use it for, again, meeting spaces, storage units, office, operational expenses. And many of them do work with their council offices to help each other to achieve their goals. So with that, I thank the committee here for your time, and I hope that we can find ways to preserve these vital roles within this department. And with that, I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Councilwoman Hutt to lead us in these questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. The proposed budget reduces the amount of funding each neighborhood council will receive in the upcoming fiscal year. What is the average annual expenditure rate for a neighborhood council?
It really runs the gamut. I think that many of them use the full amount, again, to pay for operational expenses, meetings and outreach and NPGs. There are some that, don't use 100% of their funding. They do the rollover each year.
And then in that, do they typically spend more than $25,000 a year if they're paying for meeting spaces and so on?
Yes, I
You've
believe
seen
that's
that?
correct.
Okay. And then with very little overtime, how often do Empowerment LA staff attend the neighborhood council meetings, especially since we've been back in person for like 18 months maybe? So how often are the staff members available to actually attend in person?
So our field staff, they are civil service exempt, and so they are capped at the 40-hour mark, if I'm not mistaken. We tailor their schedule so that they're able to attend all 99 neighborhood council meetings. The time, so this is usually on a monthly basis. They use their time also to do one-on-ones with the board members to provide those trainings and support. The time that they use overtime is really when we organize kind of the citywide initiatives, such as the annual Congress of Neighborhoods event, Budget Day, which will be coming up in a few months, or some of our other work like homeless liaisons, and one that we're bringing back, which is the emergency preparedness, working with those alliances.
And do we have any neighborhood councils right now that are in exhaustive efforts?
We currently have 4, and one should be released in the next few days.
And when they're in exhaustive efforts, are they allowed to use any of their funds during that time?
During that time, they are not allowed to use their funds. That's actually when it's most labor intensive for our field staff, because they go in and support this neighborhood council that's in exhaustive efforts. But we manage the funds for them until they're released from exhaustive efforts.
And so if they, let's say they haven't used it in a fiscal Does it carry over? Does it get clawed back? What happens to the money if they're in exhausted efforts?
I'm going to turn that to Vanessa to respond.
Thank you for the question. During exhaustive efforts, a neighborhood council's funds are frozen as far as the neighborhood council themselves can't, but the department will come in and administer the funds for them. We do as much as possible to plan with the neighborhood council as to what exhaustive efforts will look like. A lot of the times, we're trying to fill vacancies so the neighborhood council may reach their quorum, and that may entail us working with the neighborhood council to form a strategic plan for outreach in the community that will expend some of those funds. So it's typically funds would be used during that time to do a lot of greater outreach in the community to recruit. A neighborhood council that's in exhaustive efforts at the end of the fiscal year does not count as in good standing with the Office of the City Clerk's Neighborhood Council Funding Division, who administers the neighborhood council funds. But in that case, a neighborhood council, those 10,000 that automatically get rolled over would not roll over for that neighborhood council.
Thank you. I'd like to request a budget memo on Empowerment LA's proposed offsets as outlined in your budget letter. That's all for me, Madam Chair.
Okay. Questions?
Just one quick one. What's the neighborhood purposes grant, how much is anticipated this year to be rolled over from this fiscal year to next?
Yeah, I mean, just about $1 million. We looked at the trends over the past 3 to 4 fiscal cycles. The trend is it's usually just slightly over $1 million that gets rolled over.
1 million in just NPGs that have rolled over.
I think that's for the total.
That's for the total, yes.
Total.
Yes.
And I guess of the total, the breakdown, it's about 35% is spent on the neighborhood purposes grant, and then the rest is on admin and that kind of thing?
Vanessa.
It will depend on the neighborhood council. At the beginning of every fiscal year, right before, the city clerk requires them to submit a budget for the year, and neighborhood councils will allocate to the different line items as they see fit. There are some neighborhood councils that do, 35, a little higher percentage on NPGs. There are some that are much lower than that. So it really depends on the neighborhood council, the community, and how they're trying to serve. During the fiscal year, there could be changes just based on the neighborhood council's operations or what they're trying to support, so they can always adjust their funds as needed. So they're not required for a specific amount. I think that the city clerk does offer them some best practices, but I don't believe that they're kind of required to follow that.
And have the neighborhood councils weighed in on the 5 filled positions and about how they think they should be dealt with?
Some have weighed in the form of community impact statements, yes.
Okay, I mean, I think the budget advocates were saying to use the unspent neighborhood council funds to give the department more neighborhood council support. Is that right? That's what the budget advocates were saying? Is that, and what do you think of that?
I mean, I think the neighborhood council generally wants to support at least retaining the $32,000 for the funding. Some have asked for an increase to up to $50,000, which was the original amount that they received since the beginning of the since the NC's creation. But, over COVID, during the time of COVID, those funds were reduced.
What do you think about the budget advocates' idea of using unspent neighborhood council funds to give the department more support?
That's a bit tough to respond. I think that, of course, I'm in a position where I want to advocate for both our staff and our neighborhood council system, all of our boards, to receive as much funding as they can to do the great work that they do to support their community.
Okay, I don't want to put you in too uncomfortable of a spot, but thank you.
Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you so much for joining us today. I have a couple questions. Your letter proposes eliminating $20K in contractual services for Cornerstone licenses. If that were to happen, what would training for NC board members look like? Would you be able to ensure compliance and training requirements?
Thank you for the question, Councilwoman Hernandez. So in terms of if we give up the Cornerstone platform, which has happened in the past before we started using Cornerstone, this is how, NC board members would access training in, for example, ethics, funding, anti-bias, the ABLE, gender, expression, identity, the Code of Conduct, and Planning 101. If we would be willing to cut the Cornerstone service to preserve jobs, but it would be a challenge because manually our team would have to enter in all of the 1,800 plus board members that take the training, all of these different trainings. We would essentially be asking neighborhood councils to self-certify. Right now, under Cornerstone, they log in, there's some quizzes, they receive a certificate, and it's automatically checked off to say this board member has completed the training. Without the Cornerstone usage, it would fall on us to say, hey, neighborhood council board member, please let us know that you've completed it, and then we will mark it off on the back end.
Got it, which seems very cumbersome for the 1,800 members that you have, right?
That's correct.
20K doesn't save one job, does it?
It does not, unfortunately.
Got it, so we're not getting the bang for our buck, but if we do reduce this, it'll add tremendous amount more labor onto you and your team. Got it.
Yes.
What sort of liabilities could we be opening ourselves up to if we don't have appropriately trained board members?
Right, so I mean, I'll say this, even during my tenure now, almost a year onto the job, we are already short-staffed as it is. There have been violations, for example, of Code of Conduct, where because we're short-staffed, our NEAs are not able to attend every single meeting, so we do our best to attend the ones that need to be. And there have been cases where, situations do escalate, whether they're related to board dynamics. And a lot of times if we're not there to, provide that support, it can escalate into something that is a direct violation of the Code of Conduct, in which case this department will suspend the board member and, conduct an investigation. And my concern is that if we don't have that field presence out there to support the neighborhood councils, there could be more of these where, we have to be a lot more reactive of, okay, this is a violation of the Code of Conduct. So, we have to kind of take this route as opposed to going out there in the community, conducting proper outreach, trying to get people into the system to run for office or get appointed into these board seats that, have an invested interest in supporting their communities.
Great, thank you. And my next question was going to be around the coverage of staff at NC meetings, because we have had a couple incidences in our neighborhood councils. And so right now, the expectation for Dunn staff is not to attend all neighborhood council meetings because of the lack of staffing?
So yes, we still make sure our staff go out there. I think with this proposed reduction of staff cuts, we would really need to reimagine the way that we have our staff attend the meetings. We may not be able to cover all 99. We'd have to operate under a different model in how we support the neighborhood council system.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Kosker.
Thank you so much. I just want to go to the elections process in this last round. I believe it was historically low participation in the elections processes, maybe across the city, certainly in the South region. Is there an identifiable reason for that, and is there a budget connection?
So sure, I'll just first say for this proposed next fiscal year, there will not be an election, but I'll speak to this current fiscal year. I think the answer is yes. My understanding is that because of the budget expectations for this fiscal year, the decision to go from in-person to vote by mail was a little bit tougher, right, for neighborhood councils to conduct elections. I will say, though, looking at, we're currently going through elections now. It started mid-March and it ends mid-June, so we're not quite there yet for all the neighborhood council elections. But I will say that in the beginning, I think the process that folks came back from the holidays, and then of course the start of January was already tough for some regions to announced their candidacy to run for office and those kinds of things, but then the wildfires took place, which, I think did impact the, folks' ability to think about running for elections, especially at the start of the year. That being said, we actually are on track to have, I believe, more candidates that are running for office this year compared to 2 years ago. Specifically in the regions of the Hollywoods and Central area in the East and in the Valley. And lower in what I mentioned at the start of the year was when the West Side hosted their elections, as well as the Harbor and South LA. The voter turnout, we're still kind of looking at those numbers, but we have the highest by a lot, I think, stronger margins in the Hollywoods and in the East. And that's what I mentioned at the top is, I think that there are some areas where people are saying, hey, I really want to make a difference. I want to do something. I've got this energy.
I think there's not
To
a
vote and
single
run.
area where people aren't saying they want to make a difference. I think the issue is they want to know whether this is the way to make a difference. And I also feel that, at least in my area, the difficulty in getting registered and being eligible to vote was just so great. So I would like you to think about what processes we could change in the future. And my focus, because I'm very charter focused, is this is possibly a charter rehaul of how we outreach, how we elect, what cycle we elect on, and what responsibilities we give to neighborhood council members.
Yes, will do. Thank you.
It's outside the budget, but it will definitely relate to future budget cycles as we work on charter reform and make decisions about how we're going to do elections.
Yes, thank you.
Colleagues, questions? Memos, thoughts? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank you.
We're going to take a 5-minute break and then move on to civil and human rights and equity.
Present and a quorum, Madam Chair.
Wonderful. Welcome. Sorry for the delay.
No problem.
Please introduce yourself and your team.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and honorable members of the Budget Finance Committee. My name is Capri Maddox. I serve as the General Manager of the Civil, Human Rights, and Equity Department. I am pleased to be joined here today by members of our team and our executive team. I'd like to let them do their introductions before we get started.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Francia Bent. I'm the Director of Finance, Accounting, and Budget.
Good afternoon, Nicole Bryant, Principal Project Coordinator. I lead philanthropic efforts, provide communications oversight, and support key elements of our equity programming.
Good afternoon. I'm Jumana Silian Saba. I am the Director for Civic Engagement and Human Rights.
Good afternoon. I'm Diamond James, the Director of the Office of Race and Equity, supporting policy work, equity programming, and support for the Reparations Advisory Commission.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to definitely start off by thanking the CAO's office, the mayor's budget team, and the respective staff members, and including the staff members of the council offices for their work during this process. I'd also like to acknowledge the fact that we are in complex budget times, and we get that. But at the same time, I want to remind you all that hate, discrimination, and inequities are on the rise in this country and even in Los Angeles. Our hate crimes have soared pretty much since 2016, and we also have reported a 280% increase in discrimination enforcement cases in the last month. These are complaints. I want to let you also know that we are an unrivaled department, that no one in the world, we have people who have studied this, has a team doing what we are doing to touch all aspects of civil rights as we are in Los Angeles. And when you think about it, we have civil rights enforcement where we can bring cases against folks who violate your civil rights in the areas of commerce, education, employment, and housing. And to date, we have over 1,500 of those complaints that came in this year. We want to also let you know we do outreach. Many of the members here are familiar with our outreach during our Heritage Month, our various Heritage Months, and of course the work we do on hate crime prevention, which includes our award-winning LA is for Everyone campaign, which has just gone live to be able to bring in revenue based on donations that come in exchange for our merchandise. I also should let you know that our communications team does a wonderful job in this outreach space, which has led to the revenue generation of those materials for the LA for Everyone campaign and the newly Just Say Hello campaign. I would like to remind you, too, that the Office of Race and Equity leads as it relates to policy report backs to City Council. And to date, since the creation of our department just a few years ago, we've been named in 34 policy requests from City Council on motions, and the repair program has touched thousands of community-based residents. When you think about the 9 neighborhoods in Los Angeles where thousands of residents have come out to participate in the voting for our participatory budgeting program, and there are other aspects of work that the Office of Race and Equity handles, including the Reparations Advisory Commission and our upward mobility work. The work that I'd like to talk about now is the 6 filled positions that were slated for elimination. It's just about a little over $800,000 for those 6 positions, and then to discuss the fact that in my letter I've asked for 1 position, the PID, that is our Public Information Director, and we also have 2 positions that were recently vacated that we'd like to have backfilled. That is a Senior Management Analyst as well as an Administrative Law Clerk. Our community of staff is out serving in many ways, including 300 hours or more of the DSW work, disaster service workers. And the main thing that I'd like to just share as I close is we uplift the most marginalized communities in Los Angeles. And we do this with 5 commissions, 3 of which are Brown Act bodies. But we know that regardless of what's happening in the world, that Los Angeles is standing strong for the underserved communities. And we have tough decisions that I've had to make as a general manager, and I know you all have tough decisions to make during these challenging times. But I'd like to yield the floor to tell you we are proud to be a Los Angeles for everyone. And with that, I'll take questions.
Wonderful. I'm going to turn it over to Councilwoman Hutt to kick us off with the questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy to kick off. Thank you for being here. The SHRED oversees several commissions and advisory boards in the city. Does the department have any recommendations to consolidate commissions and advisory boards? And if not, why not?
So I've thought about this many times, and so I really appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts on this matter. The commissions do different things, and you need to also understand some of the history of the commissions. We have the Human Relations Commission, the Civil Rights Commission, where we handle our legal matters, and then when we think about the Commission on the Status of Women, some of these commissions I inherited have been around, decades, and so they do different things. And of course, we have the non-Brown Act commissions, the Transgender Advisory Council, which has spun off from the Human Relations Commission. And it'd be very sensitive and concerning, particularly in light of some of the things happening in the world, for that commission to be remorphed into the Human Relations Commission. The Reparations Advisory Commission has a potential to be sunsetted. To have a sunset date, and that would be a decision that the mayor and city council could make. We were given a mandate for this blue ribbon commission to actually have a report and a study. Our report is out, and some responses to that report will be completed by July. So it is possible for the mayor and city council to make a determination to remove the Reparations Advisory Commission because the assignment has been completed.
Thank you. And you said the report will be due in June?
Yes, we already have a report out, but some responses to the report from the community and our commissioners is forthcoming. And I'm pleased to have Diamond James here, who's running that effort. And I don't know if there's anything that I missed here or if there's further questions in that space.
Thank you. I have a question about revenue generating. I heard you say your point of sales were making a big difference.
Yes.
Do you have any other ideas on revenue generating for the
Yes.
department?
So you should know we are able to acquire half of the dollars that come from our settlements. And to date, we expect a minimum of $75,000. You should know the reason that's where we've had some challenges as it relates to revenue is our department has not had accounts. So even for our LA's for Everyone campaign, we've been prepped and primed, and even on our website, to sell, or we can't say sell, it's to provide merchandise for donations. And we're able to do that now, and we've only had the account 1 week, and we understand some of the challenges as it relates to accountants in the city of Los Angeles. And when you add new accounts without new accounting staff, you have challenges, and we are in the process now. I believe in the next couple of weeks we should have an account to be able to receive our dollars from those businesses that are sued for the unfair illegal business, for the businesses that are sued for civil rights violations.
Thank you. Does the department have any proposed offsets that would maintain the LGBTQ plus liaison that we recently have seen slashed to the human relations advocate position?
Yes, I definitely understand some of the challenges here, and we do not have an offset for that position. However, you should know this is a position that is really needed for the community, and it's something that the city council, under the previous council president, actually created and assigned to our department. And it's actually a response to a 2022 question as it relates to, I think it was from the Budget and Finance Committee, actually asking how this position should be created, and it ultimately was created and placed in our department at the behest and at the direction of the former council president.
Councilwoman Hutt, Councilmember McCosker has a follow-up to that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. And as a follow-up on the LGBTQ liaison position, I'd just like to cut to the chase. Could we get a budget memo on the ability to use the GCP equity and inclusion line? I think it's for $250,000 to fund the department's LGBTQ liaison position, as well as other needs within the department to support that position. Thank you.
Back to you, Councilwoman.
None for me. I was going to ask for a budget memo on offset. So thank you, Mr. McCosker.
Thank you.
Great.
No more questions from me, Madam Chair.
Okay. Who else has questions? Councilwoman Hernandez.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleagues for asking all the questions that I wanted to ask and putting some of the memos that I wanted to put. It's beautiful to see. My question is, how critical is the on-site security services contract for your department?
You should know that it's critical for us to have security for our staff. This is challenging work and challenging times. But we are located down in the Los Angeles Mall, which has lost a tremendous amount of foot traffic since COVID. and a number of businesses there are no longer operational, and we've had a number of staff needs and calls to LAPD. At this time, we have full-time security guard support from Absolute Security Services, and I want to be clear that we don't have LAPD officers on site, but they have been more than supportive when our security guard or our team has reached out for assistance. However, that contract is for a full-time staff person to be down with us in the LA Mall during the business day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up to that,
Yes.
Councilwoman? Have you explored opportunities, and apologies, you probably have, but to move into either City Hall West or City Hall East, where there's already security that you wouldn't need separate security for?
And thank you so much for the question, Madam Chair. You should know in 2020, when the department was being created, my first request was to see if we could obtain seating for our team somewhere where we had existing real estate. However, the answer was that we had no space, so I had the alternative to take a vacant space down in the LA Mall, which was formerly the B. Dalton bookstore, as well as the Hallmark bookstore that has been vacant for over 10 years, and start a construction project. So I can assure you that I was looking for viable space within an existing operation, but we were pleased to have that space built out for us, and we understand that we may be able to move into our expanded office space in the Kojima building, and that is a space that is under construction now, so we may be able to move some of our staff in that space, but I am still concerned to have even a portion of our staff down in the LA Mall without adequate security, especially if we reduce our numbers in that space.
Understood. Thank you. Back to you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And for clarity, Councilwoman, you put in a budget memo to restore positions for the with offsets?
I didn't get to the memo because Mr. McCosker.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I was wondering if we could add the security piece to that as well, if it's not included already. Thank you. Can you please elaborate on how the requested language access contractual services funding will enhance your department's ability to provide translation, outreach, and IT services for the city?
Yes, and I'll answer that in two parts. First, I'm going to talk about the language access. Obviously, we know that more than half of our population speaks another language. I think it's 56% of Angelinos speak another language other than English, right? And so we want to be intentional to make sure all voices are heard, and particularly when you're talking about hate crimes, communities who may be afraid of reporting, communities that feel like they are unseen and unheard when we say Los Angeles is for everyone. We want to be intentional to translate whether it's our discrimination and enforcement materials to how we celebrate all communities in as many languages as possible. And we are very, very grateful, by the way, for the library's support in some of this work. However, we do need to have those contractual services for the complexity of and the beautiful mosaic of Los Angeles that we enjoy also comes with a need for language translation services. The second question was tied to IT support. And as we are moving, we are having some changes. We'll be possibly changing locations to the new Kojima building. We need IT support. Of course, there's no one on our staff on our org chart that really has those skills. We have some folks that are actually trying to do that work, but I'm telling you that if it's something other than rebooting the computer, we're really stuck. And over the years, we have asked for a position, IT support position, and that was denied at least 2 years in a row. So the mere ask is to make sure we have someone to do this IT work for us. We had an individual who was fabulous, but he's since been recruited and accepted a position with LAPD to do IT work for LAPD.
Thank you. And I just have 2 more questions, Chairwoman. Well, actually, first, I'd like to put a budget memo requesting the CAO restore funding to the contractual services for language access and on-site, for language access. Thank you.
Thank you.
My last 2 questions are around the LA repair program.
Can I ask a follow-up from that before?
Yes.
As part of that, can the budget memo confer with CIFD to see if they could possibly assist with some of the translation services? You're losing some.
Yes.
Maybe they can pick up some of that. So as part of that budget memo. Back to you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Chairwoman. My last question is around the LA repair program. What is the status of the LA repair program, and how will the cut to the you're getting a cut to a position authority, which is a senior management analyst, and how will that jeopardize the funding or ability to conduct oversight?
I'll start with the answer, and then I'll defer to Diamond James. The basic needs of making sure those dollars get out to those 19 community-based organizations will require someone who understands not only the city process, but someone who understands the unique needs of the various community-based organizations. All 19 of them don't have the same level of knowledge of the reporting requirements, and they will most likely be audits, significant audits in this space. This is a new program to us. Of course, participatory budgeting has been around since 1989 in thousands of other cities, but I want to be intentional to make sure that this program and process is done right. It is a pilot program, and in addition, we have other needs for a senior MA in our department, senior management analysts. We need folks in our operation who have hard skills. We have a number of experts as it relates to community outreach, policy work, et cetera. But as it relates to the nuts and bolts of how things are done in the city, from the policy report backs to some issues as it relates to needs that the controller or other auditing sources may have.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Questions? Anyone else? Colleagues? Okay. Thank you so much for all your work and
appreciate you all.
The forthcoming memos. Okay, we're going to move on to lacers, followed by fire and police pensions.
Beautiful. I don't need it yet.
Thank you, great work. Great work, team.
The one that was sent out, handed out by the.
All right, welcome. Please go ahead and introduce yourself and your team.
Good afternoon, council members. Todd Bowie, Interim General Manager of Lacers. To my right is our Chief Investment Officer, Rod June. To my left, our Assistant General Manager, Dale Wong Wen. And over here on my left, Karen Frieri, our Chief Benefits Analyst.
Welcome. So we got your letter. Is there anything in particular you want to highlight or just want to give a presentation, quick presentation?
Sure, I can speak a little bit. I've obviously been watching these proceedings, and so I'm happy to speak to some of the things that I think you might be interested in. Just to start off, to mention, as you all know, but perhaps for the public at large, that Lacers, like proprietary departments, doesn't go through the same budget process as most departments do. It is a board approved and board run department and budget. But like our other proprietary departments, we're here to discuss with the council, as obviously we have a profound impact with the city and with the delivery of the promised benefits to the city employees, our members. So in terms of the city contribution, it's actually down a little bit year over year. That's in part our contribution rate has gone down. A lot of that has to do with being very well funded on our health benefits. Also, we've seen more people, of course, being hired into Tier 3, which is a lower tier in terms of the benefits, and less people, obviously, in Tier 1, which is a closed tier. And so to that end, we are also involved in a number of processes that I think are beneficial to the city. We've had some discussions with the Controller's Office that I believe have been discussed here as well, with regard to timing of contribution, with regard to having a true-up process for the city contribution. Glaciers does have a true-up process, and so that is something that we've done since about 2014. And for this year, that ends up being a credit of about $36 million to the city. But that includes also the harbor and LAWA as well. In terms of the timing of the payment, of course, typically the city pays July 15th through the issuance of the TRAN. And that is something, of course, this budget contemplates as well. It's a great benefit, I think, to the city because essentially the city is earning a credit by paying earlier rather than later, and thus being able to pay a little less than they would otherwise. But I know there's interest in that topic, and so we are also being responsive to some questions from the city controller as well. So we'll be preparing a memo to them over the course of the next few weeks, explaining that process and how it works, and our ability to possibly shift if that was required. There's a number of things that we're doing in more direct support to the city as well. Of course, there's Measure FF. This is a measure that's being worked on currently. It was approved by the voters in the fall. This is to facilitate the move of up to approximately 400 peace officers from various departments, including Harbor, including Rec and Parks, over to LEFPP Tier 6. And so that ordinance should be coming to the council shortly. And from there, then, we'll be in a process of working with those members to help facilitate their transition. We also are involved in layoff support and counseling to the extent that'll be necessary as we go through these proceedings. We are working with personnel department in particular. We've already put together a number of materials to support employees who may be affected by layoffs, and as it moves forward, we'll also be going out to departments who may be affected so that we can speak with employees and make sure that they understand how their retirement benefits may be impacted and what's available to them to support them. We also, like other departments who are trust fund or proprietary funded, prioritizing our vacancies for layoff avoidance. And so we don't have a lot of vacant positions. We're not a very large department. And in our positions, we do have a number of positions that are more specialized in terms of benefits administration, types of responsibilities. But we are working with the personnel department on that as well. And so we will be able to help, I think, absorb some people if that is needed as well. Outside of this, we are at about $24 billion in terms of our fund right now, over 5% fiscal year to date. We know, and as you all know, these have been very turbulent times and very uncertain times. I'd say we're probably in a fairly good place with regard to where we started this year, and especially what we went through the past month of significant swings. We were down approximately $1.3 billion at one point due to the market volatility, but we've since recovered and are hoping for obviously a very strong finish to the year here. But given the volatility, I just want to assure that despite that, we are very well funded and have more than enough funds to support our requirements for quite a long time, but obviously something that we are always working to build on. But the position that we're in, given our diversified fund and our risk management approaches, I think, has situated us well to weather the storm. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember McCosker to kick us off.
Thanks very much. Glad you're here. I appreciate that gentle flex you made when you said we don't have to be here, but we're happy to be here, like the other proprietaries. It's good for you to be here. And you anticipated really the most important line of questions. You make so many assumptions, and you do so many factors go into just the normal atmosphere of investing these pension funds. What do you anticipate really generally for the layperson is going to be the shift in your investment strategy as we go into this turbulent time, which is not going to cease to be turbulent anytime soon, with all of the headwinds of tariffs and what I would imagine will be also effects on the markets you're investing in?
That is a great question, and we have definitely been working towards that. I'm actually going to ask our Chief Investment Officer to go ahead and talk a little bit about that, about how we're doing that and the shifts that we're in the process of making.
Thank you for that question, Rod Jun, Chief Investment Officer. So when we work with our board to decide on a plan for investing, it's done very thoughtfully, and it's very forward-looking. It's looking out 10, 20, 30 years in anticipation during that period that there's going to be some rough patches, because history has shown that volatility is ever apparent in what we do in the investment industry. So with that said, the board sets an asset allocation plan. It's basically a mix of different assets for the $24 billion that we have now. And that plan is fully diversified, and it's designed to weather the storm. So to answer your question more pointedly, despite the turmoil in the market and the volatility and the swings that we've been seeing going up and down, we continue to invest strategically according to the asset allocation that the board has approved, and that exercise of approving the asset allocation is done approximately every 3 years. And so through this turbulent period, while there is a sort of a urgency to do something, to make some sort of tactical move because the markets are moving one way or the other, research has shown that the best course of action is to stick with your long-term plan, because the markets go up, and yes, they do go back down. But when they tank, they definitely have recovered. And we don't want to make a short-term move and be underexposed to an area where, in fact, that area may turn around more quickly than we think. So I've had conversations with our board in the board meetings over the last several months, and I have assured them that the best course of action is to stick with our long-term strategic asset allocation and do periodic rebalancing as it's called for, where we try to stay close to our asset allocation targets. And that has proven to be the best course of action, not just for our fund, but all large institutional investors.
So good diversity and no sudden movements, no sudden panic movements.
Correct.
What are the factors that drove the $25 million net decrease in the general fund contribution for 25-26 into lasers? Why is it so much lower? You alluded to it, but can you unpack it for us?
See, a good portion of it is that there is a reduction in the contribution rate, and so every year the actuary conducts evaluation, usually in the fall around November, and they'll calculate what the rate will be for the next fiscal year. And so there is a slight reduction there. Primarily, it's a result of more people being hired into Tier 3 as opposed to Tier 1. Also, our health ratio, our health-funded ratio is very high, but also then the overall salaries for the city is also reduced in this budget.
So we can see as to that factor of folks coming in at the Tier 3, we can see that trend probably continue then.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so that's probably a good long-term planning tool, for at least for your fund anyway, or for our general fund contribution. Can you explain the nature of the $17 million true-up, and are we going to see that as a trend in the future?
Yeah. So since about 2014, we've been going through a true-up process with the city, and so what we'll do each year, as I said, the city contribution's made July 15th, And so we have an opportunity to evaluate throughout the year how close we are to that number. And so as we get towards the end of the year, as we are here, we'll evaluate it, and we'll provide, work with the CAO to provide what that adjustment would be for the next year's budget. And so we did calculate that out. I think it's about 34 million total, but I think about 17 million is for impacting the city general fund directly. It's actually a little bit lower than it has been recently, but I think lower is probably a good thing because it means we got close to the right number in the first place. But in prior years, we've seen it as high as maybe even 80 million or so in terms of those true-ups.
Going back to investment strategy, knowing that you have complete control over the investment strategy of fiduciary duty to the folks who are benefit from the fund, and we can't tell you what to do. Can you tell me the philosophy of investing in Los Angeles? Los Angeles has great investment opportunities, and it's good for not only the region, but it's probably pretty good for the people that you're also paying out monthly pension benefits to. What is the philosophy or the program for investing back in Los Angeles?
Thank you for that question. So investing in the city of Los Angeles has always been a priority for what we do at Lacers, but also keep in mind that it's very important to remain diversified. And I'm speaking in terms of geographical diversification. We have investments all around the world, and quite a bit here in the U.S. And we also try to invest in a mixture of large cities and medium cities and sometimes small cities. We recognize...
By the cities, let's be really clear to the listening audience. We're not talking about investing in governmental agencies, but in projects and programs and private matters in those geographic regions.
Absolutely. So within the city of Los Angeles, we do work with consultants. We also, when we do RFPs, we also canvass a large number of managers, and we do pay close attention to the managers who are either based here in Los Angeles, or if they have investment exposure here within the city of Los Angeles. We do keep track of those exposures, and we do provide reports periodically to various stakeholders who ask for that. But keep in mind that while we do try to get as much exposure within the city of Los Angeles, we have to also remain diversified because geographical areas, the volatility can be very great for one particular city or one particular region of the United States. So we try to ensure that as we make those investments and we look at the city of Los Angeles, that we don't overexpose ourselves geographically within the city. But we do have a fair amount of exposure within the city of Los Angeles through investment managers on the public market side. We have private equity managers and real estate holdings within the city of LA. And we do make it a point to try to continue to gain those exposures while also looking out for the broader diversification of the program.
Thank you. And knowing that we have to stay at arm's length and need to always make sure it is an investment opportunity that benefits the people you have a fiduciary responsibility to, how does this government on the city side, how does it have an opportunity to present investment opportunities to you? Say, a convention center or a development project, a private development project. How does that get effectuated?
Okay. So we have a very well-defined investment process. And for those opportunities that are brought to the attention of a Lacers board member or to staff, we work with investment consultants who are our right-hand expert technical arm, and we will present that to them. Our consultants are very well aware of our policy guidelines, requirements, our strategic plan for different asset classes and how we would want to build out a diversified program. And we treat all investments that come through with equal weighting, meaning that when they first come to us, we will take it as a possible opportunity to be included in the portfolio. On the same token, we also have to ensure that that investment is going to produce a reliable return for our stakeholders, for our retirees and future retirees. And so it goes through that process of a consultant taking a look at it. They take a very independent look. They may conduct deep due diligence on that investment to ensure that it has the capability of producing the returns that we want given the risk that is at hand. And then if it looks like it's an opportunity that is attractive for our retirees and for our plan, then it will be brought to the attention of staff. Staff will have a discussion with the consultant, and then if it looks like it's a very viable investment, then it will be brought to the attention of the Board of Administration, and the Board of Administration has, of course, exclusive authority over our investments, and depending on the policy in place, it will go through a process to hopefully fund if it's the right fit and the right type of investment for our program.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Colleagues, questions? Councilmember Bloomfield.
One more. As part of that portfolio, do you do a lot of investments in like multifamily housing in this region?
So we have a very viable real estate program. It's a 7% target of our total portfolio. Multifamily investments is one component of a broader range of diversified investments, which includes industrial, retail. So we do look at multifamily and workforce housing also. And we do have some exposure there. We have some managers who are based here in the city of Los Angeles that look in the city of Los Angeles for different type of multifamily or workforce housing projects.
Great, thanks. We clearly need that investment.
Anyone else? Questions? You asked all my questions. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next up is fire and police pensions. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Can you go ahead and introduce yourself and your teams?
Certainly. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Joe Salazar. I'm General Manager for Fire and Police Pensions. To my right is our Chief Investment Officer, Brian Fujita. To my left is Mio Thidar, my Executive Officer. And to her far left is Wilson Poon, our Chief Management Analyst. And next to him is Greg Mack, Assistant General Manager over Benefits. So, if you'd like, I can give a brief introduction.
That'd be great, thank you.
Okay. So as one of the city's 3 defined benefit retirement plans for its workforce, we serve solely the sworn police, fire, and certain port police and airport police employees. So we've been doing that since June of 1899. Last year was our 125th anniversary for the fund. Over the years, we've maintained a disciplined approach to our budget, managing our administrative expenses, which are paid out of fund assets, our board having sole and exclusive authority to approve our budget. This budget marks our continued commitment to serving our members and trying to maintain our fiduciary responsibilities and implementing industry best practices. We're serving almost 27,000 active and retired members and their beneficiaries. And I'm happy to report that thanks to our investment returns and other actuarial gains this past year, our general fund contribution to the plan will again decrease this year by almost 3%. So this is the 3rd consecutive year of a decrease in the general fund commitment that's required. In dollars, that translates to over $21 million decrease for this year. So with that, I'm happy to answer any other questions the committee members have.
Thank you. I'll just start us off. Can you just give us a quick overview of the funding level performance? You mentioned the 3% decrease for the last 3 years to general fund. Is that because performance is up above expected?
Yes, so our investment return last year was almost 10%. So that had played a big role. Over the past 5 years, our rate of return was almost 8.5% during that period. So between that, the lower COLAs in prior years, prior to the recent period of inflation, our funded status has increased substantially. So we're currently at a funded status of 99.8%. And that's for pension benefits. Our retiree health benefits are funded at 78.2% currently.
Just one more question, and then we'll turn it over to colleagues. Given the high level of uncertainty in the economy and markets as a result of tariffs, et cetera, how are you managing the investments, and what steps can be taken to minimize risk to the assets? Or is it similar to what we just heard, stay the course?
It'll essentially be the same response as lasers. The critical piece is our asset allocation, sticking to that. It's a plan that takes a very long time and has a lot of expertise going into establishing that, which our board does take a look at every few years. So beyond that, we don't want to make any knee-jerk, responses and selling assets and that kind of thing. So, anything else?
Great. Okay, colleagues, questions? Councilmember Blumenfield.
Sure. I'm sure you anticipated this question, and the controller has raised this issue. And you mentioned police fire 99% funded. This year we negotiated an agreement for the COLA that was non-pensionable, precisely so we could limit the fiscal impact. In short, if you all did a true-up based on actual pensionable salaries for fiscal 2024-25, it seems that there would be a one-time revenue that could be a serious one-time revenue that could be realized this year at fiscal year 25-26. So, that matters, obviously, because where we're at. Wanted to get your thoughts about that. This is something that we've all been talking about as one of the few areas where we might be able to actually get some revenue in this year.
So a few thoughts on true-ups. You're correct. Our board has not adopted a true-up mechanism. A few key points on true-ups. Once a true-up is implemented, it needs to be implemented every single year going forward. So you'll have to take the good and the bad. It does introduce some level of contribution volatility from year to year. Right now, what we have been, after discussing true-ups with the controller's office, we're still working to see if we could even obtain the necessary payroll data out of Workday at this point. So that's number one. Is it even possible in the current year? Second, we would definitely need to ensure that we have accurate payroll data. So as I think some of you may be aware, there are 2 open council files right now addressing inaccuracies in the sworn payroll for both police and fire. When we've looked at a true-up in the past, what our findings were is that the city's payroll was over 98% accurate with the budgeted payroll. So something else to consider. But even if our board didn't adopt a true-up mechanism, when we conduct our actuarial evaluation every year, there is a true-up, quasi-true-up mechanism built into that. So any actuarial gains and losses year to year are factored into that valuation. So if salaries come in higher or lower than expected, that is factored into the valuation. And then those actuarial gains and losses are factored into the city's future contributions over a period of time.
Okay. So I'd like to request a budget memo to instruct the CAO to report regarding the budget impact if fire and police pensions conducted a true-up of the fiscal year 24-25 contributions. And then on Exhibit H, add a request that fire and police pensions conduct a true-up of fiscal year 24-25 contributions based on the actual pensionable salaries and credit that amount, if any, toward the required contribution for fiscal year 25-26. And then instruct the CAO to ensure that the projected required contribution for fiscal year 25-26 exclude any non-pensionable salary amounts.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Anyone else?
Madam
Councilwoman
Chair, I
Hutt?
think our colleagues asked all the questions that we had in the queue.
Okay.
So thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
All right. So we're gonna, in this last spot here, if there's anybody else we want to call back up. I believe, yeah, Councilwoman Hernandez, CAO, Mr. Zabo. You could probably stay right there, but.
Was that the last one?
That was the last one. Okay. Great. Mr. Zabo. I believe Ms. Hernandez, Councilwoman Hernandez has a question.
I do too.
I have
And
several.
also Mr. McCosker.
Thank
Go
you
ahead.
thank you so much, Chairwoman. Thank you, Matt and team, for being up here. I want to talk about a few things and have questions on those things. Number one, we're starting to see the implementation of tariffs on cars and car parts. And so I would like to know how that will impact fleet maintenance and procurement, considering we have such a significant portion of that coming from our general funds. I would like the CAO to report back on an analysis of existing and potential tariffs on cars and car parts that may affect the city's fleet maintenance and procurement costs. This should include estimated cost increases, potential delays in the acquisition of vehicles or parts, and any budgetary or operational impacts on departmental fleets. Additionally, outline any strategies the city might consider to mitigate these impacts and manage increased costs within existing or proposed budget allocations. Number two, possibility, so what consideration has been given to stopping one-time annual funding for things like new uniforms and cell phones?
So it would depend on, if we're talking about funding of uniforms, there is typically, certainly for sworn personnel, there is a uniform allowance that is part of their MOU. And that goes directly to the employee. So that would be part of what we would need to negotiate if we wanted to defer that for a year. But that we would need to take that up at the table.
I just want to add that as a general budgeting practice, and we take out any one-time expenditures that were there in one budget year, take those out like as one of the first steps into next fiscal year. And then it's a budget decision that will be made by first the mayor and then the council as to whether or not that one-time expenditure makes it back into the budget for the following fiscal year. So any one-time expenditures are reviewed and actually assumed to be taken out for the following year.
Great, thank you. Do we have any estimates of how much that we might save by stopping the purchasing of new uniforms for 1 year?
I don't have that right now, but if you'd like that to be a budget memo, we could try and get an estimate of that.
Great, yes, I'd like a budget memo on the cost savings of stopping the purchase of new uniforms for 1 year, such as uniforms and new cell phones, please. Not for all, I would rather focus on the uniforms, please, because I know some of the departments do require new cell phones, like we heard from Animal Services. But I do think we can, and we should figure out how we not buy uniforms for 1 year, considering how it's a good chunk of money for our budget. And then third, information on hiring projections based on attrition and eligibility for retirement. So what kind of forecasting around attrition and retirement eligibility were utilized in each department when determining the level of cuts to filled positions? Like, for example, go ahead.
Well, no, give your example. I'm gonna. Yeah.
Well, for example, like people that, each department can kind of estimate how many folks are going to retire and things like that. So I just kind of want to know, was that considered in the balancing act and the layoffs and the numbers that you produced?
So that is built into each department budget when you see the salary savings rates. So we make an estimate for each department as to what their vacancies are, and then what we expect their attrition to be, and the time that it would take to fill those positions. And so that's the salary savings that you see. So if there is a particular department that you're interested in, we could report specifically as to why we chose or recommended a particular salary savings rate, but that it would be reflected in that number.
Great, thank you. And I'll have another, how is this accounted for in the structural changes to our budget in the coming 2 to 3 years? We want to prevent a cliff of retirees when we're already low on staff due to these proposed cuts. So for example, I've seen departments where 25% of the folks are 1 to 5 years, and then another 30% are all folks who are right on the brink of retiring. I just want to understand more of that, if y'all consider that in the calculation, not just in this year's cost savings, but in the future.
So the future cost savings, which you see in the outlook for the proposed budget, assumes the regular turnover for the departments, but it also assumes that all of the positions that are eliminated. So it assumes that are proposed for elimination are eliminated. So it assumes that they will not be filled for 4 years, that they will not be restored. And so that will change our forecast. As it relates to sworn, we do have much better insight into retirement of sworn personnel because of drop. We know how many people are in drop. We know that they can only be in drop for 5 years, and so we have fairly accurate estimates of attrition due to retirements on the sworn side. And that, of course, fluctuates with how many people leave city service outside of retirement. And we take those, and so we use those projections, those attrition projections, to dictate what our expected starting deployment is, and then as we recommend appropriate hiring plans.
Wonderful. I would like to request a special study for you to work. And maybe we just start the process. I wouldn't say all the departments. I'm thinking about public works departments, and maybe we could start there on seeing what the balance of their department looks like, and seeing if there are additional cost savings or things that we can account to in the future based on the number of folks that they have on the pipeline of retirement or very close to retirement. Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman. That's it for me.
Councilmember McCosker.
Thanks very much. Just two sort of loose ends. Earlier today, we were talking to the clerk, and we talked to the clerk about their accounting function. Within their accounting function, the 1,500 checks that they write for Inside Safe equaled about $34 million. And I had asked, is that the total number of departments? Is that the total place for check writing? And I think the answer is no. It must be, the rest of the money must be GSD and maybe LAWA. And are there others? And I'd just like to get a sense of where are the different nodes of responsibility for processing, verifying, and writing checks for Inside Safe?
So ultimately the controller's office writes the checks, but
processing the invoices.
Processing the invoices, right. So the city clerk, because this is a program run out of an elective office, they manage they play the role in processing the invoices. There is, and Ed can correct me here, that those would be invoices for the service providers. There's direct payments on the leases for the motels. So what I believe is that the $34 million that you saw was processing the payments to the service providers related to Inside Safe alone.
Yeah, sorry, I might clarify. It should be the payments to the motels directly, and the service providers are actually being paid through LAWA. So money runs through the city clerk. It has a couple paths. Either they're going to pay invoice directly, which would be a motel invoice, or they're going to process, and we're going to do controller instructions and have the money sent to the housing department, who has the contract with LAWA, who will then cut the payments to the actual service provider, for which then we get the receipts. And then there's other smaller claims like that that pertain to hotels or damages or things like that that the city clerk processes as well.
So we heard two things. LAWA is reviewing invoices for either service providers or hotel motel rooms, and Clerk is doing it for service providers or hotel motel rooms, because I think you guys said two different things.
Yeah, so let me clarify. Apologies. Everything runs through the city clerk. Either they process it through cutting an actual check, or they have to process it through FMS, which then goes back to the controller, which makes it go to the housing department or the respective department that has to happen. Most of the heavy workload is when the clerk literally has to cut the check, which is tied to when we have to pay motel invoices. Invoices come every 2 weeks on what is basically 1,000 participants and needing verification. We at the CAO's office has been doing the verification, but the clerk has to literally process those actual checks and payments through the system working through. When it becomes service providers are paid through the LAWA contract, which is held by the housing department. So we will get a request. It will go to the housing department, to the mayor's office, to CAO, to city clerk, controller instructions, move the money over to LHD to make the payment to LAWA, who then pays the service provider. Does that help? Sorry.
It does help, and it helps whoever's writing the memo on consolidating all of this, because it helps, but it also hurts just to hear it. So many different places the money is touching.
So what we've done is, because the system itself is not fully sitting inside of a department. It's sitting in the mayor's office, and then they do their approvals. We set up an automated system, if you will, inside CAO's office to electronically move things to make everybody's world easier, as opposed to paper moving all over the place. But there's just certain push points, like cutting a check in the city is very challenging. It's not just challenging for Inside Safe, it's challenging for everybody. It just happens to be they do a lot of checks. And then everything else is just standard city policy about moving money between accounts inside the city and what it takes to do that. It's very much the similar process, except for those checks. It's just a lot of them.
So I will ask whether there is an Inside Safe memo being produced that's probably high on somebody's list of priorities, to which we can add that flow chart of how the money moves. Is that fair? Okay. Thank you. Oh, the other question I had, which is a loose end, completely unrelated, it's much smaller, but not unimportant. We heard from the city attorney, and we heard from the port. And in each case, I asked about a small issue of whether or not the city attorney is being paid, contracted by the port to handle all of their workers' compensation. I heard yes twice, but I still can't find the line item. I can't figure out where in the budget that's held. And so could we just get a short and simple memo on confirmation that that's happening?
Yes.
Thanks.
All right. Any more questions for, Councilwoman Hunt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Members, we received a letter dated May 3rd, sorry, from CCA and VICA entitled Budget Shortfall Solutions. I'd like to request a budget memo from the CAO with an analysis on the letter and the possibilities of reviewing revenue-generating options that are in the letter for the upcoming fiscal year. Do you have a copy of the letter as well?
I don't yet, but we can get a copy.
Okay, we'll make sure that you have
Okay,
one.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I had one, but you all answered it offline. So thank you. I think that's it. Next up is the list of the memos that we're going to be converting to special studies. There are 24 of them. Thank you, colleagues, for your cooperation with this. I'll read the department name and then the budget impact number, and these will be converted. So CAO, budget memo 24, CIFD 591599, CTIEP, physical plant 980, fire 105 306 329, homeless budget 71, general services 410 411 425 441 456, housing department 542, ITA 386 and 388, LAWA 521, planning 917, 921, and 935, police 106, 263, and 299, public works, street services 754. All right, so all of those are going to be converted from budget memos to special studies. We're now going to take a 30-minute recess for the CAO to finish up the draft memo list from Yep.
Chairwoman, I forgot to put one of those budget memos on my list of priorities. I was wondering if this is now the time to uplift it.
Which one?
It's 550, the day labor funding restoration.
Okay. As a priority.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Great. So we're going to take a 30-minute recess for CAO to finish up the draft memo list from today, because we're not going to come back for a couple of days. When we come back, we'll announce edits and finalize the list from today's memos that we are asking for. So 30-minute break and come back at 4:50. Okay? Great. Okay. We're almost there. Okay, so to the extent departments have been, roll, please. Thank you.
Yaroslavsky.
Here.
Blumenfield. Hutt.
Here.
McCosker.
Here.
Hernandez. Present. 5 members present and a quorum, Madam Chair.
All right. You should all have the memos, the memo list. I hope we all had a chance to look at them. Does anyone have any edits?
Yes.
Councilmember McCosker.
Thank you so much. I have edits on 2 items. Under Animal Services, there is 1038. 1038 Animal Services, page 2 of 5, top entry. And I would have it read, report on any cost savings or operational efficiencies that can be realized by streamlining or combining management roles in the department. Provide recommendations on whether management, add that word, positions can be merged or rescoped to improve service delivery. And then one more change, identify if there are any cost savings that can be achieved and used to restore, rather than the word filled, direct animal services positions eliminated. And the rest remains the same. So it's just adding the word management and replacing filled for direct animal service. On item 1042, the next one down, report on the implications of making breeders' permits available in the city again and the potential revenue that these permits could generate. And in cooperation with Councilmember Hernandez, identify if there is a feasibility in increasing the amount, and I want to add over the prior amount, just to be clear. That's it.
Okay, I have one. We have 2. I'll do the first one. So under Cultural Affairs, which is page 4 of 5, number 1064, report on the feasibility of adopting recommendations A through F listed in the department's budget letter. And that's because A through F includes not only restoring eliminated positions, but some other stuff too. So this is broader, and it includes the restoration of eliminated positions. Councilmember Blumenfield?
Yeah, I have, previously, we in the Community Investments for Family, on Budget Impact Memo 599, last time we spoke about it, we talked about converting it to a special study. And I'm fine having a special study on that, but I do think that at least a high-level version is important for the potential consolidation in front of us. And that, just as a reminder, that is the report on how many departments receive administrative community development block grant funding and the list of funding amounts and percentages of the overall funding that each receives. I think it's a fairly simple report, but since it so speaks directly to what we're being asked to do in this proposal, I'd like to have those numbers when we consider the budget. So just the high-level numbers, they can do a longer-term special study.
Okay. I have a second one. Was that your only one?
That's the only one.
Okay. On page 2 of 5, under Chief Legislative Analyst, number 1032, have that report back to BNF. Okay. Councilmember Blumenfield.
Okay, on the Zoo Department number 1057, says report on the options for and costs associated with moving the elephants from the zoo, and I want to add the words, including all options, Tulsa Zoo and accredited sanctuaries, and then discuss any impact the elephant move could have on the zoo's accreditation. So just to add those words.
Okay.
Make it clear.
Councilmember McCosker.
Once again, I want to go to the Wayback Machine and go back to an earlier day, just for clarity, on budget impact number 160. It's under Exhibit H. It's 160 in Exhibit H, and it has to do with the Board of Public Works. I want to clarify and just say, report on the feasibility of changing the Board of Public Works Commission's compensation to 0, and report on the savings that would be generated. That's changing it from a voluntary commission, which I don't mean. I just mean leaving the language as it is and having the comp go to 0.
Okay. Councilwoman?
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman. Going back to 1042 under Animal Services, I would like to add, so in the line, identify if there is feasibility in increasing the permit or fine amount. Can I put a fine in there for breeders? Thank you. And then for CAO 1158, it was supposed to be a budget memo, not a special study. And the last one is for SHRED 1145 to add the language and on-site security after provide language access. So provide language access and on-site security. Thank you.
There is one more for cultural affairs. We have the whole.
Councilwoman Hutt?
No, I don't have any.
Okay. Anyone else?
I have one more.
Yes?
For cultural affairs, I believe it's 1076. I'd like to introduce new language for it, more refined if that's okay. So report on the impacts of the reductions to cultural affairs events funding. Discuss the revenue generating opportunities along with the broad analysis, the events contributions to the local arts economy. Identify impacts of the proposed events related reductions on revenue and economic activity in the areas in which they occur. Report on the distinct operations at cultural affairs facilities such as the Watts Tower Art Center, and report on special appropriations including in the proposed budget, and include a list of new appropriations such as the Entertainment Community Fund.
Sorry, this is the updated
Oh my gosh.
You just read the
Team-
old language? That's
Thank
all right.
you.
Strike that, reverse it.
Strike that. That was the original language. Report from the Department of Cultural Affairs and the CAO, providing a division-level overview of current and potential revenue-generating opportunities, along with the broad analysis of each division's contribution to the local arts economy. The memo should also evaluate the potential impact of the proposed budget reductions on both revenue and economic activity. Report on the distinct operations at cultural affairs facilities, such as the Watts Tower Art Center. Report on also special appropriations included in the proposed budget for DCA. This should include a list of all new appropriations, such as the Entertainment Equity Fund. Identify any increases to existing appropriations compared to the previous fiscal year. For each appropriation, please include a brief description and the total amount allocated. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Excuse me, Councilmember Hernandez. Is it Entertainment Community Fund different than an equity fund? Because you said equity fund, and then
Did you misspeak?
This report says community fund. Are they two different funds?
But is it the same or different? We'll have to get that back to you.
I just
Yeah.
am making the corrections. I just wanted to know if you were replacing one for another, or if they're two different funds, or is it just late today?
No, it's supposed to be the same. So the Entertainment Community Fund, it's supposed to be that.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you.
Not equity fund.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank
great.
you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Wexler.
Thank you. Mr. Hernandez, you asked us to amend number 1145 to add security funding, but we had included that in a memo number, the quote for question number 1140. So it's in the prior one.
Do you have that number, the 1040?
1140, it's directly
1140?
above, but on the
Okay,
prior
that sounds
page.
good.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. I move approval of,
Chairwoman, sorry, one
yes?
more. Where it's for CAO 1163, report with the assistance of the Public Works Bureaus on whether there are additional cost savings by accounting for future retirements. That was supposed to be for all departments. I just gave an example of Public Works.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that's a CAO.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Oh, I'm going to just, okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I kept my list originally really light to see what priorities would come out of today. And so I think I was at, 12 or 13. Can I add 5 more right now?
Go right ahead. You're opening it up, though.
I know, but I'll be under 20 for sure.
Mr. Zabo's going to run out of here.
32 CAO, that's the TCN one. Number 239 under GSD, that's the asset maximization. Number 160, Exhibit H, that's my Public Works, one I just corrected. And then the two animal services that we did today, 1038 and 1042, both animal services. Thank you.
All right. Okay.
Priorities?
From today?
Today.
Sure.
Oh, I thought that's what you were asking.
No, he just dove right in. That's good. Does anyone have priorities? No, you're like, don't. None of them. All right, go ahead, council member.
All right, animal services, 1026. And pensions, fires, 1156. And zoo department, 1057. That's it.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, great. I'm going on before you guys. Oh, one more. Okay. Go ahead.
It's item 58, general city purposes, funding for Charter Reform Commission, and the public bank one, which I'm getting to in this document. Give me 1 second, please. What's the
Councilwoman
number of the
Hutt, do you have
public
any?
works? Finance.
You're my new favorite.
It's
Right
just
now.
that one.
Just right now.
Which ones aren't
Oh, 225 under finance, completing the public bank feasibility study. Thank you. That's
All right.
it.
Okay, we did it. I move approval. Done. Okay. All right. And this is a note for departments that have been asked to report back. Please note the priority list of budget memos, which just got even longer. And make sure you're getting those budget memos in ASAP. And if you've been asked to coordinate with the CAO on a memo, please make sure to get them the relevant information ASAP so that can inform their budget memo. So now that we've concluded all of our departmental hearings, and before we move to recess for 2 days, I want to thank all of you, fellow committee members, for all your hard, thoughtful work on this, all of our staffs for making us look, dare I say, good, and all of the departmental heads, CAO, CLA, mayor's office, everyone who came before us and shared how the mayor's proposed budget will impact day-to-day operations, long-term planning, and service delivery. It was very helpful, illuminating for us on this committee, for the city family, and for the residents we serve. I have no doubt that this will help shape what we come up with over the coming weeks, days and weeks. So I just wanted to acknowledge all of you, and this has been long days. So thank you all. With that, we're going to reconvene on Thursday, May 8th at 10 a.m. to review memos. This meeting is now in recess.